Objects move. They change from a rest position to an inertial. Well, the rest is inertial. I'm sorry. They go from a rest frame of reference to one that is in motion. For that to happen, no different than you pushing your mouse around, a force is required. I don't care if you call it gravity or not. Now, I'm asking you, since we know that it's not buoyancy that's causing them to fall, what would you call that force? Because we don't want to call it gravity, right?
That's the problem with your question. You see, you keep stipulating this supposed necessity, but the problem is that it's not a necessity for the object to fall and find rest. So
yes, it is. That's the problem that I disagree with you on.
Wait. So you're attempting in this inductive argument to appeal to the fact that things fall, even in a vacuum, to try and, again, this is an inductive argument. You're trying to appeal to the fact that things fall, even in a vacuum, to then justify the concluding premise that there must be a force in order for anything to move, including things to fall down when finding rest.
That's not a fallacy. That's an actual fact, an observation.
Gregory, he already told you that force must be gravity, the thing that was supposed to have formed the Earth into a ball in a vacuum. So how about you just get to the part where you show us the ball and you show us the vacuum?
Because when I show you pictures from outer space, you say they're all photoshopped. You reject all evidence that we have of that.
Yeah, right. They can't be real because we're not measuring curvature of the Earth, so the Earth can't be the thing that you're showing us in those cartoons. So get back down to brass tacks, get down to the ground level, measure some curvature there, or fuck off. It's that simple.
Now, the Central Earther, he's getting a little impatient, which I understand, but I like to go through the process. Valerian.
Sure.
So since you suppose that there is this force that is necessary to pull things down.
Push. In this case, yes, pull.
In this case, it is pull, right? So what evidence? How do you ascertain knowledge that there is this force that is pulling things to the Earth?
Because I've measured it, especially when I was at the University of Oklahoma doing physics. It's not a very hard thing to measure, and you get consistent measurements. Have you guys not done any of those?
You say that you're.
Hold on. Have any of you actually measured forces before? Answer me that.
I haven't done that. So
he's trying to reverse the burden on you again. He's trying to put you on the defensive again because he can't show you the ball that is downward force.
Central Earther, it's okay. Nobody can show you that because you don't accept the evidence.
Okay, show it to us. What's the evidence? Are you going to show us a picture of a unicorn? That's not evidence. That's a cartoon. We need direct curvature measurements from the ground. Go grab those for us. Please stop wasting time.
So you're saying if I can give you those measurements and you can go out, are you going to actually go out and verify? Because I will go conduct experiments. I'm not shy about that.
All right, yeah. But this evidence of the ball, you think that pictures from space are evidence, right?
Well, they are. Unfortunately, you guys don't accept them because the way NASA does the photography. But that's neither here nor there.
So let me ask you a few simple questions. Have you ever seen a horse in person? Yes or no?
A horse, like what you ride?
Yeah, the animal.
I grew up on farms and ranches.
You did say that?
Yeah, all right. So if I showed you a picture of a horse, you would have a reference point to use to tell whether or not the picture of a horse I'm showing you is a realistic picture of a horse or not, right?
Yeah, because I know. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you'd have a reference point, right? Yes?
Sure.
All right. So my question is, what reference point do you have to use to tell me whether or not pictures from space are real or not?
Any answer I give you would be unsatisfactory.
Well, the answer is none, right? I mean, the honest answer is none, right? You have no reference point.
I'm laughing.
So would you concede that the answer is none?
I could talk about the lunar range mission where we actually put mirrors on the moon, and you can go down to an observatory and schedule hopefully to do that experiment, and you will see that the light actually gets reflected back, and you can measure the lunar range, but that's all taken theoretically because of, you know, the speed of light being constant and all is dependent upon relativity theory. However, they have taken photos. They went to the moon, they placed mirrors on the moon, and we did take pictures of the Earth. Now, the problem is you guys don't accept that as evidence, which is fine if you want to do that. So what you're doing is rejecting actual evidence and then asking for something that is extremely difficult by taking it from the ground.
All right, pictures in space.
All right,
I want to ask
focus on
him.
the can we have a little discussion here briefly about the standard of evidence?
Yeah,
So your standard of evidence for the vacuum of space being real is pictures, right? Like you see pictures of some space and you think space is a real place, right?
Right.
The pictures?
I believed it for a long time. Yep.
But it's more than just pictures, though. We've got satellites up there. You can actually see the International Space Station.
You got astronauts. Well, yeah. What I'm trying to say is it boils down to two categories of evidence. You have eyewitness testimony, astronauts, and you have pictures. So you have pictures and eyewitness testimony. So with these pictures and eyewitness testimony, you believe in the vacuum of space, right?
Hold on. Yes, I actually do believe in the vacuum of space.
Okay. So now my question is, there are pictures of Bigfoot, and there are plenty of eyewitness testimony to support the evidence, to support the claim that Bigfoot exists. So do you believe that Bigfoot exists?
He might, but I haven't seen any evidence for it. No.
So do you believe that Bigfoot exists though?
Like I said, he could. I'm agnostic about him.
All right.
Get agnostic about
Meaning there is no direct evidence one way or another to support the existence of Bigfoot. Chances are it's just a guy in a freaking...
Or the vacuum of space.
I want to ask Valerian about gravity because this is a very key, a very crucial premise in the ACP, the academic cosmic paradigm. Now, you say that you've measured gravity, correct? Can you define what you mean by gravity?
The apparent force that pulls things towards the ground.
Okay, so is the Earth pulling things to itself, right?
Well, according to the theory, mass attracts mass. But I understand that you guys do not subscribe to that and you reject all experiments that show it.
Okay, what in the world, what is the observed phenomenon, and what is the experiment after the phenomenon was observed?
The observed phenomenon would be an apparent traction between mass. The Cavendish experiment, which again, I know you guys reject it, but it does measure the force of that attraction, and it does agree with the theoretical equations predictions. Now, there's a reason why I applied those words, theoretical, is because we have equations that predict what the force of gravity should be at various points.
Natural observed phenomena, please.
Well, he said supposedly that they observe the masses attracting to each other. So is it a macroscopic object that is attracting it, or is it the atoms or the subatomic particles?
It's anything with mass and energy.
Okay, so even the subatomic particles.
Right? Of course. But you got to understand, gravity is so weak.
So mass is actually just like how Gregory was telling you a few minutes ago that gravity was a word just made up to help brainwash you and I and Gregory into believing in this heliocentric model. So they made up the word gravity. They also made up the word mass too. So the thing is, there's no coherent definition.
Ryan, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I disagree with everything you said.
Okay, so define mass. This is a challenge then. Define mass.
Is the amount of energy condensed into matter. Now that's as simple as I can get it, but mass is complicated. You guys want to get into quantum chromodynamics, we can go into that, but I doubt any of you would understand it. Hell, I don't even understand it as well.
The definition you just gave is contrary to.
So there's this many. There's like what, a few calories, like 6 calories or something, in a peanut or something. It sounds like you were just describing calories, not mass.
No, that wasn't describing calories.
Well, it sounded like that's what you were describing. You certainly weren't defining mass for me.
I mean, actually did.
What is mass? Let's go with that first, because we're trying to get somewhere. I'm trying to learn something. So, what is mass?
Hold on. I'm trying to find a definition you guys would accept. Sunday?
He's got to go and check Google again.
No, because you guys are very picky about definitions.
Well, we have to make what we're saying intelligible. If what we're saying is meaningless and unintelligible, then you haven't said anything.
Yeah, we have to have a basis for language. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. What's wrong with that?
Well, of course. You guys didn't like the energy explanation, so I'm trying to find something that would be acceptable.
I know you're trying to find lots of things. You're a real go-getter. We're all surprised.
Here's another simple definition. Mass is the quantity of matter in a physical body. But that's not necessarily true, though, is it?
What's false about it?
Well, it's not considering the energy effect.
The energy effect? What effect does the energy have?
Energy also has a gravity field to it.
Yeah, but that's two different kinds of science.
Okay.
It's not two different science. It's explaining the same thing.
So matter and energy has a gravitational pull.
Of course.
Now, with what you've told me, that implies that in one of two scenarios, I've said this before, if all matter and energy has the same, if all matter and energy is the same massiveness, right? The same gravitational pull.
Okay.
They don't, right? Okay. So, but if they did, then nothing would move because nothing is pulling anything toward anywhere.
That's not true at all. You're talking about listen, the arrangement of the matter would have to be in such a way that all forces cancel. So what you just said is false.
Wait. It's not false. If all matter and energy has the same mass, then nothing is pulling anything else.
What if we arrange the mass differently? Let's say I put a little bit over here, more to the left, and even more to the right. Everything has the same mass. Yet the stuff that has more mass concentrated in a volume will pull everything towards it.
But the pull depends on the quantity of mass. But if everything has the same quantity of matter, which then would have the same quantity of mass, which would have the same.
But there's another factor there that you're ignoring, which is space.
I'm not ignoring anything.
Well, you're trying to say everything.
That thing that you couldn't show us the 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure measurement for.
I didn't even look it up. Why are you saying I couldn't show it?
You didn't look it up, so you don't even know your own claim. You didn't look up your own claim. You also can't show us the ball that's supposed to exist in the vacuum of space.
You just love to move goalposts, man. I'm not even talking.
I'm not moving the goalposts. This is exactly where the goalposts have always been, and you are trying to run away from them. The goalpost is prove your fucking
come
ball.
on, dude. Learn some physics.
You guys are being mean to me, man. You keep moving.
Okay, learn some physics. What physics should I learn that will point me towards seeing the Earth as a globe? I want to see this globe. What physics should I learn?
Central Earth, it's pointless. Gregory, go on, please.
It's not going to get anywhere.
Pointless because you don't have a curvature measurement to show for this ball. You can't show us this ball. The only way you can do it is as you already tried to by showing us cartoons.
Well, prove to me that the entire Earth is flat. You can't do it because you'd have to have a picture from space.
Well, we've measured enough of it to know that it's not curving the way that a 39-59-mile radius ball. Hey, shut the fuck up. We've measured enough of it to know
because that's dishonest.
The way that it would have to be a 39-59-mile radius ball. That's
you can tell in your local area that everything appears flat does not mean it applies to the entire global area.
10 miles, it would have a 66-foot vertical drop.
And what are you measuring that from?
And there would also be, I'm getting it from your globe geometry that you told us to look up because I guess you yourself haven't. The very thing that you're here trying to argue for, you haven't even looked into it. So another thing that we would have is a 1.2 mile sagitta or a ball edge at 1 foot off the ground, or a 3 mile sagitta at about 6 feet off the ground. We don't have that. The horizon is consistently seen way too far to be the leading edge of a ball. So the geometry that you're here claiming doesn't work out, and you're just trying to waffle around and around and around it for hours, and I just can't believe these guys are letting you get away with it.
Because I'm making some valid points.
You're not making any valid points. The only thing we need from you is a curvature measurement.
Now, back to gravity. So what I was trying to say, Valerian, please listen to the end of the sentence, is that if all matter and energy had the same amount of mass and the same amount of gravitational pull, nothing would move because nothing will be pulling anything else. Now they don't in your time and in reality, and so the most massive piece of matter, the most massive particle, and the most massive packet of energy would be attracting all matter to itself. But that's also not happening. So
yeah, but what you're saying is a false premise. It really is. False premise? Because all that matter that you're talking about.
What do you do? Have a cheat sheet in front of you or something, and you're just going back and forth between the different arguments?
Ricky, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Gregory. Gregory, now, I enjoy talking to you. You seem calm enough. Me.
Thank you.
Now, what I'm trying to get at is if everything had the same mass, regardless, it would also have to be equally distributed through space. Okay? Do you understand that? In fact,
not necessarily.
If we had a hollow globe, the equations, and I get it, you guys don't like that, but if the globe was perfectly distributed in mass and density, but it
He muted himself.
Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, happy 4th.
That way.
And shout out to everybody here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you. Sorry if I get a little crazy, but there's a lot of misconceptions.
I gotta jump in. Just let everybody know that it's midnight here. It's actually the 4th of July finally here. Where I'm at, I don't know where you're at, but here in America, we like to blow shit up on the 4th. I don't know what that's all about. I have no idea. I live in America. It still makes no sense. It's some kind of crazy thing that Americans do. Woo! All right. Cheers, everybody. Keep going.
Cheers. Okay, Valerian, as you were. Valerian.
Oh, he's muted.
He must be doing something. Oh, there you go.
Oh, no. He's muted again.
He's trying to figure it out.
We got
him. Okay, I can speak again?
Go ahead.
Okay, what were you saying, Gregory?
You were saying that there was a false premise, I said.
He got muted again. Or there you go. Okay.
What's going on over there, Valerian?
Sorry.
Why you keep...
I had somebody else muting him, man, I think.
Can y'all hear me?
He wasn't.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
You're back. Go ahead. Carry on with Gregory.
Okay, Gregory, what I was trying to say, it doesn't matter if everything had the same mass. It also has to be spatially distributed such that the forces between the masses would cancel out. And that's why I gave you the hollow sphere example, because that is a configuration of mass to where inside the hollow sphere you wouldn't feel the force of gravity.
Why does the amount of space between the particles or the location of the particles have an effect on the gravitational pull of the particles? Because I thought what is pulling the particles to one another with the gravitational pull is the mass of the particle. So so the where they are is irrelevant.
Hey, Valerian, did you choose to call yourself Valerian because your voice makes people sleepy?
My D&D character's name.
So Valerian, if you could hear me, what effect does the location of the particles in space have on the gravitational pull between the particles? Is it not irrelevant where the particles are in space, because the gravitational pull between particles depends on the massiveness of the particle, not where they are in space?
It also depends on where they are in space.
But how does that make sense? How does the space affect the gravitational pull of a particle? How does
The
their location
distance.
affect the gravitational pull?
It's the distance. Hold on.
Okay, that's
The force of
inadequate.
gravity acting between any two objects is inversely proportional to the square of the separation distance between the object center. So yes, where they are located, the distances, does matter.
But if all particles have the same amount of mass, and all packets of energy, as you like to call them, have the same amount of mass, it doesn't matter where they are.
Yes, it does. Why are you saying that?
But it wouldn't. Have you thought this through, the implications of these physical premises?
Yeah, this is just a very simple. Sorry, go ahead.
If all particles and all packets of energy had the same mass, nothing would pull anything else.
That's not true.
But you appeal to the location of the particles in space. But if they had the same amount of mass, it wouldn't matter where they were. Nothing would move, and nothing would be pulling anything else.
That's not true. Explain why
Well,
you think that.
I just explained it.
No, you're just telling me what happens. You're not explaining it.
That's a distinction and a difference. If I'm telling you, I'm explaining to you. So the reason that would be the implication is because in your paradigm, the motion, the gravitational pull of one particle to another is dependent on the massiveness of the particle or the packet
And
of
the
energy.
distance that the objects are separated by.
But you're appealing to this equation in a world where the particles are not of the same massiveness. Okay, so that would be a factor in a
No,
world
you're not understanding what I'm saying, are you?
No, I understand, but you just is presupposing a world where the particles and packets of energy have different quantities of mass. But in a world where the particles and packets of energy have the same quantity of mass, nothing would pull anything else. Nothing would move.
That doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why you think that is true.
That's the a priori in principle implication of the premise. Okay.
Well, that might be your premise, but
no, it's not my premise. The premise, you follow me. I'm explaining the implication of the premise.
Look, you're saying that if everything had the same mass...
Don't interrupt.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just hang on, so that you can finally get this, because it's for the 6th time now. So if, there's the first premise, all particles and packets of energy have the same quantity of mass, and the quantity of mass is what determines the gravitational pull of the particle and packet of energy, then nothing would move, because everything has an equal amount of massiveness, thus an equal amount of gravitational pull, thus nothing is pulling anything else. Thus nothing would move.
Now, what I'm trying to bring to you is the spatial separation does matter. So are you talking about a configuration of matter?
But not in this logic sequence I just explained. You keep trying to refute me with another premise in another world where particles and packets of energy have different quantities of mass.
No, I'm not. I'm still going with your premise.
No, you still don't understand what I'm saying to you. You keep going back to...
I really don't. because you're not making sense.
No, you don't understand yet. I can't. You need to listen. You're not listening well. Okay. I just explained to you the implication of if all particles in packets of energy had the same quantity of mass. Now, what you're trying to do is you're trying to refute me by appealing to space in the equation, and the equation presupposes a world where the particles in packets of energy have different quantities of mass. So, yes, the further away you are in your paradigm, the further away particle B is from particle A, the less gravitational pull particle A will have on particle B. Yes.
But they can have the
Now,
same mass. You get that, right?
if they have the same mass, like I just explained, if all particles in all packets of energy had the same quantity of mass, nothing would pull anything else.
But what you're failing to mention is the spatial configuration that mass is in. If you don't understand
It does
that,
not
then I don't
matter.
know how we would ever come to an understanding.
The location of the particle does not matter if all particles in all packets of energy had the same quantity of mass.
Okay, is all matter in the universe spread out equally?
No.
It's in clumps and chunks, right? Like galaxies and solar systems, correct?
Not like that, but yes, it's not evenly
What would
distributed.
explain to me what you think all that stuff is out there? Because we can clearly see that
That's
matter
not the
isn't
point.
equally distributed.
That's not the point. Just matter is not evenly distributed through space. There isn't an equal distance between every particle.
Of course not. So, what I was trying to get clarified is you're saying if everything had the same mass, then nothing would move by the force of gravity. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to say is that's not true because you have to take spatial locations of all that mass into consideration. So, for instance, like a galaxy has a lot of matter, a lot of mass in the area or volume, should I say, of that galaxy. So that mass is pulling on other galaxies, and the mass of the other galaxies is pulling on the mass of whatever other galaxies it's. Even if all that mass was the same, there would still be an attractive force between them unless you have distributed that matter equally throughout space. Then it would cancel.
That appeal does not make sense. That appeal in this logic sequence doesn't make sense.
Why not?
I'm telling, do you hear me in the middle of the sentence? You already stipulated that the cause of the gravitational pull is the massiveness of the object, not the space, not the distance.
Gravity is not a constant force throughout the entire universe. So a single mass doesn't exert a force 50 billion light years at the same as if you were next to it. You know that, right?
Let's start over. You believe that everything is made of materialistic atoms, correct? Material atoms?
Is full of shit. You know, space. What space? How can we have gas pressure without a container?
Actually,
what space? Second law of thermodynamics violation. What space? It's a fairy tale. This guy, he just came here and talks the same old shit. Nothing more. Okay.
So rather than talking about equal mass part.
1957, Russians were at Antarctica and talking about flat Earth and the firmament. And it is now a CIA declassified document. And this guy comes here to talk what? 1958, NASA starts 1 year after this. And this guy is full of shit. Coming here, Mr. I didn't mute him, but I know I enjoyed the moment. Mr. Physician, show me a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
A vacuum without. He said vacuum without.
You want gas pressure at the.
That would be just great, man. I'm here 24/7, 365. Bring it. Next.
Rather than talking about the equal mass, in reality, in his paradigm also that particles are the same amount of mass. So in his worldview,
and by the way, I did post, a rat, mouse on space. How can that be possible? And this I did post, I did quote him, but he didn't answer. So how can you have directly from NASA YouTube channel, a rat on space? I mean, how can that be possible? A rat on space? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna post again. Because these guys come here with fairy tale stories.
Okay, I can talk again, correct?
Just stop it. I don't.
I was going to explain how you have a gas pressure, but you don't want to hear it, do you?
Just stop it, because I'm gonna post. How can we have a rat mouse on the space? Let's see.
Yeah, gas pressure.
Okay, let me get the rat.
If you got a working model in your shop or laboratory, whatever you want to call it, I'll be right there. Let me know. Shoot me a DM. Thanks.
Bob is unmuted.
Okay, let me see. Okay. I'm gonna quote him.
Can you hear me?
Oh, shit.
I hear you, Essential.
Okay, that's what was going on. Every time I talked, you talked through me, but it's because nobody heard me. Sorry about that.
Oh, I didn't hear you at all.
No, I know you didn't. I just realized that I wasn't being heard at all. So it's not your fault. Sorry.
So Valerian, go watch this rat mouse on the space and explain to us. And this is from directly from NASA channel. Okay. Go watch it first.
Good grief. The other thing I was trying to say, Valerian, concerning gravity is that in his world where particles and packets of energy don't have the same quantity of mass, everything would just condense to the most massive particle. And then nothing will move anywhere else except to the most massive particle. So the implications of the gravitational mass attracting mass theory would either be the lack of motion of all particles, no matter where they are, or everything would just rush to the most massive particle.
Why are we talking about 1915 out of date gravity?
Because he is. That's the premise he holds to, maintain the globe model.
Right when he brings up gravity as a force, you just easily destroy it by that's not even the right. It's not even the right paradigm in this model.
So what would you define the force, the observation that things fall towards the ground? That has to be a force, right?
Wait. To answer what Northern Rebellion said, even if he is late behind the ACP, we just address what he says about his worldview.
No. You don't talk about mass attracting mass for 20 minutes. That's a waste of time.
Well, we have to address his arguments. If he's not saying what he's not saying, then we can't argue against what he's not saying.
No, but
Gregory, here's the thing. His argument.
Wait. First, you have to make sure they're parroting. You have to make sure the Glober is parroting the right model, and he wasn't. But
no, you have to argue against what the person is arguing. Can't argue against an argument they're not saying.
The foundation of what he's arguing is a ball, a globe, so Earth curve. He needs to show that. And the ball being in the vacuum of outer space, so he needs to show his gradient thinning out to at least a pressure of 10 to the negative 17 torr. He's got to substantiate these things before he can go on and start talking about these vast distances between celestial bodies in his infinitely expanding vacuum.
Yeah, that's true. My point and what I was trying to say was when the globalist tries to hold the mass attracting mass gravitational theory, it implies one of two things. If all particle has the same massiveness, nothing would move. If there is a particle with more mass than all other particles, everything all particles would just condense down to the most massive particle, and then nothing would move after that.
And
So
what
it
I was
reduces
saying,
to
I'm sorry,
absurdity
go ahead.
either way.
What I was saying is
basically
that's a
what
false.
it
That's
is.
not true at all, Gregory.
But you keep and I know your counter argument keep appealing to the distance, but the distance is not a factor. The location of the particles is not going to have an effect on the gravitational pull, because what's affecting the gravitational pull? The massiveness of the particle.
You do
There is
know
no
that the
there is
force
no
of gravity
gravitational pull.
tapers off as it gets further and further away, so it's not a constant force all the way out,
But
right?
that would only happen if something else is pulling it away.
No, that's not true at all.
No, you're not thinking through. You're so hell bent on trying to defend this premise, you're not paying attention to your
No,
own
I'm
premises.
trying to understand why you are saying
Saying
that
the
all
further away
things
the
that have
particle
equal
gets,
mass
you're saying the
cancels
further
out.
away, you're saying the further away the particle gets, then the less gravitational pull would occur. But the particle B is only going to go away from particle A if there's some other entity pulling particle B away from particle A.
But you're not, and I gave you two examples of this spatially, okay? If those particles are in such a configuration where the force or gravity on them, and I've got to turn off this video that I was watching, it's crazy. Where did it go? It's that one video that you wanted me to watch.
A rat.
Here it is. Sorry, guys. Okay, I muted or paused the video. What I'm saying is this: it doesn't matter if all the mass, if everything had the same mass, okay? If you had one clump to the left and one clump to the right, and it was all the same mass, they would still collapse in on each other.
I love making up shit on the fly.
Valerian, you keep appealing to particle B moving away from particle A. That would only happen if another entity involves itself into the situation and pulls particle B away from particle A.
Sure. Now, that's spatially dependent, correct?
No, you don't understand what I just said. You're not listening carefully enough. You keep trying to refute my reductio ad absurdum argument by trying to say, well, that wouldn't happen if the distance between the particles increased. It would only happen if another entity entered the situation and pulled particle B away from particle A, the most massive particle. But you don't hold that
But
world.
what you're failing to understand is that you could have both particles being the same mass, and they will collapse in on each other. They pull towards
What
each
is
other.
causing that?
What?
What is
What's
causing
causing that? Because mass attracts mass. And what I'm trying to get across is that in one way you are
But
correct.
the only
Listen,
reason they're being
please.
pulled to one another in your worldview, the only reason they're being pulled to one another is because one particle is more massive than the other.
That's not true. They can have the same mass. They will still pull together unless, like you say, there's something out there that is stopping that. And the only way you can achieve that is if you have configured the mass in such a way, spatially, that the force of gravity cancels out.
So then if that's what you want to argue, then okay, say that your worldview still
Can I-
reduces to
can I-
absurdity. In both instances, all particles would just collapse in on one another. But we don't live in that world. But that's not the case.
But the gravity's more complex than that.
Can I jump in real quick, Gregory?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
One problem I've always had with people that believe in space that are still stuck in the brainwashing of it, if you really want to hold on to this theory that mass attracts mass, then there is like plenty of just fundamental problems with that in it, altogether. But one thing is, okay, so if mass attracts mass, and the sun would be in your world, the sun is the largest mass out of all the planets. In your logic, okay, I know you guys jump into a lot of bullshit to explain this, but in the logic of it, before you guys go and take the illogical route, all the planets would have crashed into the sun already. And why would a larger planet such as Jupiter in your world be farther than the smaller planets such as Earth? Because in your logic, thinking of things with an actual brain and not a brainwashed brain, you can realize that it wouldn't make sense logically for something larger to be further. If the original rewind your billions of years, whatever, if this was
Can
your.
I cut you off for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
They actually have a explanation, a magical explanation, counterpoint to what you're saying.
I'm sure
so
they
basically,
do.
in the heliocentric model in their fairy tale, they state that the more dense, more heavy materials, elements are closer to the sun, and the lighter ones are further away. And so they basically claim that the reason why Jupiter is so big and Earth is so small is because it's just a bunch of lighter material than the Earth is made out of.
Okay,
but it's just a story.
Yeah, because obviously we can look at a light that's X amount of miles away, and we know exactly what it's made out. Obviously, that's just obvious, right? We're good like that. But we can look at a rock, apparently that's X amount of miles, apparently, and know exactly what is made out of. Even though if I was to put a rock 100 yards away from you, you wouldn't be able to tell me what it's made out of here on Earth. In reality, on the ground.
So yeah,
let's not
boils
go
down to
into
spectroscopy.
spectral and that. Yes, there you go, Ryan.
Spectroscopy requires isolation. So in order to use spectroscopy to figure out what something is, you have to isolate it.
That's right. And then the spectra that they get off the planets and the stars are not even the right kind for them to be made of gases, so it's all fucked.
Again, if I can't set up something a football field away from you, and you can tell me with certainty what it is made out of and all of this beautiful description of what it is, then how do you expect to do that on something that's a trillion miles away? It's just like logically, like at this point, ballers, when they talk, like my brain just like it wants to just shut off and just like bounce.
Twilight Zone.
So what both Apocryphon and I have been trying to explain is the logical implications of this gravitational mass attracting mass theory. It implies, especially out of the mouth of Valerian tonight, it implies the implosion. It implies all particles zipping back together.
Yeah.
But we don't live in that world.
It doesn't actually imply that, though.
Yeah, earlier you said that gravity is more complex than that. So what's the complexity that we're missing?
Because you got to consider speed of the object as well. Like the sun have enough speed that the gravity doesn't pull us into the sun.
Great time to mute him. If he's going to continue, he's not. Okay, cool. You made a claim that the Earth goes around the sun, supposedly as a ball, right, Valerian? It's a ball that's going around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour.
That appeal to the motion of the Earth around the sun doesn't add to the supposed missing complexity of the gravitational theory.
But it does.
Gregory, the question is, what motion, though? What motion and what ball is supposed to be in motion? Like, you can't show us any of these things, so it's just sophistry.
Yeah, so let's speak about the implications of what he's saying. So when he tried to appeal to the motion of the Earth around the sun, that's irrelevant to the question, to what he supposedly said is the missing complexity of the gravitational theory. What he was about to do is appeal to the motion of the Earth around the sun, which would have just presupposed the mass attracting mass theory. But he's saying that there's something missing from my understanding of mass attracting mass gravity. So what else is missing?
May I talk?
Well, what's missing from your explanation of this whole story is the globe, Valerian. That's the only thing that we're trying to get you to show us, ultimately. That's what's missing from this entire paradigm that you put forth is the globe, and then everything else that you build on top of that with your outer space fairy tale with all the stars and galaxies and so forth. And
I did post a picture of the eclipse moving across the surface of the Earth is taken from space. Did you see it?
What kind of eclipse?
The solar eclipse, man.
Okay, well, what space? Do you have that pressure reading for us?
Do you realize that when you say space, you exist in that space?
Well, yeah, there's space between things. the
Well, of
space
course.
vacuum that's
Now,
in.
this goes back to me trying to demonstrate that there is an apparent force. Remember all that bullshit with the gravity and the buoyancy and the vacuum chamber that I was talking about? Well, if there is an apparent force pulling us down to the ground, it also pulls the atmosphere down. So what's happening is as you climb higher on a mountain, you will notice that air pressure gets thinner and thinner and thinner. It's a pressure gradient, correct?
Okay, does it thin out to an outer space vacuum? Yeah, of course there's a
Yes, it
gradient.
does.
Thin
It
out to an
thins
outer.
out to
Okay,
that
that's
vacuum.
okay. We got that positive claim. So now we need to see the outer space vacuum. I'll take a pressure reading of 10 to the negative 17 torr, please, to substantiate your outer space vacuum that this gradient goes to.
But you don't have to because you know the observation.
Okay.
As you get higher, the pressure decreases,
Okay, so
correct?
you can just
No,
okay. What does it
listen,
decrease
it
to?
doesn't matter what your
No, it
measurement
does
was at this
matter. You
point.
can't.
Okay, so when
Look,
I use numbers and math, I'm
okay, okay. Look, it matters because you can't just get like a quadrillionth of the way there and then go, yeah, it probably just fades out the rest of the way. So you have to show us that it actually fades out to this outer space vacuum that you're claiming. Can you do
the
that?
pressure does decrease.
Wow, he talked the entire time. Yeah, I know it decreases, but does it decrease to 10 to the negative 17 torr to near zero? Is that what it does?
Yes.
Okay, let's see it.
Go climb a mountain and you'll have evidence
Oh
that
my
air
God.
pressure decreases.
Okay, on top of a mountain, the pressure isn't 10 to the negative 17 torr. So why are we going in circles like this? You know what I'm asking you, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I can talk again? Yes, I know exactly what you're
Well,
asking.
you can talk if you'll give us the answer. So yeah, okay, you know what I'm asking? Let's hear it. You're ready to go. You're unmuted. I'm just wanting that 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure measurement that you keep dancing around.
Well, let's look at a weather balloon atmospheric measurement, shall we?
Yeah, okay, yeah, shall we? Let's go.
No,
In
it
the
won't
meantime,
be.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, no,
Valerian.
yeah, go
Yes.
ahead.
Could you tell me, Valerian? Could you tell me, um, if I'm wrong, the gravity that you're talking about is mass attracting mass, right? Am I missing something? Is there more that needs to be added to what gravity is?
No, I think that's a simple definition that we should maintain.
Okay.
Not even the correct pseudoscience,
Oh, well,
Valerian.
yeah. I'm sure some people may have agreed at one point in time with you, but most of them don't. And that's that's the point we're trying to make to you, is that you're saying mass attracting mass. What we're saying is most of the people, like if we go to an actual college where they're teaching this nonsense, they'll say, no, that's been superseded. Mass attract mass is out the window.
I get that
Bending
because
and
you're talking about relativity theory. I'm leaving theories out of this. For instance, we could talk MOND, Newtonian dynamics, relativity. I mean, choose your theory, but we're not doing that because you guys don't accept them.
Yeah,
Well, it
let's get
doesn't
down
matter.
to
The point is it's nonsense. It's nonsense is the point. It doesn't make any difference. Either way, it's nonsense. It's just words.
Valerian, stop
Yeah, go.
choosing arguments depending on what we will accept. You're supposed to give everything you have to supposedly prove your position.
Of course. And I'm trying to find data for weather balloons measuring atmospheric pressure near the
Okay,
top.
Valerian, why don't you ask yourself this question right now? Do you think that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr environment that a weather balloon has ever been sent into?
I would actually have to research that.
Okay. Well, I think the answer is pretty obvious, but okay, go ahead.
It might be obvious to you, but you've never researched it or done the experiments for it, so how would you know?
Well, I've talked to a lot of people like you who can't show
talk
me
to
a
a lot
weather
of
balloon that
people.
has ever gone to an outer space vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. So I'll take that as an indication that no, that doesn't happen.
Hold on, I think it's hard to get these. Let's see.
Are you seriously entertaining the idea that weather balloons are sent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr?
They probably can't even get there.
I would think that weather balloon has been there in that Narnia space vacuum.
What I'm trying to find is at what
And Narnia is far more real than that.
elevation, at what elevation would you get that number?
I don't know. It's weird how you came in here defending this claim that you're just Googling now. But yeah, carry on.
Look, guys, I don't know what the actual measurements are, but we can agree that air pressure decreases the higher you go in elevation.
We don't agree that it decreases to 10 to the negative 17 torque, because that's what I'm asking you to show me.
Just
And
the
you're just
number.
now
That
thinking
doesn't
about that
matter
for
at
the
this
first
point
time.
in time.
Not just the number, it's your claim. It's the pressure that is claimed of outer space, and that is the adjacent vacuum that you say exists next to this high pressure system that we're in. So we got to see that, because even if it fades out to a tenth of a psi or something, and you can get us a measurement of that, you're still like trillionth or a quadrillionth or something like that off from what you're trying to prove.
While he looks for that answer, can I ask anybody here, what is their explanation for Venus spinning backwards, opposite? I mean, logically, I think we could all use our brain and realize that if everything's going in motion in one direction, and then all of a sudden there's like this just oddball just spinning the opposite way, it would have a different trajectory. It would have a different, it would probably even like come to a halt to go the other way eventually. Like, I don't know. I try to use my brain when I think about these things, as opposed to like brainwashed ballers who they just, what's their response? That I'll stop.
The presuppositions and the implications of the assertion. Yeah.
The response is, oh, hang on, I'll just Google my argument for you.
Hey, Gregory, it's good to hear from you too, by the way. It's been a while.
It's good to hear from you too, brother. God bless you
man.
and that family of yours.
Hey, man. Yeah, same to you, man. Hope all is well.
All is well.
Yeah, good. It's interesting because I like to find out if like ballers believe in creation.
What do you mean by creation?
Meaning the creator, when he said let there be light, and then there was a great light and a lesser light put into the sky, and then the stars and the planets, the wandering stars, they were all put into the firmament. Like, I believe in that, but I wonder if
the personal supreme being who created the created world.
Yeah, and then there's no such thing as we are the center of a universe, because I think that kind of gives you this description as if like it's us and then like all these galaxies that circle around us. I don't even think it's that. I think it's just the firmament, and then we as large and as big as this Earth is or can be, in its basin, if you will, like a swimming pool, a little kiddie pool that you could put your dog in when it's hot in the backyard. Like, there's water, and then just put like leaves on top. That would represent the continents, if you will. But there is a surrounding barrier. But then you would have to like create, like, how we're gonna have air for them, and how we're gonna have this pressure gradient of different layers of this air, and then you would have to obviously enclose it somehow to have that. Otherwise, all the air would just escape my little pool that I built in this vacuumless, or vacuum, empty void, whatever you guys believe in. But anyways, I think that's why most people who finally see the truth, are shown the truth, revealed, the truth is revealed to them, and you're pulled from that brainwashing, and then it's much easier to see, oh, that this is how our the creator made it, if you will. And it makes sense. It makes more sense, actually, than all your...
The container for the liquid and the gas.
Yeah. So you're saying there's a dome, right, over the flat Earth?
I'm saying hemispherical, but a container.
I'm saying there's a firmament, and somehow it's enclosing our ground here. Because...
Okay, define what the firmament is, please, because I really don't know what it is.
Well, I mean, I can be truthful with you. I don't know what the creator made the firmament out of. But
it is made out of something.
He does say that like a tent being stretched over. So, what does that mean to you? If I was to say, I took a
solid container over the face of the earth.
How does the firmament stay clean, though? That's what I would like to know.
Yeah, hey, believe me, there's billions of questions that, I mean, there's things that baffle all of us, people who study it, people who looked into it, people who don't know about it. But there's questions that are only the creator can really answer, unless it's revealed to somebody through some type of vision or prophecy, and and they could write about it, they explain it. There's people that documented even the beginning origins, and you either have to believe that happened, that this person actually wrote this and was inspired by the creator himself, or you don't. And that's fine, that's your prerogative, that's your free will, you can do what you want. But what I'm saying is, I think there's plenty of evidence that we can see with our own eyes that there is a creator, simply by looking around and seeing creation. And that's it. It's really, really
And that
simple,
includes
actually.
you also. That includes yourself.
Exactly. Think about
So
how
let
you.
me ask you this too. Now, is your creator supposed to return to the flat Earth? Or let's not even call it flat or round Earth. Is the creator supposed to return to the Earth?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, according to the
What are you
scriptures, I
talking
believe.
about, dude?
No, no,
Hold
no,
on.
no. I'm just asking questions here.
That's a stupid question. Do you understand how that's a stupid question?
Well, the next question would be, is if you believe he's coming back, how would you recognize him?
Are you
He's
talking about
unmistakable.
Jesus? God? What are you talking? Just this incoherent nonsense.
Kind of
Anyway,
like how the air pressure decreases the higher you go.
Anyway, here, forget about that, dude. I was just going to ask you, what is the cause of pressure? Can you tell me that?
Yeah, it's caused by a force compressing the gas, correct?
Well, it's caused by one thing pressing against another thing.
That's
right?
a force, right?
Yeah. And we have gas pressure here on Earth, right?
Yeah, it's pretty pressurized here at the sea level, but as the higher you go, it thins out to where it actually goes to a vacuum.
Okay, so where does
Yeah,
it press on?
But I'm asking, why do we have gas pressure to begin with? What is the gas? Is gas let me ask you this. Is gas omnidirectional? Yes or no?
In a small container, it would be. All
What?
the molecules would be bouncing around everywhere.
Why did you
So,
pause for that answer?
Hold on a second.
Why did you pause for that answer?
well, for instance, if you're talking about wind blowing across the Earth, most of that gas does have a single direction. If we're talking about molecular gas, down to the molecular, yeah, it bounces all over the place, even if it's moving in a common direction. So what are you referring to?
Omnidirectional, correct?
The molecules, yes, they bounce around, they're omnidirectional.
And gas fills the available space, correct? Gas pressure.
That would be correct, yes, because liquids and gases fill their volumes.
So what is the volume that is around the globe Earth?
Well, we do have this apparent force that pulls everything down, so that force would literally start compressing the gas of the atmosphere. We would have a stronger pressure down at the surface than we would at the top.
So do you have any demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Yes or no?
Yeah, you can climb a mountain. Air pressure thins out. That's simple.
Well, that's the gradient. Still pointing at the gradient. That's not what I asked for. I'm asking
How
for
do
the
you
X
get
value.
the gradient, Orion?
I'm asking for X. I'm asking for gas pressure without a container due to gravity. Here, I'll give you an example. So you and I, let's pretend we're a second.
I gave you a simple example. The higher you go, the less pressure there is. What's not to understand about that?
Example, that's the gradient. Do you not understand what a
gradient form? It's formed from the force compressing the gas.
Yeah,
the
but
gradient forms every container.
You're totally missing the point, dude.
Yes, I am.
Gas pressure requires a container and a gradient air pressure system. Anytime you have the word pressure, you need a container. So where's the container? How are you getting all this? Answer the question right.
First of all, you got it wrong.
Bullshit.
Gas pressure is caused by a force compressing the molecules
Against the
together.
walls of its container. Read it properly.
Yeah, look at you.
But that's when you're talking about the atmosphere and how it interacts with gravity. You should know that the
No,
force
wrong.
is
No,
compressing
you're
the
not going
gas
to go all
down.
over the place. You're not
That's
going to
the
walk
error of your
all over the
logic.
place. You're
But
not
you
going to go
do
all over the place in this conversation.
But
you
what
do
you guys
realize
are talking about is yes, you need here anywhere you would need a container to contain the gas. The container applies a force to the gas, which of course pressurizes it inside.
but
Right.
Valera,
So
But
the
why is it
problem
called?
is that is your
Why is it called 14.7 pounds per square inch of air pressure at sea level? Why is that? Why isn't it called atmosphere pushing on your face? Why isn't it? Why is it called air pressure? Pressure requires a container. You already said that. So, welcome to Flat Earth.
I didn't say pressure requires a container. You guys are that. When I say that it doesn't,
you're deliberately missing the point. This is not difficult. You just keep skating around the obvious point. We
okay,
know
let
the
me ask you
behavior. No, wait,
something.
wait, wait, wait,
It's a
wait, wait,
simple.
wait, 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 wait,
Okay,
wait,
okay,
wait,
okay,
wait,
okay, okay,
wait, wait.
okay.
We know
Stop
how
it,
gas behaves. It
Valera.
expands to fill the available space. So it's not condensing down, it's expanding outward in all directions. And the only way you can press on something is if there is a thing present to press against. But if there is no thing present to press against, then you can't press against it. But you're coming to the very opposite conclusion.
I want to ask him. This gravity force. The alien and this less dense gas goes up. What happens? Why they stay there? What force is gravity? I mean, gravity pulls and gravity
Right?
sucks.
Right? That's my
so,
point earlier.
so why this vacuum of space doesn't suck this helium, and other less dense gas? It has to be a container. So
You know,
your army.
especially in their naturalistic framework, their anti-theistic, atheistic, metaphysical framework, where it's just impersonal, supposed quote unquote natural forces moving things in a law-like manner in a world that is random. So if the entities in reality are the so-called laws of nature and the forces that make the cosmos behave the way you believe and suppose that it behaves, but the implications of these entities, these forces, these so-called laws of nature in this random world imply a reality which is opposite what we experience, you rather would maintain the a priori theory, which is implying this falsehood contrary to reality, rather than forsaking the a priori theory that is contrary to reality. That's what we're pointing out.
can I ask you something? I want you keep speaking about a gradient, but do you realize how that pressure gradient is even able to be the gradient that we're even talking about? Like, for
Right.
instance, for instance, can you have that pressure gradient without it being contained to form that gradient? Like, imagine Earth being this giant pressure gradient going on, right? Like, as you go higher, like you keep saying, you go higher, it gets thinner. You go higher, it gets thinner. But I want you to think, where can we replicate that? And that would be at a refinery, because we have cokers that they use this different, the gradients to produce different byproducts of what they're producing, so that way they can sell the byproducts, as whatever they turn into, using the heat and and the pressure. So using like that, being that we can replicate the pressure gradient, but the key component to that is it's contained, because without it being contained, we would never develop that gradient. Do you like I get you're brainwashed, but can you just step away from what everything you think you know and just think of it logically real quick and just think like, well, okay, if there's this pressure gradient and the main component to it is not just the heat, but it's also the container that's holding this product, allowing it to thin off and become a byproduct as it goes higher, which is why we find different gases at different levels, right? Because it's a natural thing that happens, and we can recreate it, and it's in refineries. But do you get what I'm saying? Like, just thinking with your brain, can you see it? Can you get what we're saying?
In other words, in short, Valerian, do you understand that the necessary antecedent to supposed gas pressure is a container for the gas to press against?
What does the container do?
Valerian, yes or no to the question I just asked you, that we just asked you?
You need a force, and the provides that. So yes.
Valerian, see, this is where we get indignant, because you obviously are skipping past the question, which is a close-ended yes or no question.
My last
Do you
response was
understand the question?
yes. I understand how containers apply
Okay.
force in pressurized gases. I get that.
Okay. So if you understand that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container, then your supposed explanation for the gradient of the atmosphere upon the face of the earth is the very opposite of that necessary antecedent, which then reduces reality to absurdity.
I disagree.
You just said you conceded that that gas pressure necessitates the antecedent container, but you subscribe to a cosmic model that doesn't have said container for gas pressure to occur. So your theory concerning how the atmosphere is behaving around the surface of your supposed ball is against the necessary antecedent for gas pressure to occur. Therefore, gas pressure could not be occurring in your cosmic paradigm. Therefore, the reality would not be what it is in your cosmic paradigm.
Okay. However, all I was saying is that you need a force to generate the pressure, correct?
Well, but the force
whistling
is
past
The
the
force
point.
comes from the container, right?
yeah, the force that you said right now is actually what is the only thing that's being measured is the gases bouncing off that container, and
You are correct.
that's the force that you're speaking about. So, but now if you're going to invoke, well, gravity replaces the container because it's this
No.
force that squeezes it down and no, you actually did, because earlier you said that gravity creates the force by squeezing it down by pressure, by this pressure, and it makes it come down, because you said earlier that things come down
Yes, that's
because
true. It does
gravity.
compress the atmospheric gases.
This is what you're saying, though. This is what you're saying, that that gravity is a force. But why are you stuck on that when the people themselves that came up with this gravity theory say it's not a force?
Hold
So
on.
what's
You're
going on
saying
there?
gravity theory. That's wrong. I'm talking about the observation of a downward force
You
that we
don't
can all
observe that.
observe.
That's the problem.
You
That's your
don't throw
presupposition.
something. It all falls down to the ground when you throw it.
You don't observe your supposed mass attracting mass gravity. What was the experiment to ascertain this knowledge?
Well, we tried varying masses in the Cavendish experiment, and
And none
as
of that worked, remember? That's
it
not
worked, you
actually
just want to throw it away.
it's not an experiment. So
Okay, if you want to deny it, then that's fine.
call it the Cavendish dinner plate for all I care, but it's not an
Well, you
experiment.
see, it's not just the atmosphere that gets compressed. Even the oceans, you get deeper
Hang
you
on,
go in the ocean, the more water pressure there is. So what's What force is causing this? Because there's no container over the ocean, yet it gets more pressurized the deeper you go.
Electrostatics, if you have to know, go research it then.
No, because I know all about
Yeah,
QED,
no, you
quantum
don't.
electrodynamics, and
Then if you knew about it, you wouldn't be arguing in here.
The Cavendish.
The Earth is called ground. It's not called ground because they decided to call dirt ground. Ground is a ground plate that electricity uses. So it's called ground for a reason. All electricity goes to ground. That's what forces things to the ground. Now that we have that out of the way, you can unmute him.
Valerian,
because now we're getting into a whole nother world of where everything is about that electromagnetic, and now we're getting to the sun and the moon. There's this positive, negative, and then it goes off to a whole nother world that is more explainable, makes sense, and it's reasonable, because then you get into a world that it makes sense logically, and that I think that's what he's missing. It's because he's brainwashed.
But let's back up again. We got to stop being irritated with the process. We have to back up and let Valerian explain the supposed experiment, because there's this supposed force in the world called mass attracting mass gravity. How did you ascertain
I just explained that we're not even dealing with
I'm not
that
trying
anymore.
to cut you off or anything, but I really do have to go. It's 3:00 in the morning over here, and just to leave you guys and whatever. It was fun debating with you. No, I do not agree with a lot of the premises that you're talking about, because I understand that a force is required to generate the pressure. That's what pressure actually is.
That's what you believe.
You can experiment. Take a bottle of air, put air pressure sensors along the side of it inside, cap it off, and start spinning it. The centripetal force will show a gradient inside the bottle because the force is compressing the air. So at the bottom of the bottle, you'll have a higher pressure than you do at the top. Now, with that said, I want you guys to think about that. I know you'll reject it. At least I assume you will. No, we're not talking about the container.
I didn't even hear what you said. I was still typing. I didn't even hear what you said because it doesn't make any sense anyway.
It's okay. If you don't want to accept reality, that's fine with me, guys, but I do have to go. I really do.
I don't accept beliefs.
I accept observation and fact. So
I gave you the facts on how I gave you the facts on how it works.
Statics, right?
Okay, I give you a declassified document released year 2000, and it talks about flat Earth and firmament. They are studying this on Antarctica. So what do you have?
I'm sorry, I'm actually pretty tired right now, so...
Yeah, go sleep.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good
night, guys. Hey, no hard feelings. I know we have different beliefs. Because
you're the only one that has a belief around here. Everything else is a fact.
You guys haven't presented any evidence that actually made sense.
I gave you how things go down, and you don't like it. You want a magical unicorn that pulls it down, and it's not that way. Everything is pushed to the ground.
What? Okay, guys, I'm out of here. It was fun debating.
Yes, your brain just blew up.
Just go away.
No, the brain didn't blow up. I'm tired. Come on, quit being mean.
Yeah, evidence. I mean, I did show you a document from the CIA. Okay, and these guys, this was guys from the Russians. They were in the
Miguel, I want to cut you off
1977, before NASA. They were on Antarctica studying the firmament, the container. And you come here to say bullshit, so forget it.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay,
I won't trust the evidence that you post. You don't trust the evidence I post. Guys, it is late.
You don't have any evidence.
Those horses were playing when you were younger.
Good night, guys. If I don't leave right now, we'll just keep going. So, guys, it has been fun. Have a happy 4th of July to all the Americans out there. It doesn't really matter what we believe.
That's a cringy
enjoy.
statement.
You're the only one with beliefs.
Okay.
Belief is the enemy of knowing. So you don't want to know.
I'm the
You
only
just
one that's
believe.
actually done measurements, right?
This
Oh
is
Is that
yeah.
what you're
Brandon.
saying?
Are
What
you gonna
about
believe or
Wow.
not?
what about the measurements that? Oh,
He's
just
done.
gone. He's done.
See how easy they are.
He's
I ain't doing
crying.
that. I mean, if you're gonna leave, then leave.
Yeah.
Not just repeatedly say goodbye.
I mean, he wants to talk about measurements, but in the year 2011 and 12, Brazilians they spend money and time going to Lake Titicaca and other places, and they did the measurements with the lasers too, with a flashlight in next to the sea water level, and the other team saw this light on the other side of the lake, and these guys, man, and they contract engineers and surveyors, and these guys who don't want to accept it. It's their problem. And these guys, these engineers and surveyors, they were Globers at first, but when they did the measurements and observations on the field, they accept the reality, the truth. There is no curvature on water, and even between two buildings, they are not tilted. I mean, if
Yeah.
they want to accept this, what they want, just wasting our time. But they don't, they just come in here talking about the old shame bullshit, same bullshit. But they don't want to go to the field and do the experiments or observations and measurements. They don't want to do that. They just came here with talk.
A second ago you said experiment, but it sounded like you said excrement.
No, I corrected. Observations and measurements. Okay. But yeah.
Go out into the field and do the excrement.
But they can do this experiment, with the water level. They can do with a tube and water. They can do a long distance water level and show us if that water is curving, or the two sides is level. So if water is level, no curvature, no globe.
I mean, at this rate, as you said before, the globalists should have the argument prepared. They should have the experiments, the data prepared to substantiate their various arguments that are the aggregate, summation of their position. I mean, when I ask what is the evidence that substantiates this premise of mass attracting mass gravity, it should just be, boom, here's the link, the experiment, here's the observation, here's the experiment. But the only reason in the beginning of all of our human experience in our generations, the only reason we think this notion of mass attracting mass gravity is because we were told this, because we were indoctrinated with this doctrine, this physical, rather metaphysical doctrine. We never went outside and said, wow, look at all these things attracting to one another. No, we just saw things fall. But then someone else came along and said that mass attracts mass. And then we try to make sense of this notion, and we realize that the implications of the notion imply that all material would just condense back to one another. But we don't live in that world. And so the premise implies falsehood, and so it is false. That which implies falsehood is false. And then we ask them, okay, what is the supposed experiment? What is the observation, and what is the supposed experiment that substantiates, that justifies the assertion of mass attracting mass gravity? And in these conversations and they come in here, rarely do you get a coherent, cogent explanation of that.
He was talking about the vacuum chamber, and I did post this. And this guy talks about buoyancy inside the vacuum chamber, and talks about empty space, and goes up. So density and buoyancy still exist inside. And when they release two objects inside this vacuum chamber, if there was a mass attracting mass, why these two objects don't attract each other? Because they are, that experiment they do, they are close to each other, so it doesn't happen.
But yeah, so, and that's an excellent thing you just did, Miguel, that you've done repeatedly. So that's what I tend to highlight when investigating, when scrutinizing an assertion. Is the description, the explanation, the a priori theory coherent in the first place? What does it presuppose? What does it imply? If it presupposes that which is an unjustified presupposition, that. If it implies an absurdity, if it implies falsehood, then that demonstrates that the assertion itself is false. And so that can't be substantiated. You can't give an experiment that substantiates this. You can't give a justification for this assertion if the assertion reduces to absurdity.
And I don't know, Matthew learns or never learns, because we did show to him a lot of stuff about fake pictures from NASA, and this guy keeps coming with new Earth pictures from NASA. I mean, he did bring one. It has pixels, red pixels, and yeah. So at that time, he was speaking to Clay under seal, and he said it could be faked, but he just keeps doing the same thing, bringing the same things. And these guys, when I present this rat in that space rocket, they, the cognitive dissonance is so big that they prefer to say it's ice or debris. They just don't want to accept the truth. It was made on a studio, and half on a studio and half is CGI.
Mm-hmm.
Ice in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse. And we have, those guys, Rammstein, those guys from Germany, and they have a video, a song, we all live in America. America, I think, is the real title. And they are showing to us how to fake the moon landings. I mean, literally.
Wickedness.
It can be made on a studio, so I mean, and Germany never went, they never claimed that they went to space because they know the truth and they don't want to spend money on fake.
Hey, I'm just some average working poor person. Like, I'm not in these laboratories. I'm not in the academic halls. So there's plenty of things that I don't know. And so these persons who have been through academia, who are in the industry, right, and have gotten their graduate degrees, you should have this prepared, like been prepared years ago. Like you should be able to cite to me on a dime what the supposed experiment is that demonstrates the supposed reality of this supposed law.
Exactly. They talk to us in documentaries the theory of gravity, and this guy is saying there is not it's not a theory, it's an observation. I mean, if it is not a theory, then it was supposed to be a law, like the law of thermodynamics, and it's not a law. Why?
And
So
correct me if I'm wrong.
it's
The
a theory.
experiment is supposed to be you got the independent variable, dependent variable, controlled variables. The independent variable, isn't the independent variable supposed to be the manipulation of the massiveness of the particle or the object, whatever you're holding, and then the dependent variable is right the effect it's supposed to have on another object. So when was that done? Because if the cause of the effect is the massiveness of the particle, then the massiveness of the particle, whatever object, must be manipulated, increased, decreased, so as to see whether or not it will affect the other object to pull it towards the particle, the object, under the manipulation of its massiveness. When was that done?
They present this, this. Let me post it. They present this, but then all the sorry, I'm waiting. All these planets crush each other in the middle.
That's why I don't let people talk about gravity and magic mass and Cavendish. It's can't even talk about it because it's just imagination talk. So we don't talk about imaginations too much.
I mean, is it even possible to increase or decrease the massiveness of any object? Is it possible for us to do that? Because if that's not possible, then of course the experiment can't be done. And so it hasn't been experimentally, mass attracting mass gravity cannot be experimentally verified or falsified.
That's correct. Unicorns cannot be falsified or verified. So we just leave it at that.
In this vacuum chamber, this link I just posted, does a vacuum chamber wake less? I think, but it changes the around the objects, so the medium around. So and there was a physician. Sorry, let me get it. Gravity. So this guy, he says gravity is a theoretical physicist, Eric Verlind. So he says gravity doesn't exist, and he talks about buoyancy and density, even magnetism.
We have long known that Einstein's theory of gravity cannot work with quantum mechanics, though all other forces do. Gravity simply doesn't exist. It was designed along with dark matter to support the centric model. Density, buoyancy, and magnetism react in the medium air, water, helium can adequately define gravity. Verum Blauter. What is this quantum mechanics stuff? I have yet to have heard a cogent explanation of what it is. And how much of quantum mechanics is observational and experimental, or is it just a priori? Is it just theoretical? Because as far as I know, right, no one has yet to observe, let alone grasp, either with their hand or any other tool, a single subatomic particle. We don't have any empirical sense experience of a subatomic particle individually.
That is interesting because 20 years ago, a physician, a Portuguese physician, and there was a teacher there, a physician too, a teacher. In Portugal, we say physics and chemistry. You know, we have the same same teacher. He did ask to her, did you ever saw an electron, an atom? And so how can you claim you know what you are talking about? So that was interesting.
And I'm not an empiricist. You can give a rational explanation of things, but it must be justified. So, if you haven't had any empirical experience of the thing in question, okay, fine. Then how else do you know that this thing is real?
By the way, I saw something talking about, in the school we learn about these electrons, circling around, but in nowadays it's like more a wave, so there's vibration. So yeah,
right? Vibration, oscillation, perturbation, right?
And they even found between the stars there when they use I don't know, I don't remember the device, but they are connected is with something between them. So, and we watch this firmament and these stars all the same distance between each other. So yeah, and something is going, it's holding this. And even the Egyptians, they draw. Let me get it. Firmament. They draw a woman, curving, and in this woman there was the stars.
Yep.
Let me
Yep,
get
the sky
it.
god and the polytheistic worldview. Yep.
So
yeah, the nations throughout the millennia, throughout the ages, knew that there is a container, that the sky is the container.
So I have this. So this was the representation of the firmament.
Right. Yep.
And you can see the stars. And you even see it blue in this firmament. And there was an helicopter pilot. I talk about this guy, and he talks about this blue sky ice. They are studying in the white ice samples. They They just study that when the National Geographic are going there to film. So because the real thing, the sky ice is what they are studying there.
Well, Miguel, thank you for your company.
Okay.
God bless you all, and good night.
Cheers. Nice to talk to you. I'm going out to see you later.
Earth the Rocket Man. Earth the Rocket Man.
Rocket Man, go for Rocket Man. Rocket Man here. We're nominal.
How's outer space treating you, brother?
Well, every time I pass gas, I don't have to deal with smelling it dissipate.
It fills the available space.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty big area. My good hell.
Yeah. I got farts all over the car.
Passes right by Uranus, don't it?
Oh, yeah. A lot of gas in there.
Or rather, it comes from there. Pretty slow, I guess. I fell asleep in my right recliner. My headphones hit the floor. And I was trying to test my mic because I forgot I put my headphones up. And I was like trying to hear it on the speakers. And my mic was muted and my headphones were plugged in. And so I'm sitting here talking to myself, going, I wonder what's going on.
That's funny.
I know, I just woke up out of a dead sleep. Like, duh. A little dazed and confused, I guess, for a moment.
Sure, man. I'm just up here running around.
So, Matt, I don't know. Do I know you?
Not really. God rocking. Probably spoke to you a few times, but yeah. Well, I think you're up there in Utah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about like the drought and stuff we got before.
Oh, I see. Right on.
Oh, then I'm down here in Tejas.
Tejas, huh? Right on. It's been pretty hot down there.
Yeah, last week or about a week and a half ago, it was really hot. It seems to cool down maybe 5-10 degrees, but it's still pretty warm.
How hot did it get?
The index was like 110.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, I can't remember the actual temperature. But I'm kind of one of those people, I don't watch the weather or anything. If I want to know what it's like outside, I'll stick my head out the door.
Yeah, I don't ever watch the news or anything, but I've got this little weather app on my computer that's well, when I click on it, it brings up my area. So it gives the daily and weekly forecast. You can just read in temperature, expected temperatures, all. You know what I mean? You've probably seen
Sure.
Little thing that flashes up, and you got the forecast on it. So that's where I get my weather info, off my little computer app. So I don't watch the news either. I can't stand the news anymore. It's been I turned my cable off about 3 years ago. So the only stuff I watch I got my TV's hooked up as a second monitor on my computer desk here, so I just drag and drop onto my big screen up there, and sometimes I'll watch a YouTube fight or something. Watched some of the fights yesterday. Saturday night was the UFC 276. I don't know if you're into UFC fights or not, but Do you watch cage fighting at all? UFC stuff? No? Yeah, no, maybe.
Sweet.
Huh?
Man.
Yeah?
I like boxing. I don't follow the UFC too much. Say what?
I was
Can
just
you hear
wondering if,
me?
yeah, I was just wondering if you watched UFC fights, is all. Yeah. I guess
Oh, I
you're breaking up.
don't watch. Man, sorry about that.
It's all right.
Boxing.
Yeah, you're into that more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watch
Yep.
both, but there's, yeah, I watch both. I was a boxing fan for many, many, many years before. Back when, I don't know how old you are, but back in the day when Sugar Ray Leonard was the champion and he was fighting Hitman Tommy Hearns and Marvin Hagler and, all those, and Mike Tyson was fighting. And I used to go to the closed circuit TV, go down to the Salt Palace in Salt Lake City and pay, $50 or whatever to go in and watch the fight live. 'Cause they didn't have computers back then where you could just watch it on pay-per-view or anything like that. So you'd had to go to a stadium and watch it on a TV screen, pay $50 to get in and watch it. I used to do that. I watched almost every Mike Tyson fight live. That way, would go rent or pay to watch it at a sports bar or something like that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I guess I'm pushing 40, so I know all those old legends. Did you
Yeah,
watch that? Well, I guess you like Tommy Hearns. Tommy was something else, man.
yeah, he was. Yep, Tommy Hitman Hearns.
Yep.
Him and Marvin Hagler was something else too. Yep.
Yep.
Roberto Duran, the
Oh
man,
yeah.
Hands of Steel. I used to call him.
Yeah. Yeah. What is it? I can't remember how to say it in Spanish. The Hands of Stone.
Yeah,
He was awesome, man. Very,
Hands of
very
Stone. Yeah,
underrated.
that's Hands of Stone. That's what it was. Right. I said
Yep.
Steel, but yeah, you're right. It was Stone. I stand corrected.
Yep. A lot of great fighters from back then, man. I think
Mm.
Larry Holmes is really underrated. People don't understand how
Oh,
really awesome Larry Holmes was.
he was awesome. I mean,
Yeah.
he defended his title probably more times than anybody else that I can think of. I don't know, but he was around for a minute. Let me tell you.
Yeah. He was the champ for like 10 years.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yep, he was really good. No, but it was almost some of his fights were almost like they couldn't touch him. He'd just go the whole fight, just beat the shit out of people, and nobody could even touch him for the longest time. Really good. Yep, he was one of the good ones. Big, tall, lanky dude. He was good. Oh, you're chopping up really bad, dude. I can't. I don't know what it is, but you're
You
still
got some
chopping up
favorite
bad. Oh, there
UFC
you go.
fighters now?
I can't. You're breaking up bad, bro. I can barely. What's up?
Yeah.
You're roboting real bad. Test. Okay. Hey, Flatterday. I heard you try to say something, but it was roboting real bad. I couldn't understand you, brother.
Yeah, I accidentally had it on.
I heard something, but couldn't understand it, bro. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
I did that time. Yes, sir. I did that time. Maybe it's me. I'm gonna reconnect and see if it's me. You're breaking up real bad. I'm gonna reconnect and see if it's me. It's bad. I don't know what's going on. We'll be right back.
Oh my god. Is this the first time 24/7 is dead?
What's up, everyone? It's Jaronism again, back with another video, short one for you. And first thing I want to say, thanks to everyone for spreading the truth out there. Just keep doing it. Don't let the science preachers change your mind. Use your brain and your eyes and decide for yourselves. So I did want to tell NASA and SpaceX and ESA that it's time to give us our $1 trillion back. And I think Alex Jones sums it up best, my feelings about NASA.
I mean, it's just like scum, Nazi filth, trash, garbage, maggots.
So first things first is I get a lot of questions about GPS. What about GPS? How does GPS work if we're not on a globe? And I need to explain to them that GPS means global positioning system. It does not mean reality positioning system. It means your global positioning system. Where are you if you were on a globe? So that's how it works. If it were a reality positioning system, it would say flat. You're on the flat Earth. So the second thing is, again, I always want to bring this up because I think it's one of the best evidences for you to think about. Water will always find its flatness. It is always flat. It can't be curved. It can't have a hump in it. Scientists and these science preachers will tell you that it can because of gravity. But all you need to think about is that from California to Hawaii is almost 2,500 miles. And if you believe in that, which I do, then you must believe that there is a 770-mile high hump of water if you believe in the globe. And if you believe in that, then you believe in make-believe and pretend. And I think you should start believing in reality. Joseph Jastrow, in 1935, said, "Create a belief in the theory, and the facts will create themselves." So if you think about that, you can start to see the deception that they're playing on us. Take a look at gravity and just think to yourself that all it is a construction of mathematical equations that don't jive with reality. And there's a lot of these equations. They're all over the place, and they don't make any sense. Another example of no sense-making science is relativity. And tell me how smart you have to be to get this one. The theory of relativity says in its equation form that r to the little pw minus half of r to the g pw plus lambda times g to the pw equals, of course, 8 times pi to the g n to the t pw. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. Who is this really? What's going on? How come you want me to do all these weird things?
The person who wants you to do all these weird things is people like Neil Tyson deGrasse, who's quoted here as saying, "The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it." So that's fantastic advice, Neil. Thanks very much. I don't believe in it, so if you want to say it's true, that's up to you. Basically, guys, they have every base covered. They have done the work they need to do to make sure that all their math works, and the only tool we have to combat them is our brain and our eyes. So I suggest you try it out. Next, we've got 1984. If you have never read it, if you were like me, which was supposed to read it in high school, and I think I probably got an A on whatever test I was supposed to take, but I never actually read the book until just this week. And if you read it, I think you'll be very, very shocked at some of the info that you'll get out of it. The book was written by George Orwell. It was written in the late 40s. He died about a year or two after he wrote it, and you'll probably see why here in a second. I took about 8 or 10 different parts of the book to read to you right now, just so you can get an idea of why it's important for you to read it. Don't watch the movies. The movies are different. They take out the parts that I'm going to tell you about. The slogan of the Big Brother, or the political party, the party in the book, is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." So here's some quotes from the book. "It isn't very important about the top hats," said Winston patiently. "The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For, after all, how do we know that 2 plus 2 make 4, or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? By making him suffer, obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will not grow less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself into the party, so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already our control over matter is absolute. The next few portions are in the book A Conversation, so I'll try and change my voice a little bit so you can follow along, but very interesting and telling information here. But how can you control matter? He burst out. You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there is disease, pain, and death. O'Brien silenced him with a movement of his hand. We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wish to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish to. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us. And if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out by existence. Oceania is the world. But the world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the earth was uninhabited. Nonsense. The earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be any older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever even heard of. Have you seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside of man's existence, there is nothing. But the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1,000,000 light years away. They are out of reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the earth goes round the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? The old civilizations claim that they were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it's called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages, and the deportation of whole populations, not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there to be stamped on. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there so that he can be defeated and humiliated over and over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all of this will continue, and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Those are very few of the amazing quotes in this book. I recommend you read it today, tomorrow, this week. You can go online and just search for it. It is in the public domain, so Project Gutenberg and other places like that. You can get the free ebook. Check it out. I think that George Orwell knew more than a lot of people at that time, and he paid for it with his life. He only lived to be 47 years old. He also wrote Animal Farm, which is another great book. If you have never read that, I recommend it. Basically, the book teaches us that exactly what's going on now, exactly what the government's doing, exactly what the Masons are doing. They have taken us over from the inside, meaning they have gotten in our heads. They have taught us all in schools exactly the world that they want us to live in, a world with 1 million planets and 1 million stars, and we were created from stardust, and we will all live and die, and our existence is unimportant. And if you're following along with my channel and others like it, you'll realize now that that is the biggest lie in the history of the world.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? I've got some footage that I'm excited to share with you. The footage is of retired University of Wisconsin Emeritus Professor Michael J. Smith. Those of us who have taken the time to peel back one of truth's protective layers have surely come across this image here. The story goes that 7 of the astronauts who died in the 1986 Challenger explosion are alive and well. And the pilot, Michael J. Smith, is a professor emeritus at UW-Madison. Because I live in the Madison area, looking up Michael Smith had been on my to-do list for a while. Of course, you can't just call up and leave a voice message asking him if he's part of an evil scheme to deceive the sleeping masses. A better way would be to find him in person and ask him. So that's what I did. Is Challenger pilot Michael J. Smith alive and well? Take a look at the footage and let me know what you think. Hey there. Hey, sorry to bother you. I was pulling out and I saw you. I just came by to... Are you Michael Smith?
Yeah.
Professor at university?
Retired.
Retired?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just stopped by because there's this room. Are you aware of that there's a rumor on the internet
It's not me.
that people are saying...
Yeah, it's not me, obviously. I mean, anybody that looks at my background, looks where I was born, it's not me. I mean, it's interesting that the Michael J. Smith that was the astronaut looks something like me when we were younger, but really not if you really look at facial recognition.
You never been a pilot, never been in the military?
Nothing like that.
Huh.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I don't respond to the emails I get. I get probably an email, maybe 2 a month.
Really?
And I got one guy that's been really hounding me, and I turned it over to the FBI.
Really?
You know, yeah. I mean, it's bullshit.
Okay.
You know, another crazy theory.
Okay.
But that's, you know, not me.
All right.
I'm glad I wasn't him, but he was quite a guy.
Yeah.
But if you look at my career, you look at my CV that's online, all the stuff I've published, all that I've done, it's not even close to what that guy was.
Okay. Yeah, you just sure look a lot. It's the same name.
I know the facial thing, but that's what we looked like. What? 40 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting you came all out here.
I did. I drove an hour. It's, I mean.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Well, take care.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space. space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards, about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Project Bluebeam. Is someone familiar with that?
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself, but sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because that's a device that the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
I am not hypnotized.
Dude said he's
hypnotized. Hypnotized.
What the hell? See, I would just like to go over, like, how do you know that it isn't caused by, like, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you, like, ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
Yeah, that's
what if it's
not what I said.
unplugged?
That's not what I
I
said.
know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right.
Yeah,
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp? Or what if the dog chewed it in twain? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge. But it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Divergent
They are
deflect.
driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
No, it isn't.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah,
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, but you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know it very well.
Some are. Some
You don't know your globe proofsy very well,
guys,
do you?
Guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're able?
I see it.
I just posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
but
if it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum works.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
That is an answer. He said.
He asked
they do
to start them, and you said, "Well, they eventually come to rest."
No, he asked if they stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
No, you're talking about Foucault's pendulum. That's what you said to start with.
Can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the rotation...
Well, he's lying.
What are you saying is happening causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force. Right?
No, it's not. It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo force is. How can you say?
So wait, is Coriolis
a pseudo force?
Gravity? Is Coriolis density, gravity, magnetization?
No.
What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum, right?
It should be. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this energy.
Why would it be perpetual?
Because the Earth's constantly moving. In your model.
According
to Earth.
According to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is it's a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation orbit around.
You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting hard session.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
As soon as you ask, can you hear me now? People stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So does that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
But is this are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No,
You should
they
look
say
beyond it.
I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear
No, you're
that
swearing
was
on
an
a Bible, Science? Why?
it's an accurate. The Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe
Okay,
to.
can I tell you something, man?
You can
You
swear
don't
on
have to swear on
Karl
anything.
Marx
This
Capital.
is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just
I have
being
a
a
quick
little.
question
subscribe
for
to
the
something
audience.
when you hear it
Dude,
because Google says it.
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun.
I
I
like
just
you,
have
bro,
a quick
but I wanna
question. I'll go
say-
away. Listen, I'll have a quick question and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Right.
As you were.
I don't
Yes.
even like using Google, but you know, the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device
So
attached
not
to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with. So not that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay.
Okay.
One moment.
So-
One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it
When are
very
you?
easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
When are you picking
instead.
up your Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in Nobel
Well, you'll
Prizes.
do that if somebody can prove
Well, because you
gravity.
refuted Foucault.
What? When are
You
you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to
You
do so.
refuted a major
I'm
conservation
not going. Look. Listen.
Why don't you measure some
I tell
Earth
you what
curvature
to
and go
do.
get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a question after you. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, yeah, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, yeah, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
The pendulum.
if
What?
you put,
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
when you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight metal, yeah, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, yeah, you glue together two opposing magnets and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right and they will swing in that way and they will not deflect. How do you explain that?
Yeah.
How do you explain this?
Yeah. I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it. And I wouldn't.
So you would not use the proof
No,
that
you are not
cited
around
Foucault's pendulum.
metals.
Well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
Or they could be
or
affected.
strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, yeah, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
aren't
Wouldn't they? Wouldn't they be?
all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected by
They
the
are
Earth's magnetic
present
field.
in. Listen.
So then you wouldn't use
When
Foucault's
you hold the
pendulum, which is the
magnet
thing
in
that you
your
cited.
hand, when you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use magnets.
You can't. You
Well,
don't
that
have.
eliminates the
You
proof.
don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have.
I would just use like
the
some
world's
material.
magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use
okay.
Foucault's
In
pendulum.
a concrete chamber, a room, a concrete room.
Concrete plumb, the concrete, the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum. You make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets. Yeah. And you hang them on that wire, and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Why the magnets do not deflect?
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not asking about. No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that's
how do you explain
likely.
If you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation.
Well, obviously you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam. Yeah.
How is it a scam?
Yeah. Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
The scientists.
Which scientists?
Quantum physicists.
No, they
you
don't.
just agreed that it's not proof
they do.
anyway.
No, they
he just
don't.
agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the manual and
isn't.
check the live stream voice text.
No,
it is
it isn't.
driven by magnets. Yes, it is. You're just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
And
Brenda,
read the manual for it.
That's just for their pendulum. That's not for
that's for Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your proof.
That's not how
you
things
didn't know
work.
It was magnetic. You've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't
Brenda,
pendulum.
Brenda, one
yeah,
more.
it is driven by magnets.
Brenda,
check the live stream voice.
And more.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one. Yeah,
right.
The Smithsonian. And now, when I presented you, when I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in science.
Well, you will not, but you have to explain what's happening.
Because
why? And listen, when you put two magnets, listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay.
Yeah, because it debunks
because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay, Brenda,
you haven't eliminated the magnetic field and the electric field, The ground is negative.
Things that are affected.
Listen, we live between two Gaussian planes, The ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got. That's not what I'm testing for. And we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim.
That's
This is
measurable.
scientifically explained.
That's why I wouldn't
It's scientific
magnets.
fact.
That's why I wouldn't use.
Fact, Brenda. No, thunder
So,
strikes from the
That's
cloud
why
to
I
the
wouldn't
ground.
use magnets.
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum, or
that's not what I'm
Steve Wright,
saying.
or like who?
That's not
Well,
what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, the basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used, and it has to be
That's just the Smithsonian. That's just the Smithsonian one.
No, I just posted
then
another one. Hold on. I just posted something. The original
what about
Foucault pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I posted a link from an educational site saying lead can be affected by magnetic field. So the original Foucault pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic fields. The end.
So did he have
but all those metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by magnetism.
Electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the electric field that they are present in.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's move forward, because now we realize that one device can how to say, we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out, is that true?
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
How do you explain? Sorry.
Brenda
reduced his own argument to a lie.
She tried to use the modus tollens, as in, she actually used an inverse fallacy. If not P, then
That's
not
not it's not the. I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yes, because you did say,
I said if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's
yes,
what
you did that.
Hold on.
You inversed it. Just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to escape the assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an inverse fallacy.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in, if not P, then not.
That's not what I said.
Great.
Yes, it is.
P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah, electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah. So it's been clarified. Get over it.
Brenda, hold it. But can you explain, Brenda? Can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during eclipses?
I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses, supposedly these pendulums alter their swing, and
has anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
no, have they? Nobody's been able. Has been able to reproduce. I understand. I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
I thought you never knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person?
Right.
Then
so it hasn't been...
You know every person in the world has done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can't be proven experimentally,
right?
That these pendulums swing by themselves, and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
No, it's a method.
Repeatable. No, the scientific. Yes, that's right. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment for?
If
gravity.
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah, it
doesn't
is.
follow the scientific
Brenda.
method.
Yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the distance
so
between.
Your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the distance,
your
and
cause
you
was gravity. You may be proving gravity, no distance.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance, and you vary the strength of gravity.
Oh, did you prove gravity
show me
before
a
you claim that?
Cavendish?
See, before you actually do claim gravity does things, you can't just say, "Well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this." You can't just.
It's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay, how did you isolate gravity
you're
from the electromagnetic
independent
forces?
The independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well, the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause. So indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
But you never proved gravity in the first place. You can't claim
gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
You're defining the thing you're trying to prove.
That it was defined before it was even backed up by experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with. Yes, Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might not have even fucking existed.
So we let geniuses.
Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, I say, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a force.
It's a pseudo force. Gravity is a pseudo force.
Again,
so Brenda, what's the difference between a force and a pseudo force then? I mean, this language is very confusing and very hard to follow. What's the difference?
I can explain it to you. It means that it's not fun. This means that it's not fundamental, that it is caused by other underlying physical properties going on.
Okay, so what's the underlying thing for gravity? What's the real force underneath the pseudo force of gravity, or whatever
the bending of space-time.
Whoa, concept. You're giving concept.
To me, it sounds like there's a ton of questions, and for every question, you have another explanation, and that needs an explanation, and that needs an explanation. It's like it's just never ending with the fucking.
That's true. Well, it does end. It does end at a certain. There is an ending.
Brenda, where did space and time do concepts? Where did they get physical properties and be able to stretch a conceptual medium?
Space-time is not a concept.
Space is a concept. Time is a concept.
Yeah, but
the two
space-time
of them together. Who proved this?
Space-time is different from space and from time.
Who proved it with experiment? Following the scientific method. Tell me.
Eddington.
By
observing the bending of a distant star past the sun at the prescribed amount.
Does that include the photographic slides from the second telescope where it didn't bend around the sun?
No.
So right. So
there were two telescopes,
he showed
right?
it doesn't matter, right? So they showed.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because they had a bunch of photographic slides, and they selected the ones where the light was bending according to their theory, and they threw out the ones that didn't match. That's called cherry picking. It's bullshit.
No, that they were thrown out for other reasons because they were just not good. They were just not good slides.
What reason?
Come on,
I'm saying that space-time is a real
Google. How about that?
I mean, like,
I do not have Windows open,
dude. Like,
so we have space-time being a real
information.
I can't hear when everybody talks at once. I can't hear.
I'm just trying to say one thing. You're being presented a ton of information that doesn't align with like the basic model of the globe Earth. Like, you have to try to look past the ship for a second, bro.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do with the globe Earth or the geometric shape of the Earth.
Reasons, by the way. What reasons did they have for throwing away the slides? You said they had reasons. Can you specify?
No, I can't.
So why did you say they have reasons?
Because I just assumed that they did.
All right, fair enough.
And because they did subsequent observations afterwards. There have been other observations.
But can you remember when I asked you for experimental evidence for space-time bending and you gave me an observation? That would just be an observation. It's not an experiment. You cannot manipulate what's up in the sky, trillions of light years or whatever away. An observation's not an experiment, Brenda. Come on.
Sure,
it's part of the process, but you can't just say, oh, I saw something and I assume this and it backs up what I already believe, so fuck it.
Well, there have been plenty of other observations, and observations are used.
Bro, sorry, Brenda, I'm asking you specifically for an experiment following the scientific method that proves the existence of this space-time.
Right, so observations are perfectly good for giving contradictory.
Can you give me an experiment rather than waffling about
observations are perfectly acceptable for giving confirmation evidence, confirmatory or disconfirmatory evidence to support or otherwise refute or disconfirm a theory.
Brenda, come on now. I asked you for an experiment.
I don't have to give you an experiment. I can give you observation.
You don't have one at all for either gravity. You literally have nothing apart from
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Dependent, independent variable and a viable hypothesis. No,
I already gave it to you.
Distance is the independent variable. Come on.
I already gave it to you. It's the Cavendish.
The IV is the cause.
Yes.
When the distance is not the cause, you're trying to prove gravity, not distance.
If the force varies with if the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance, then varying the distance would be varying the cause.
What force?
The force of gravity. It's a pseudo. It's a pseudo force. It's a pseudo force.
Exactly. So
I'm a pseudo doctor, Brenda.
It's a different sense of the word.
Right, but what the problem is what he's basically doing is saying there are invisible pixies pulling things down. If there are, then my lighter's gonna drop. Here, look, it dropped. So there must be pixies. This is literally the argument he's making.
That would be affirming the consequent, which I've not done.
Which is what
that's what you've done.
I used modus tollens. I used modus tollens, not affirming the consequent.
You're affirming the consequent if you're saying that the distance
I'm not.
If you're saying the distance is the IV, and you're claiming that distance
not affirming the consequent. That's the IV.
Your IV is your cause. You're trying to prove gravity, not distance. I never asked you for an experiment to prove distance, did I?
Well, we know that the distance.
You don't know. You've not proven anything. You can't claim shit before you've proved it.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the strength of the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance between the masses.
And the hypothesis has not been proved until the experiment is finished.
So then, if you vary the distance between the objects, you are varying the IV.
Wait, hold on. That's not true. Isn't it? I thought it had to do with like wind and air pressure. That's what the amount of density in the object doesn't change how fast it's going to fall to the earth. It's supposed to be like the amount of wind or something. Am I incorrect?
I'm not talking about things falling. I'm talking about gravity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do
gravity is the property that makes things fall?
Gravity is the property of two objects having mass being.
Gravity is a theory, by the way.
Just,
so
please, it's a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory. It's not just something.
No, it's not. It's not scientific whatsoever. There's no scientific experiment. You've not got science in either gravity. Neither of them are a theory.
I told you.
Just real fast. hold on, Brenda, just real fast. I want to put something in there. So, flat earthers are the ones that claim that things fall down, right? What the globe earthers are claiming is that balls circle each other in the sky like a perpetual motion machine without ever like falling away from each other.
No, that's not
and they fall, like-
perpetual.
Oh, really? When's it going to end?
Eventually,
Millions of years. Is it like 5 million years or some shit like that?
some shit like that. Yeah, something like that.
I'll put that on my calendar, man, just to make sure.
Yeah, it takes a very long time, but eventually orbits decay, right? And the object will fall to the heavier object.
When did anyone ever prove anything of the sort when you're talking on time
With the
scales?
Cavendish experiment. With the Cavendish.
Okay, how does Cavendish isolate gravity? How does Cavendish isolate gravity from electrostatic forces?
Nah, he thinks
by using non-magnetic materials. That's how.
You know the laws of natural density explains everything.
Phenomena.
Like you don't need all this like explanations of gravitational pull and buoyancy. Like you don't need all that to explain it when you have natural density.
And
density is not a force.
Forces are present in all intermolecular interactions.
Yeah, but nope, that doesn't matter.
What did you do to isolate? Yeah, what did you do to isolate your Cavendish from that?
From matter?
Buoyancy is a force.
Buoyancy literally contains gravity in one of the terms of the formula.
Yeah, even though you've not proved gravity.
Prove it.
It's literally in the formula. Another word for buoyancy is another word for
made up formulas.
It's not made up. It's based on observations and experiments.
Observations.
Who made the formula?
You've not got
I
experiments.
don't know who came up with the formula for buoyancy.
Man wrote it. Isn't that the same reason why you don't believe in historical books, right? Like the Bible.
Well, humans do science. That's what humans do. Yeah.
Globers don't seem to want to do any science.
So
we do.
What
are you talking about,
Brenda?
Yeah, well,
can we
gravity?
You're trying to say Cavendish is
if
scientific.
I could not be interrupted for once, gravity is an apparent. Gravity is an apparent force of attraction between objects having mass.
Would that be Newton's version of gravity?
Yeah.
So what about Einstein? He supplanted Newton.
It's more or less the same thing, except
more
that
or less.
We got three space and then four space. Is Newton got a four space continuum space time? You said it's the same thing, right?
I said it was.
Is Newton got four space? So
no.
Here's the deal.
So you ask me questions and then you keep talking. Could you let me answer
Make him answer that. Make him answer
Go
that.
ahead.
Right. So I don't think Newton had the idea that space and time were separate. Einstein unified them into a new thing that's separate from both, called space-time. It's neither space nor time. It's neither space nor time.
Okay, so it's a fabric, right?
Like a super concept.
It's a fabric. What is this fabric made out of? The space-time continuum.
Well, there are people that think that space-time itself could be the result of underlying physics properties going on, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. There are people working on theories that would explain space-time as an emergent problem.
You're willing to accept all these changes to these scientific theories?
Yes, because that's how science advances.
So what exactly? What your like stream of information? Who do you trust? Like you're just trusting whoever is just giving you heliocentrism?
I will trust official sources, and I will trust physics books and
official sources.
Okay.
Yes.
So appeals to authority.
So what about
No.
reality?
Nothing empirical.
Brenda,
I appeal to
reality. Do you trust the fact that you experience a flat stationary Earth, that you've never seen any curve and no one experienced motion? Do you not trust your senses?
I don't experience a flat stationary Earth.
Well, you do. You've never seen curve.
No.
Apart from on
Yes,
TV
I have.
and on
yes, I have.
Okay. Where? When?
You've seen
At what
curves.
height?
Yeah, let's get those measurements.
Boats go over the horizon. Boats go over the horizon. That's curve.
the apparent optical
Brenda,
horizon that is not geometric, that we can zoom the boat back in after it goes over?
You
by
can
increasing
never.
the resolution
You can
power?
never. You can
Okay,
never zoom the boat
somebody,
back in.
yeah, you
Brenda,
can.
seriously,
Check the live stream voice
Brenda,
text
see
right
if a
now.
boat disappears at 3 miles, how small do you seriously think the Earth must be for it to go over the horizon? That is insane.
I mean, that's
All you have is incredulity.
I'm going to give you a new rule.
He just said that.
Radio,
He just said that you
radio
can never.
frequencies, they shoot beams perfectly straight and
He
level.
said that you can
When they're
never zoom a boat
communicating
back
with
in.
other boats, whether they're 50 miles out, 100 miles out, these radio signals do not try to follow any curvature of the planet. So, like,
Actually, they will bounce. They will bounce back and forth between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth.
That would have to happen on a flat plane for a radio signal to hit an object and actually come back. It would have to be on a flat plane.
That's not
Okay,
true.
but now he's.
Yes, it is.
Ionosphere
You can look at the
zone.
science of radio signals and all that. It'll tell you that. It's fine.
They bounce. Radio signals will bounce from the ionosphere to the land and back.
Atmosphere. I'm talking about objects.
Show us your dome. Show us your dome, Brenda. What dome? You call it the ionosphere? What's it made out of?
Electric, can I ask a question?
No.
I want to know what the ionosphere is made of.
I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going on.
Sort of dome. Brenda's invoking some sort of barrier that these radio waves are bouncing off of.
The ionosphere. The ionosphere.
Is that like a dome?
It's no, it's not a dome.
Like the radio waves bounce off of it.
It's a layer in the atmosphere.
What shape is it?
It's a layer in the
air, huh?
It's a sphere.
Do I get to answer your question? Do I get to answer your question? Or are you done yet? Just let me know. Let me know when I can talk. Just let me know.
If the atmosphere is circular, spherical. Sorry, I apologize. If the atmosphere is circular, wouldn't that be like a dome?
No, it would be like a shell.
It'd be like a sphere, but wherever you're looking up,
it would be like a sphere.
Semi-spherical dome,
Brenda,
over your head.
It would be a shell. So when do I get to answer his question? Can I answer his question?
You just said
the ionosphere.
I'm sure you could have said the question.
He asked me a question.
Well, answer it instead of asking if you can.
Well, if you could be quiet, please.
What do you mean? I just piped in because you're like whining that you're not getting to speak while speaking. But the point you made about boats going over the curve of the Earth, multiple images, zooms have been put into the live stream for you to take a look at if you want to go back to that, where these boats are brought right back into view again, and there's no obstruction whatsoever.
I'd like to answer the other guy's question first, please.
I know you'd love to just avoid the boats and images.
No, I'd just like to answer it first.
It's been nice talking to you, man. Maybe I'll run into you.
So can I do that? Can I do that now?
Stop talking about it. Just do it.
Well, just let me know when I can talk.
You just could have said it there just now, but you're still whining. Why not just ask or answer whatever you want, mate?
Okay, so the ionosphere is a layer of charged atmosphere.
Particles.
It has a charge, right, in the atmosphere, and it reflects radio waves.
And it's a positive charge, yeah? Is that right? And then down on ground, the ground's the earth, like the ground part of the circuit.
Thanks for proving the dome, Brenda.
That's not a dome. A layer of charged particles isn't a dome.
Have you been up there?
You can fly a plane through it.
What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know. What the fuck do I know about it?
Well, it's keeping up with the Earth, so it must.
Is it ionosphere something around the Earth?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know if it goes all the way around the Earth, but I guess so.
Okay, great. Because it's ionosphere. That means it's spherical. That ionosphere.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Okay. What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know.
Well,
the radius.
For all I know, maybe it doesn't move at all. The air in it probably moves.
But it's got to be keeping up with the spin of the Earth, surely. And if the higher it goes, it must be spinning. It must be going even faster the higher up there you go.
Can I try again? If ionosphere doesn't move, that means that air will go out from ionosphere.
Why?
Because there is something else, or everything is ionosphere after atmosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about, but the air.
Let's go back. Is it ionosphere something around Earth's sphere?
It's a layer in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is held to the Earth by the force of gravity.
That's not a force.
It's a pseudo force. Yes.
That's not a force. A pseudo force.
Yeah, but it's still a pseudo force.
So it's not a force.
I'm a pseudo pharmacist.
Doesn't mean it. It doesn't mean it.
It's a pseudo force.
It's not. It's a
that you
different
haven't
sense.
demonstrated still.
That doesn't mean that I
It means that it's. It means that it's not foundational.
So it's not a force.
Yeah, it means that I'm really not a doctor.
No, it means that it's not. It means that it's not a fundamental force.
It means that it's not a force.
No, it's still a force. It's a force. It's just not a fundamental force.
Oh,
it's the cool story. That's why you weren't able to demonstrate it.
No, it is demonstrated with the Cavendish.
No, it's not. You didn't isolate from confounding variables.
I did. We did. That's why the balls.
Brenda,
Okay.
you do blatant. But you can rewind it on the live stream if you want. You said your IV was the fucking distance.
Yes, you vary the distance. You vary the distance between the two weights.
Well, that's not the cause, is it? The cause is the distance.
The force is inversely proportional to the distance. So yes, you're varying the force.
No, you're not varying gravity from exponentially stronger forces.
If the strength of the force depends on the distance and you vary the distance, you've varied the strength of the force.
But it's not a force.
It can't be anything else.
Cause is an angle.
Where's the hidden camera? Is this a hidden camera show, Brenda? Because what you're saying is like absolutely outrageous. I don't know how you can think.
Well, it's just your incredulity. That's just incredulity.
Mine. You're telling me your IV in a scientific experiment is the fucking distance. So you're not proving gravity. All you're doing is proving distance. You're claiming distance is related to gravity that you've not even fucking proved in the first place. You can't claim something does something till it's been proven, surely.
The force varies with inverse proportion to the distance. Therefore, if you vary the distance, you're varying the force.
And how did you prove
the observed natural phenomenon?
What is the unit?
That's the hypothesis. That's part of the hypothesis.
What's the observed natural phenomenon then? What's the observed natural phenomenon?
The observed natural phenomenon is an apparent attraction between objects having mass.
Where do you...
I didn't understand that.
So you're assuming that that's what you're observing.
No, gravity is an observed phenomenon.
Can I ask a question? Can you give me an example of an observation where two things are pulling each other?
Well, what we observe
in nature.
Right.
Well, this is what you said. You said the apparent attraction of two things. Where's that?
Yes. So Galileo conducted experiments with rolling objects down an inclined plane, and he discovered that objects fall down the inclined plane at the same speed regardless of their composition. Therefore, he hypothesized, or at least Newton did, that there is a force or an apparent force of attraction that attracts all objects with mass equally.
Oh my God.
So,
because that's what the gravity is. All objects, you can have a basketball and a cannonball. If you have a basketball and a cannonball, they will fall. They will fall at the same speed. A basketball and a cannonball will fall at the same speed.
The same. Why do things fall at different rates at all?
They don't fall at different rates. They all fall at the same rate. That's not true.
I can give you an example right now.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. I can drop a feather and a bowling ball. They're not going to fall at the same
rate. You have to eliminate confounding variables. So you eliminate Yes, you have to eliminate air resistance. You have to eliminate.
You have to pretend that the air doesn't exist.
That's just doing a proper experiment. You eliminate confounding variables.
Wait a minute. Now Brenda understands. Hold on. Let me point something out. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet. Just for a second. Just for a second. Just for a second.
All right, that's the end of that.
Just wanted to say that now Brenda demonstrates that Brenda completely understands how the variables work in a scientific method.
But won't use them in our explanation.
I just want to know how you're eliminating the air. If the air can affect how things fall, then how would you ever demonstrate that things fall at the same rate?
Well, you would eliminate the air by putting the objects in a vacuum chamber.
That's not eliminating the air. That's minimizing the air.
Yeah.
Right.
Below the tolerances of the instruments that you're using, that's good enough.
Oh, it's good enough.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Just roll with it anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you can't measure the difference, then you've effectively eliminated it because, right? You can never eliminate anything absolutely.
So where is the observation that you've got for Cavendish? The apparatus was built on a naturally observed phenomena, and you've not got one.
So the observed phenomenon is Galileo's experiments on an inclined plane that showed that objects of different compositions fall at the same speed. Therefore, the hypothesis is that there is a force or apparent force of attraction between all objects having mass, and they fall at inverse proportion to the distance between the objects.
But you never proved this in the first place. You can't.
That's the hypothesis. That's the hypothesis.
But that's not been proven. You've never actually given us anything that proves.
The Cavendish confirms the hypothesis. It
Cavendish,
measures.
You claim Cavendish proves this.
Well, it doesn't prove. Science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't prove things.
You just use the word prove, so I just
there's a colloquial definition and there's a proper scientific definition.
I'm surely I'm allowed to use that word if you just used it, and I replied specifically.
No, I can understand by context. So yeah, I can understand. I can understand what people mean, but sometimes people think that pedantry is. Sometimes people think that pedantry is what intelligent people sound like, but that's not true.
So again, where's the natural phenomena? You're claiming who's Galileo?
I told you. Galileo's experiments. Galileo's experiments of dropping balls down of different composition down an inclined plane.
How is that a natural phenomenon?
And what was his independent variable in this non-natural?
Those were observations of the phenomenon.
So just observations, so no experiment. Yes. So you've not got an experiment.
It's also an experiment because he dropped multiple objects down multiple inclined planes and timed using a water clock how long it took them to fall. He used 7 foot long inclined planes, and he rolled objects down it of different composition, and he timed how long it took. And objects of different composition took the same time to roll down the inclined plane.
And how can that possibly be a scientific experiment following the scientific method? It's an observation.
Yes, it's an observation of a natural phenomenon. It suggests that there exists a force or apparent force of a mutual attraction between objects with mass that is independent of what they're made out of, and inversely proportional to the distance.
Are you saying that two objects with the same weight will fall on the same rate? Are you saying that?
Yes. A steel ball and a feather will drop at the same speed if you eliminate air resistance.
So, how come if mass attracts mass and there's more mass in the lead ball, why would it not fall quicker?
Are you saying that Galileo dropped the things in vacuum?
No, he didn't.
Oh, really? Right. Now I'm asking you: does two objects with the same weight will fall down on the same rate?
all objects, regardless of weight, drop at the same speed.
Okay, listen this now. I have a sheet of paper, and then I have 2 sheets of paper. They have the same weight. One sheet of paper, I will, how to say, put, how you say when you push,
You have to eliminate air resistance. You know that, so don't even start that down there. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Galileo did that. Galileo did that.
He never eliminated it. You just admitted that he never did this.
Is eliminating air resistance a natural phenomenon?
Does Galileo, eliminate resistance of the air?
Yeah, you eliminate air resistance by dropping the objects.
Does Galileo did that?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
He never had a vacuum chamber.
Why?
But he used he used objects that were affected the same by the air resistance, right? He used balls. He used small objects that would roll down. He didn't use a feather because a feather would not roll down the inclined plane.
Listen this, I will take the 2 sheets of paper and I will stay in my room without wind, without anything. This is only
air resistance will still cause them to.
Great.
Finish, Brenda.
Great, but the sheets of paper has the same weight. Now one paper I will push in my hand and I will make garbage, and I will drop it. That thing has the same weight like a sheet of paper, but we fall down before that sheet of paper. Do you know that?
Because of air resistance. I've told you this already.
No,
stop wasting my time.
No,
stop wasting my time. I've already told you that it's air resistance. Don't waste my time with this.
The shape of the
object. Don't waste my time with this. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Okay, does Galileo did that?
Who cares?
I already said no. He used.
Why are you walking?
I already told you. I already said this. Stop wasting my time.
Why are you
walking if you want? We're having a discussion. Just chill.
But I already told. I'm tired of getting answered. I'm tired of getting dogpiled. Stop dogpiling.
Can I do 101 with Brenda just for a few seconds, please, guys, if you don't mind? So I've been pretty quiet so far. Brenda, thank you. I just posted something, right? This is from the drop tower. So this was done in a vacuum. And what you're going to see is they got different elements. They all weigh the same. And even though they weigh the same, they're falling at different speeds in this drop tower in Germany. Now, if you want to, I could find the original source, but for now, you're just going to take my word because I'm driving, that this is done in a vacuum, and they don't actually fall at the same speed.
Oh, okay. What's their explanation for that?
I don't think it needs an explanation. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think it does need an explanation. Obviously, they were the people experimenting. They must have seen that as an anomaly and tried to figure out why that happened. What did they say happened?
Does it actually need an
explanation? You don't know. You just saw a video on YouTube. What can you show me a scientific paper?
A paper.
Okay, so does it need a paper?
Yes, I don't take videos on YouTube as being authoritative science.
But papers are not science.
Yes, it is.
Academia.
That's what science is these days.
Science is a method to establish cause and effect relationships, and you need to follow it, or you're doing pseudoscience.
Published scientific papers are not pseudoscience. YouTube is not science.
So where do you get your observation of the...
Of what? You cut out. He said something and I didn't catch the end of it.
I'm saying, where do you get the observation that the Earth is this?
You cut out again. I don't know what's going on. You're maybe lifting up on your push to talk? Where do I get the observation that the Earth is a globe? From pictures in space, from the ISS, right? From the Gemini, from Apollo, from satellites, right? We get pictures from space.
The ISS. What does the ISS show?
The Earth.
If you seriously
Does
think
the ISS
NASA
show the whole Earth?
The ISS orbits the Earth every, what is it, 94 minutes or something?
You said pictures. I was just asking you.
Yeah, live video and photographs from space
Of what?
of the Earth. Of
the
the
whole
Earth.
Earth or a portion of the Earth?
Some of them are the whole Earth,
Wait a minute,
some
you
are a
just said
portion.
you don't accept. You just said you don't accept videos.
Exactly.
How can we verify it's live?
Don't accept YouTube.
How
Holy
can we
crap.
verify it's live?
NASA's on YouTube. NASA's got a YouTube channel and it's on a. It's not even live. It's on a loop.
Guys! 1 second. Let AI come through because we can barely hear him. So let him please come through. Thank you.
I mean, it sounded like we just heard you say that the ISS takes pictures of portion of the Earth and the whole Earth. That's incoherent.
It orbits the Earth every, what is it, something like 94 minutes, and there's a live video feed of the ISS orbiting the entire Earth.
I can give you
Right,
video.
so you take that as a picture of the whole Earth?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Why not?
Oh my God, dude! Because
why not?
Pictures are an instance, not a video. You can't confirm.
Video is not an instance.
Taking.
Video isn't an instance.
You never see the whole Earth in full frame, correct or incorrect?
You can with some of the photos.
Some of the photos from the ISS, you can see the entire Earth.
Not from the ISS, but some photos from space.
Yes, try clearing that up.
From the ISS, there is live video of the ISS orbiting the Earth, making a full revolution.
No, there's video of
yes, there is
ISS traveling above the Earth. There's no evidence that video means it's orbiting.
It's orbiting. Yes, it is. It completes a full revolution. Yeah, it completes a full revolution.
Yeah,
around the Earth. There you go.
Yes, there you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Brenda.
Bro, you got to reconnect or something.
Yeah, if he's saying something and I can't hear anything. Yeah, he's having problems.
Quite a bad signal, folks.
We didn't catch any of that.
No, I was just saying, you said that you didn't accept TV, media, shit like that. That's all you've got to prove that these people are in this tin can.
No, that's not all I've got to prove.
So what else have you got?
As far as the ISS? The ISS, there's all kinds of records. There's all kinds of records, right? There's the building. There's the plans for building it, the actual building of it, the launching of it, the launching of.
I'm asking you, how do you verify that what we see on TV, because you don't accept TV, we see these people, like, where is the proof? Plans, no diagrams, no evidence that they had
all
a
of
plan
that,
to waste millions.
all of that is evidence, right, that there is in fact a satellite in low Earth orbit, right? All of the evidence, the plans, the building of it, the multiple launches of material up there. It's assembly in low Earth orbit.
The construction that was going on at 17,000 miles per hour.
That still doesn't prove.
That's all evidence. It's evidence that lends support to my belief that it's true. Yes.
But you've still, the only thing you do have is the TV, though, to confirm it.
Hey, thank you for being honest, by the way.
No, there's
honest. Hold on. Let's just take credit.
I'm happy to be honest. I'm happy to be honest. I will admit a good deal more than you probably think I will.
Yeah, fair. So your next moral aptitude test is to not interrupt people. So anyway, thank you for being honest that you do indeed just have a belief that you believe is informed and that it's not knowledge. Thank you.
That's what knowledge is. Knowledge is an informed belief.
No,
that's what knowledge is.
Justified belief.
Yeah, that's what I used your word. I could have said justified. I have a knowledge of epistemology. So yes, knowledge is a justified true belief, or if you want to say informed.
At least you're admitting that it's a belief.
Yeah, all knowledge is a belief.
No, it's not.
Yes.
Belief. I don't believe that I'm not moving right now in 4 vectors at millions of miles per hour.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Of course you.
No, I don't. That's self-evident.
Do you think it's true? Do you think it's true that you're not moving?
Can you look up the definition of belief?
Is it true? Is it true that you are not moving?
Well, my vestibular system in my ear, for starters.
Is it true?
Ear, well, I accept it. So it's
you accept it as true. That is what a belief is. A belief, a belief is a sentence or a proposition that you accept as true.
No.
I got a definition. My definition's kind of funny, right? Because I just made it up. But I think it's a good definition. So
mine is not made up. This is the standard epistemological definition of beliefs.
Cool. Can I speak? So basically what I'm trying to say is everything that you experience, you have firsthand knowledge. Everything else that doesn't exist within your primary memory and firsthand present experience is belief. Thanks.
No, experiences are not knowledge. Knowledge is constructed from experiences.
So when I got punched in the face when I was walking home from swimming in the pool by a guy that I didn't see coming, do you think I believed he punched me in the face, or do I know he punched me in the face?
You use the evidence of his fist hitting your head as confirming your belief that you had just gotten hit in the head.
That's not a belief.
Yeah, that's a belief. You believe it's true that he hit you in the head.
Brenda, take a look in the live stream voice text at the definition for belief, for God's sake.
I'm using the definition used in epistemology. In epistemology, a belief is a mental content that you accept to be true.
Brenda, does water believe? Does water has beliefs?
I didn't understand. Water has beliefs? Water doesn't have beliefs.
Great. Does you have beliefs about water?
Yes, I have beliefs about water.
Do you think that water curving?
Water conforms to the surface of the earth. It is level.
Perfect.
That's contradictory.
No, that's what level means. Level means conforming to the curvature of the earth.
No.
Cool. Show me a definition older than 10 years old that says that.
Oh. Yeah, it's on McToon's. It's on McToon's. Yes, it's on McToon's.
Is it older than 10 years old, or did Globe?
Yeah, it's from the 19th century. It's from the 19th century surveying manual.
Why does it conflict with the definition of horizontal?
Because people are allowed to use words in different ways if they want to.
Oh, just like you done there just now with.
Yes, you just have to be consistent. You can use words in different ways if you want.
Brenda, you move the
I am consistent.
Constantly. You constantly change what you've said. You change your position. You add shit on. You assume stuff. You claim people from fucking centuries ago did shit.
Thank you, Brenda, for double speaking. Thank you, Brenda.
Listen, Sasha, you're on to it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that people from centuries ago did shit. Yes, I have no problem with
That's
that.
great. Let's talk about current technology. All right, Sasha, you said the same thing 4 times in a row. Now, Sasha's onto it, and Brenda admitted that according to the Globe claim, that the level water is conforming to the surface of the ball, allegedly. So, if that's true, all that needs to be done to falsify this proposition is to measure some water and prove it's not curving, and the proposition fails.
Sure.
Now, that setup, whether true or not, would you agree that that would be correct?
Sure. Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is? You got any measurements?
How come you change the proposition?
Yeah, I have, Brenda.
Do you have a measurement of the Earth being flat?
Brenda's asking me, Sasha.
Okay, sorry, I have it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, no, I just want you to just say that if the claim that you said is true.
All that matters when it comes down to it, that's all that really matters.
So I will readily admit that level means conforming to the surface of the Earth, of the
Holy
curvature of
crap!
the Earth.
Shut it.
Yeah.
Him interrupting me wasn't your cue to overtalk.
You weren't talking.
Yeah, I was. He interrupted me, and then you went.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Oh,
Okay,
if I interrupted, I didn't mean it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. Your connection's horrible. That's why at the moment.
Sorry, folks.
You're coming in, then you're not coming in, so it's kind of hit or miss. But whatever, it's fine.
Cool, bro.
That's what we got to deal with in this, 21st century of satellites and internet everywhere, right? But anyway, I just want this proposition to be accepted or unaccepted. It could be a yes or no.
I thought I already said yes. Yes. Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that's not the question.
I thought it
The
was.
question is, if that's true, then that means that water must be conforming in that manner. So if you can measure water not to be conforming in that manner, then that disproves the proposition.
No, that would be affirming the consequent. So
no,
you would need to do a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude. Are you serious right now?
So do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is?
We're not even going to talk about that until you concede the proposition one way or the other. Okay, so check it out. I'll rephrase it a little bit. If it's not curving in that manner, the water, then that means the Earth can't be a globe. Correct or incorrect?
I think that's affirming the consequence, so I'm not sure that would be true.
It's not affirming the consequent. If something's not curving anywhere, what is it? Now, this doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just propositional logic. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I'm thinking that you want to show me, for instance, water in a glass, in a drinking glass, and say that that's flat, and therefore all water is flat.
Stop thinking ahead. The proposition stands or falls on its own merits. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It would be flat and even, yeah.
There you go. Perfect. So if you measure water, and now obviously we need a sufficient sample size, not just water in a glass, as you accurately stated. Right? But remember, we set the baseline that in the globe model, water must be curving around the ball. So if we disprove that curve exists and it's not curving, then that means all the water's not curving. And that means that it's not curving anywhere, which means you've already conceded that it's flat and even. So all we need is a sufficient measurement. Hold on. If we had a sufficient measurement, right, would that prove or disprove the proposition? I'm not saying it exists at this point. I'm just saying if.
We need to see that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you take a laser over a 25-mile body of water, you set it up 6 feet on one side, you set up a storyboard 6 feet on the other side, you hit the target, and you disprove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they?
Yes, they did.
It broke. The collimator broke.
Collimator's irrelevant. The collimator's irrelevant.
It's pretty important, isn't it?
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't. No,
I think it's pretty important.
No, if the Earth curves in the manner you say.
They weren't able to do it over the curvature of the Earth, and there's no controls over that. They just pointed it at the target. How do I know it was level? That is not. That is relevant.
Hold on. Okay. We're not going to be sidelined. We're not going to be gish galloped. We're not going to be over talking each other. We're not going to be losing the points. Okay. If anybody knows anything about gunnery, if you hit the target, you've hit the target. It's irrelevant whether you have a certain shot group or not. If the target is hit, the target is hit. It's that simple. Now,
yeah, but that doesn't show that the bullet. That doesn't show the bullet traveled in a straight line.
Well, if the Earth
that's correct with a ballistic object. You are correct that's correct with a ballistic object. Are you claiming that a laser is a ballistic object?
Lasers are subject to refraction, aren't they?
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad. So, the common excuse to get away from the fact that they hit the camera and scanned the image on the camera with the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid of the original laser, proving that the original laser beam hit the camera. The camera was only about 6 feet off the ground. Okay, so the variance still stands. Now, this differential in this test is 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. And you are correct, to be fair to you, that refraction is the standard answer given to explain this away. Here's the problem. The United States military contracted a university, along with Boeing, to conduct a test of lasers for accuracy, for systematic use in military applications. They conducted the test and then they analyzed the results. Here's the thing. They used 3 different color lasers. When they went back and checked the results, they found that all 3 lasers hit the target. 120 kilometers was this test, commissioned by the military, done by a university in cooperation with Boeing. Now, what I just said should be sending shivers through anyone's spine who knows anything about this stuff. Because here's the problem. 3 different colored lasers would refract at different rates because refraction is wavelength dependent, which means they would arrive at the target at different locations. They didn't make this prediction. This was post of the evidence where they analyzed it. They found that the globe model was defeated based on this reasoning. All the lasers hit the target and they should have been separated by 20 feet, and they weren't. This proves categorically that the idea of atmospheric refraction defeating these long distance observations or laser tests is false by experimentation, direct observation and measurement, proving that this type of refraction that you need to save you from this observation or the laser test doesn't exist. So I rest my case. I'm done here for tonight. You guys enjoy dealing with this defeated glober all you want.
Can you send me the study? Can you send me the study?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, while you're looking over, I want to say something.
Before you go on, so we have it posted a bunch of times in here. I'm going to try to remember the title, and then I'll be able to search it. 1 second.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. So when they so-called they said that they proved Einstein correct, and that they could see the, telescope that was pointed at the mirror, that was pointed at the sun. They could see the stars that were allegedly behind the sun. So if you do believe this kind of refraction is possible, then do you not believe in the heliosphere? Not to take that off the topic of what just, was said, right? I think it's really important what AI just said, because either you believe in the refraction theory, right? Which, if that's true, the heliosphere could cause the light to bend around the refracted, I can't say atmosphere of the sun, but that's what it is basically, right? In layman's terms, the heliosphere is the atmosphere of the sun, right? And the different layers of density will cause it to refract. If you believe that, then there goes your space-time. Bye-bye gravity. If you don't believe that, and you believe the turbulence, right, then you believe in the flat Earth. So either way, it's double whammy.
Yeah, I don't think the amount that was predicted by Einstein is the amount that was observed in the Eddington experiment. It was not due to refraction. It was greater than the amount predicted by refraction.
And how did you remove the heliosphere variable out of that to prove that that's true? Or did you
the amount predicted because we know the refractive index, right? So the amount predicted by refraction is different than what was observed. Yes, you can figure these things out because you know what gases are made out of. You know the refractive index of gases. The sun is the ball. The sun is a ball of gas, plasma, right?
Vacuum.
And gases have a refractive index.
Can you have gas pressure in a vacuum without separation?
Of course, it's gravity. It's the gravity. Yeah, we've been through that. We've been through that.
You didn't isolate your pseudo force from
We
the
did.
exponentially stronger forces of electromagnetism and electrostatics that are present in all intermolecular interactions.
By using materials that are not affected by magnetism.
That's not what your wooden rods and balls do. There's still electrostatics and electromagnetism present, and you admit yourself that the direct variable that you're manipulating isn't even gravity, and still there's this exponentially stronger force.
There's no static charge. There's no static charge.
It's present in everything.
The weights. So then it's a wash, then, isn't it? If it's present everywhere, then it's the same everywhere. Then it doesn't affect anything.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go for it, bro.
Does a gas produce a gravitational field?
Yeah, because it's matter. It has weight.
Where can this be demonstrated?
Gases have weight.
Where can it be demonstrated that gas produces gravitational field?
Well, that they are affected by gravity?
No, I asked you whether gases produce gravitational fields because you said a ball of gas is existing in a vacuum because of gravity. So I asked you if gravitational force can be generated by gas itself without solid matter.
Yes.
Is there an example of that?
Gas is matter. It has weight.
But it's not solid matter, right?
It doesn't matter. It just has to have mass.
Does a particle have mass?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't particles generate gravitational force?
They do.
That's not what the standard model of particle physics says.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, I can post it right now if you want.
The standard model of quantum mechanics, right, doesn't include gravity.
Particle physics is the theory describing.
Yes, it doesn't include gravity because because general relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's why they exclude it from particles.
No, that's not why they exclude it.
Affect particles.
That's not why they exclude it.
Why
they
do
exclude
it then?
Because there's no unified field theory.
Well, that doesn't really help your relativity then, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Or your gravity?
Gravity, all objects with mass, including particles, including atoms, are affected by the gravitational force, right? And so there are stellar nurseries out in space. They're clouds of gas and dust from which stars are born. It's observed. You can see it.
You can see what?
You can see the stars born in these clouds of gas and dust.
No, you can see these light above you, whatever they are, and you believe the story you've been told, Brenda.
That's what the pillars of creation are. It's a very famous photograph. No, you can see it. It's dust. It's dust and gas. You can see it. And in that dust and gas are stars being born. There are stars being born in the pillars of creation photograph.
Brenda, that's not a photograph. They are not photographs. Those images, they're taking multiple different wavelengths of light, and it's all put together by probably supercomputers, I would imagine. Right,
so what?
Claimed it was a photograph. They're artistic renditions of the data.
No, they're not artistic. They're technological.
They're done by data visualizers. I think Mr. Blue Marble, Mr. Simmons.
Are they different? Are they different from the insides of your camera? Your camera takes photos in red, blue, and green and combines them with the computer that's embedded in the camera. Are you saying that your camera's photograph? That's not different. It's the same. It's not different. It's the same.
Cameras. Oh, what about cameras that are not digital?
What?
What about cameras that are not digital and that don't
what cameras? What the cameras in your
like the earliest cameras?
What are you talking about? Cameras today are digital.
Today, not all of them.
My child has a Polaroid camera.
The point.
My child has one.
It's ancient technology.
The point
I
is,
bought it brand new for a
Hubble
birthday.
does not take photographs.
So cameras work by exposure, right? And they have you can use different filters and photograph in the red, blue, and green, and then combine it to produce a final photograph. You can do that.
But what you see in these Hubble images is not what the data shows.
It's literally based on the data. It's literally based on the data. You're right. You're right that it's all data. It's data coming from an instrument. No, it's not artistic. It's data from an instrument.
What kind of instrument? What kind of instrument is making pictures? What out of data?
It has a sensor.
Okay, so there's clouds in outer space now?
Yes.
So explain that one to me, please. I'd love to hear.
There are clouds. It's called the Pillars of Creation. It's a famous image.
What are they made of? What are they made of? What are the gases
dust,
made of?
Dust and gases.
Dust and gas. Gas exists in a vacuum.
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that on Earth?
I can show you the image of the clouds of creation.
Can you demonstrate gas in a vacuum on Earth? Can you do that?
It would expand to fill the vacuum chamber. It definitely would.
How? If in order to create a vacuum, what has to happen?
It's very, very big. The pillars of creation are light years across.
Because we're talking about from our observations here on Earth. When you create a vacuum in a chamber on Earth, what happens to what's inside?
If it's a block of wood, nothing happens to it. But if it's gas, it'll expand.
Where's it going to go? Is it going to stay in the vacuum, or is it going to go somewhere else?
It will stay in the vacuum.
Hey, Brenda.
I'm listening.
What happens to the gas in the chamber? Hold on.
I told him. Did you? Didn't you hear my answer? I thought maybe you didn't.
Wrong. It's wrong. First off.
What do you mean it's wrong?
Do you know what the NIF is? You know what the NIF is?
Well, do you think that gas doesn't fill the vacuum chamber?
I'm asking you a question. Do you know?
No, I don't.
NIF. Yeah. Okay, the NIF.
I don't know what NIF is. I don't know what that is.
It's the National Ignition Facility that's in California. Now, what they do here is they conduct high-powered laser experiments in a vacuum. So, in order for the experiment to not be contaminated, they have to remove everything out of the vacuum, right? All that's gases. There's no gases in there in a vacuum.
That's what a vacuum is.
All right. So, how are clouds existing in a vacuum, dude?
Because its space is really, really big.
Come on.
Those
can I just quickly
get posted an image of the pillars of creation. Those pillars are light years across.
Can I just created by visual artists.
It's an image.
Listen. I'm on space.com right now, and one of the visual artists says some of the most striking views in astronomy have come from the Hubble Space Telescope, but the data collected by the spacecraft comes in the form of spectrums of light, and they create them. It says it's a fantastic telescope, but it can't observe everything. Visual artist Louis Calda said that he's a graphic designer for ESA, and he works making artistic renditions from Hubble data.
Yeah, that's fine.
You just fucking said
that's a funny way of saying cartoons.
Guys, hold on.
He isn't inventing. He isn't inventing data. He isn't inventing data. He's adjusting levels in Photoshop.
No,
You're full of
making animation. They literally claim on space.com that they're creating animations.
Yes, of course they do. So does NASA.
Yeah, we know that, bro. We know that.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with
creating cartoons and passing them off as reality? That's what you're asking?
They label them as an animation. They label them.
And that
so it's not a photo. Brenda, man, honest to God, like it's like outrageous the things that you say and you accept.
Let me ask you a question.
All I do is give you high school level science. That's all I do.
Yeah, high school level. You said it yourself.
Brenda, can I ask you a question real quick about what you were saying about a vacuum? Did I hear you say that a vacuum is somewhere where there's no gas?
No, he's saying that gas
correct?
can exist in a vacuum. That's what he's saying.
In the vacuum of space, there are regions where there are clouds of dust and gas. Yes.
Wait, so what is a vacuum? Can you define that really quick?
There's regions in space where
I'm
there
not
is
talking about space. What is the definition of a vacuum?
low pressure.
Low pressure. All right, let's go.
Right. So it's an area of low pressure. There are areas of low pressure, and there are other areas where there are clouds of gas and dust in a low pressure environment. And they gradually coalesce.
Where have you seen this? Where have you seen this?
The pillars of creation. The pillars of creation.
That doesn't count, dude.
Yes, it does.
Brenda,
It does count.
You keep saying this over and over. How would you verify?
Because you keep asking me the same questions over and over.
No, it's not the answer. How would you verify that?
How would I verify what?
The dust of clouds in a vacuum.
The image provided by NASA is verification.
That's enough for you. That's enough for you.
Yes, yes.
Cartoons are verification.
It's not a cartoon. It's not a cartoon.
It is a cartoon.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's an animation.
No, it isn't.
You agreed it was
It's
animation,
a compilation.
The Pillars of Creation is not an animation.
It's made by artists.
No, it's based on raw data.
No, it isn't. You wouldn't know raw data. You wouldn't know raw data if it jumped on your face and spun around and whistled Dixie.
It's manipulated.
Even if you saw it, you wouldn't know what data was. Please.
So crazy, bro. That you guys, do you understand how asinine this whole subject sounds? The how you guys just hand wave it. They say it so it's true. That's all you do. They say it so it's true.
And at the crux of it all, at the crux of it, at the crux of it all, you got no globe for any of this. That's kind of the basis of your whole paradigm. You're going to need the globe.
We've known the Earth is a globe for 2,600 years.
You don't know that because we falsified that.
It's a religion. You have to accept it, blindly accept it. Listen to their books.
Don't blindly accept
what they say. Yes, that's what astronomy is.
No, that's not what astronomy is.
You don't. Your physical body.
That's not how science works. That's not how science works.
Numbers are using to measure outer space. Okay, so you don't have the actual ability to experiment within astrophysics with your own mind.
Of course you can.
Okay? So when they tell you something about the size of this shit, bro, you're just believing them blindly. It's a fact.
And
no, I'm not believing them blindly. I accept them as the relevant paradigm on. I accept them as relevant field experts.
Okay, well, let's see the surface measurements of curvature you've still never provided then. Because that would be the basis of everything you're talking about.
Ships go over the horizon.
Okay, we already dealt with that. Did you look at the live stream voice text when they showed you ships going over the horizon and then getting zoomed back in? Something you said never happens. Did you look at that?
Those were ships that hadn't gone over the horizon.
So they disappeared. They went over the optical horizon, which is all the horizon is. Then they zoomed them back in.
It's not the optical
and we saw them again. This is exactly what you said can never happen.
Just because
it did happen, and now you're adjusting your claim. So you're just a liar.
Just because you can't see a boat doesn't mean it's gone over the horizon.
Okay, but that's what the horizon is.
No, that's not what the horizon is. The horizon is a geometric limit that obstructs your view.
So what is it?
Okay. So it's at 1.2 miles at 1 foot height. Then is that where it is? That's where it would have to be if your radius is true.
Yeah, that is about 1.2. Yes, that would be about right.
I'm a person who's seen the black swan before, so again, I think you're just lying.
No, I understand the the black swan. It's a fallacious argument.
Black swan shows that your horizon is not geometric; that it is apparent.
The proper way to put it is to say that the apparent horizon would be no less than 1.2 miles, not no more than.
Okay, so it's not geometric.
No less than.
The horizon does not obey the constraints.
No
the horizon does not obey the geometric constraints of the globe that you just claimed that it did. So it is just an apparent phenomenon.
It follows the model of the Earth, including
which includes black swan if it did that.
Which it includes reaction. It includes refraction. It includes refraction.
No,
where's your refraction model?
This guy's crazy.
Where's the refraction model? Show us the model.
Refraction? Refraction, that's Snell's law. That's just basic.
That's based on media.
You're done with, media. Bro. You're totally done with now because you're reflecting. Snell's has to be hitting reflective surface angled away from you at almost 70 feet below your line of sight. Overdone. Match. Game. Set. Is over.
That's not what Snell's law says.
Is air two different?
Yeah, it would make your image going up above your head.
No, it does. That's not what it says.
You don't have a plane of incidence. What is a plane of incidence?
The angle of incidence, you mean? Not plane.
No, it's called a plane.
No, it's called the angle of incidence.
No, it isn't. No, it
yes,
isn't.
It is.
The
yes,
angle is what the light does after it
sine of theta
off the surface. You don't know anything about it.
Snell's law is sine of theta 1 over sine of theta 2.
Plane of incidence.
Sine of theta 1.
Okay.
That's an angle. Theta is used in trigonometry. Theta is an angle.
It's there in the live stream. Plane of incidence.
They're just chanting.
Just saying.
Well, yeah, what does that surface look like that it's bouncing off of? Is that a curve?
That's plane of incidence. That's not Snell's law.
This guy.
That's not Snell's law. That's the law of reflection.
Yeah, Snell's law requires two different isotropic media, doesn't it?
Yes, like hot air and cold air.
How is that isotropic?
Because they have different density.
What does isotropic mean?
It means that they're different.
I thought ISO was same and ANISO was different, but we don't need to.
Kidding? ISO's the same.
Over, semantics. As far as I remember, ISO is same and ANISO or with an and in front of it are different, but I'll have to double check that. Anyway, as far as we can tell,
all right.
Deals with going from medium to medium. As long as we consider air one isotropic, same continuous medium, it doesn't go from like water to air.
Don't get.
So there's a problem there.
You're correct. You're correct. I was wrong. Isotropic means the same, right? So you won't get refraction in an isotropic medium.
And that's why we're a little confused because air is looked at as one medium. Usually, if you're dealing with Snell's law, it would be like from air to water or something like that.
No, if the air has different density, like it's cold or it's hot, then it will have different density. It will refract.
And as far as I can tell with the way that they put refraction over a ball, they just basically go with at least terrestrial refraction by acting as if it's a bigger ball to flatten it out. Which for the
terrestrial refraction is just refraction. There's nothing special about the refraction of objects on the Earth.
Because that's assuming what was first be proved. If you're working or baking into your model refraction, that already assumes a ball or a bigger
refraction.
ball.
Refraction is just refraction. That's all it is. It's just refraction.
How do you interpret refraction? Are you going to interpret it toward a ball or towards something flat, like a flat surface? What are you going to do?
I don't know what you mean by how you interpret refraction. Refraction is just refraction.
Well, we can reapply refraction. I mean, over a flat Earth, eventually the sky and the ground would meet because of compressed viewing angle. And refraction could be reinterpreted as making things balloon or pop out of this diffraction limited zone or, compress into this zone sooner or later. So
I don't think you know what diffraction limit means.
I think I know enough to challenge the theory. You're a smart person. You're a smart woman. We're smart people. We can figure this stuff out without the experts, with or without them. And so we need to see how we're applying refraction and whether or not it's consistent with evidence, facts, real life, other theories or not.
Right. So the black
If I can just
swan
quickly
image.
interject. Do you remember AI talking to you about the laser test that the Air Force and Boeing did? I think he just posted it in a live stream. You said you wanted the
I
data.
don't see it.
It's right there. He just
Brenda,
posted it
can I
like a
just
minute ago.
ask?
I see
Brenda,
it.
you know how you claim that boats go over the horizon? Do you mean optically, just with your eyes, or do you mean they go over the horizon when they get to the limit of the instrument you're using?
I mean that they are physically obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
No, they're not, because we can zoom them back in after they go over the horizon, just by
If you can
increasing the
zoom it
resolution
back
power of the
in,
observer.
if you can zoom it back in, it hasn't been physically obstructed.
There is no physical obstruction. That's the entire point.
That phenomenon of obstruction is observed.
No, it's not, because it would be at
Yeah, it is.
1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet every single time if it were being observed, but it's not, even by your own admission, and you use an ad hoc excuse for why that is. So you
I
don't have a
didn't use ad
geometric
hoc.
physical horizon
I
that
said
obstructs anything.
the black swan strawmans. The black swan strawmans the models that we're using.
It
strawmans it because the proper way to formulate it is no less than, not no more
So
than.
what's happening in the Black Swan video then? So what's happening? Tell us, please. What's going on?
Magic.
There is high degrees of refraction that is lifting up parts of the.
Okay, how did you know that? And can you quantify it? How much exactly? How much? Put it into numbers for us.
We don't have the
just
measurements.
How much you need to make that work.
We don't have measurements.
Then it's just an ad hoc cop out, like I said it was, because you just by your own admission right now you don't have the measurements. You don't even know how much is going on. It's just however much you need to make that work on your globe fantasy. Well, you need to inflate your radius by 2 orders of magnitude to make that happen, and your standard refraction model doesn't even come close to claiming that's even possible. So no.
You people are the only people on Earth that are saying these things you're saying. It is so retarded. It's beyond belief.
I'm not the only person on Earth. This is majority. You're a tiny group of people, maybe a few hundred people.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, that your anti-flat earthers are the smallest percentage of anybody on the internet. You're the only one saying this stuff.
No, I just meant not the internet, but globally, all around the world.
Right. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, there are lots of people who just look at the screen and believe what they see on the screen and don't really question it, and that's fine. We have a perfect right, right?
There are. I'm going to agree with him, so you should let me talk. I'm going to agree with him. I'm going to say that yes, a lot of people just blindly accept what they're taught in schools. You're correct.
Yourself.
Yeah,
like yourself.
No.
You believe
you're Exhibit A, Brenda.
The difference between
us Galileo done experiments. You believe the shit you see in the sky are clouds. You believe literally that. See, for to be a globe Earth believer, you've got to accept a hell of a lot of contradictory shit.
And the difference between you and us is if we're proven wrong, we will happily go back to believing what you guys believe. You shut us up, we will shut the fuck up. We wouldn't care. We'd love to go back to believing in Star Trek and shit like that. We'd love it.
I don't believe in Star Trek. I don't believe in Star Trek. That's TV. That's fiction.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just
saying. You know
saying,
what he meant, for fuck's sake.
We would happily go back to that. You guys can't even say that. You guys
what
can't
even
we
say?
You can't even say, well, if we're wrong, I'll happily believe what you guys believe. But you won't even do that because you guys just hand wave everything and say we're wrong without even giving the opportunity to believe it.
If you could show me evidence. Do you have measurements? Do you have measurements of the flat Earth?
You do. You hand wave them and you ad hoc. Yeah, that's what you do. You make ad hoc excuses from. We just talked about one. The Black Swan measures the horizon to be
it doesn't.
2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows, and you just ad hoc hand wave it away.
I told you it's a fallacious argument.
Care what you told me. I explained why your argument is wrong. You would need 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah, you're off by 2 orders of magnitude for your Earth radius in that one observation alone. You don't even have a refraction model that could account for that. You have nothing but ad hoc excuses.
You don't
That's
get to
all you do when we show you measurements that are not possible on your globe.
You don't get to tell me. You don't get to tell me what my model is. According to my model, you are straw manning. You are straw manning the globe model.
No, you don't have a model. You don't even know what the model is.
The first premise of the Black Swan straw mans the globe model.
You don't even know what that means. You're just saying that mindlessly. You don't even know what you're saying.
I've taken university level logic and philosophy in critical thinking logic.
You don't do any of those things. You've made your claim unfalsifiable by using this ad hoc cop-out of refraction. Now you can move the goalposts all over the place to wherever you need to without even having to do any measurements or even quantify how much refraction is even going on. It's just, how much ever there is. So you made your claim unfalsifiable, and then you talk about logic proving your globe.
In order to know how,
we steel-manned it. The radius is 3959. It's a completely geometric situation where that horizon has to occur at that geometric distance.
Horizon is apparent, not geometric.
Excuses. Yeah, you said it yourself.
You said
the horizon is apparent, not geometric. Therefore,
good night, ladies and gentlemen. There's no geometric horizon on Earth.
No, there is a geometric horizon, but the horizon that you see is apparent, not geometric.
Okay, so we never see your fairy tale unicorn geometric horizon that you said. Both skip over, but actually they don't. And
so how did you know?
And you're going to tell us about logic, right?
How did you know there was a geometric horizon if you can't see it?
Because it must be there according to math.
Except it's not. It's been geometrically falsified, and math isn't reality. So
wow, this is amazing. This is a good day. I'm glad I came in.
It's been geometrically falsified, and do you know that math is not reality? Maybe actually, Superman can fly because math.
Math describes the world we live in.
Except your globe math describes is not where we live, as evidenced by the Black Swan and many others, which you refuse to accept.
I refuse to accept it because it's a fallacious argument that commits fallacy.
You can't even explain why.
I have several times. I have.
In and of itself because it's unfalsifiable. This is what you do every single time we falsify it. Is you just move the goalposts around so as to render it unfalsifiable, and you can't even quantify your cop-outs for us. You can't even tell us how much refraction, how you get the geometric horizon to appear where it is in that picture. You just tell us, because.
Well, we don't know how much refraction is going on in that picture because
you don't have to claim
just a minute. Because we don't have the information from the photographer of what the lapse rate was at that time. We don't know the lapse rate.
Your model doesn't even account for the possibility that you can inflate your radius or your apparent radius by 2 orders of magnitude. Standard refraction doesn't even get you close to that.
So
because you're implying it wrong. The proper way to put the first premise of the Black Swan is to say that the apparent horizon can be no less than 1.2 miles from the observer.
Explain it how. Explain that how, Brenda. Explain that exactly how.
How? So are we actually looking at a physical object or an apparition? Is it just
He made a claim. He said that it should be smaller than 1.22. So tell us exactly why.
I said the first premise is incorrect because it says that the apparent horizon can be no more than 1.2. That's wrong. It's no less than 1.2.
What can possibly make your geometric horizon appear 2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows?
Refraction can. Refraction can.
How much?
Refraction can make the apparent horizon seem further than the geometric horizon.
Quantify how much refraction do you need? What's the formula, and what are the measurements you based it on?
Depends on the lapse. It depends on the lapse rate.
Do you have measurements from reality here that can determine exactly how much refraction is being applied in that image?
We don't have data from the original poster.
Do you even have?
We would need data from the original poster.
Now stop it.
Let me ask a question here.
So you don't have data. You're making a claim with absolutely no basis then, according to you.
Try to the Vancouver post, Brenda, Narnia.
All right, here's a quick question, Brenda.
What? I'm kind of getting inundated by people requesting me to respond.
Well, you don't even have a model that would inflate your apparent radius by that much.
I just told you, refraction. I just told you, refraction can.
No, you just keep squawking that word over and over again, but it's not actually an argument because there's no substance to it.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
You're saying, Brenda,
go to the Green Flashes. Go to the Green Flashes website. He has the formulas there.
Oh, someone else will get it for you. Okay,
but he's a relevant expert in the field, even according to Quantum Eraser.
I care what your lunch are. I know
what
it's from what physical data. I just want to know what physical data you base refraction calculations on to determine whether they're valid, and then I want to know what those calculations are exactly. You can't provide those things to us. You just keep appealing to someone else's credentials. He's a relevant expert.
That's how science works. Because that's how science
appealing
works.
to credentials is not how the scientific method works. That's not what the scientific method says to do. Just invoke some expert in a field.
You go, man. You tell it like it is.
Here's a quick question: Is in the Black
invoke
Swan,
some priest? Sorry, Frog. Go ahead.
In the Black Swan video picture, whatever you want to call it, is the object there or not? Are you looking at an object? Or are you looking at something else?
What object?
The oil rig. Is it actually there, or is that just you're seeing
You're seeing highly refracted oil rigs, and you can see the cranes are twisted and turned by refraction.
Are they there?
Though? They do exist out there. Yes.
But is that what you're looking at? That actual object?
Yeah, I think you are.
Okay, so if I threw a rock at it, if I could throw a rock that far, would I actually hit the object at that distance that I'm seeing?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
So
maybe they are displaced up or down or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have anything that says that it's doing that. But listen, you're saying it's doing something specific, Brenda. So specifically, I want to know exactly what. See, otherwise you can't just keep saying this thing refraction.
Why not?
Exactly. Because listen, the Black Swan, we have known distances, so you need to tell us specifically at those known distances how your refraction is working. Exactly, like by the inch. You should have this.
Actually, all I have to do is show that the argument is fallacious. That's all I have to do.
How is it fallacious?
It commits a fallacy. It commits a fallacy of it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it commits two fallacies: the fallacy of equivocation and a straw man fallacy.
Also, equivocation.
It equivocates between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon.
No,
right?
it does.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You can't show it.
Yes, it does.
Horizon. The apparent horizon is the only thing that even you can show us.
Yeah. You don't have a geometric horizon. That's what it shows. So we don't. What are you talking about? You got to be out of your mind. No one says this bullcrap. That's what I'm saying.
He's claiming a geometric horizon that he says can appear basically anywhere, making his claim unfalsifiable. He's the one being fallacious.
And it will always make it look exactly flat. How is that? How is it doing that? Exactly as flat would look. Just like we see it and measure it flat. Oh, boy. Unbelievable.
Projection much.
So we don't have any data on exactly how this refraction is working. We've never seen anything. We've never seen this model. Where is this? It doesn't exist.
We have two horizons now, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and the one they're using is... the one they're using is the one you can't see.
Right. And at first he said that we can see it because boats go over it. And then he completely adjusted his claim after we showed him that boats don't go over any physical obstruction.
I wanted to ask a question when you guys were on the boat going over the horizon, because, okay, I'm on a ship and I zoom in like, okay, there's a lighthouse at a certain distance, right? I can't see it, but I know the direction. So I zoom in and now I can see the lighthouse. Does that mean, Brenda, that the lighthouse hasn't moved beyond your geometric horizon yet? Let's put the observer on land, looking at a lighthouse. Is the lighthouse further to get to your? It's stationary. How does it work then? You couldn't see it before, then you zoomed into it.
I just want to point out that if refraction is true, let's take them at their word, right? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So refraction is true, and the horizon moves all over the place because of refraction, and allows us to see past the curve, and sometimes we can't see as far as the curve. Well, that means every time they're measuring, hold on. That means that every time they're measuring the horizon, they're only measuring the refractive horizon. So that still falsifies their horizon. They have no geometric horizon anymore because every horizon is refractive.
Yeah,
and if it isn't,
you can't. But look, Hank, you can't trust your eyes now. So if I'm looking at binoculars and I see this oil rig out there, they're saying it's not really there. You're just seeing something that appears to be at that position, but it's not. It's behind the horizon. So if I wanted to shoot a bullet at it or run it, it's not there. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's an apparition. It's just a mirage. Is what they're saying. That's fucking crazy.
It's magic. Basically, you're telling, like, the education systems all over the world are telling kids to ignore reality and believe what they see on TV. I think it's child abuse.
Yeah, so the mirages are moving location without you knowing where the demarcation is. Where's the demarcation? Where this mirage starts and ends? Because it should be your geometric horizon. There should be an easy way to delineate where this change is occurring. It should be happening right at your geometric horizon. So at 1 foot above the horizon, 1.22 miles is where this should be occurring. Why aren't we seeing this phenomenon of this demarcation between reality and the mirage? Where is it? That's what they need to show.
So another thing that Brenda said that was absolutely incorrect is that Huey's argument is wrong. Instead of it being the horizon can be no further than, Brenda said that it can be no closer than. So what about fog, Brenda? Would fog make it closer than? Are you straw manning fog? You never heard of fog, Brenda? Because I've been in fog and so bad that I literally pulled over on the side of the road because I knew at any minute there was going to be a pile up. And once there's a pile up, it grows. They keep piling up.
Well, you must be wrong because the horizon can never appear closer than that.
Yeah, so in fog where I have only 1 mile visibility and I'm off the coast 5 miles, and I have a radio direction finder, maybe 5 miles isn't enough. It should be. Because a lot of jetties are only about 6 feet above sea level. You can triangulate yourself right back into port, right into the mouth of the jetty using triangulation, even when you can't see.
Welcome, Matthew No Arms back. Matthew Learns.
No Arms.
Matthew Weathers. Welcome back, Matthew.
Hey, happy long weekend to everybody.
Matthew, what do you think about the fact that all the these top level physicists and astrophysicists openly admit that the heliocentric model is no more accurate or viable than the geocentric model, and they choose it simply based on philosophical grounds?
Yeah, that sounds fine. It's the idea that the reference frame doesn't matter.
He asked you, what do you think about that? How do you feel?
He said, yeah, that's fine. I guess
it's fine, yeah.
Matthew, so I want to really get to this because I'm interested in the philosophical implications. So you know that their philosophical bias is summarized by the Copernican principle. You know what that is?
I don't know what the Copernican principle is, no.
Okay, so the Copernican principle simply is that the Earth does not occupy a special position in the quote-unquote universe. So meaning they perceive it as some type of humility, ironically, through their arrogance, but that the idea that the Earth would be the center would make it special or unique, requiring design. So they philosophically prefer the Copernican principle, which is that we're insignificant.
I doubt Copernicus himself would have said that. I wonder how it came up with that name, because he was a theist.
No, that is.
Well, with the Copernican principle, yeah, it's basically there are assumptions there that can't be validated, so you would have to go with a priori knowledge versus a posteriori. And in that case, well, who's the arbiter of that knowledge and what's the justification? So again, these people are talking about how they're not in a special location. Also, if you speak to people who have this worldview today, many of them are atheists for some reason. So, I mean, what do you think is going on here, Matthew?
Yeah, those sound like metaphysical questions, philosophical questions, and it makes sense that if you're an atheist, you're going to like prefer those kinds of things that might like reinforce your atheistic worldview. I have no commitment to those kinds of.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, because again, I'm pointing out that I can cite for you all day long infamous physicists and astrophysicists that tell you that you cannot prove that the Earth is in a heliocentric model, but that we choose this decision, we make this decision on philosophical grounds. And the philosophical grounds on which they choose that lean towards the nihilistic, atheistic materialism, which is that the Copernican principle is true, meaning that the Earth does not occupy any type of special location. It is insignificant. Isn't that intrinsically kind of contradictory with what you think?
It is, and I would disagree with them because we actually do occupy a very special place, even among the people who say that there is no God. They would say, "Oh, isn't it lucky, or isn't it fortunate that we're this distance from the sun and all that?"
I think that's a little bit different context, because we're talking about position being central to what we see as the perceivable universe versus no, it's actually arbitrary. There isn't a specific. That's what we mean.
Well, no, Matthew, you're also still just wrong. So, if you in this heliocentric model and this vastness of this universe, quote unquote, it is not that crazy that there's a sustainable planet. Actually, there's expected to be millions of them. So what you're saying is just wrong.
So the fine-tuning principle is this idea that every time we look and look at physical constants, it seems to be designed to support life, and that's true about almost everything we look at.
I'm glad you brought this topic up, because I think the flat earthers need to learn a lot about this as well. So you're right, fine-tuning, you're right, that is one of the big issues that they have. And they really had to face it with the CMB. Fine-tuning, like he said, being the idea that, well, that would require a fine-tuner, and all of this that we observe seems to insinuate that there's some type of significance, statistically speaking, to the Earth. So do you know, now the same people that brought you this heliocentric paradigm based on philosophy are the same ones that are opposed to the fine-tuning problem. So do you know what they're currently proposing to explain away the issue with fine-tuning?
Yeah, they say there must be trillions of other universes, the multiverse, which is nonsense because there's no proof for any of that.
Exactly, the multiverse. That is how devoted these people are to avoiding a designer. And these are the same people that brought you the heliocentric paradigm because of their philosophical preference. So wouldn't you find it pretty intriguing that they'll all tell you you cannot prove that the Earth is heliocentric, and in fact, it is no more viable or accurate than a geocentric model. And furthermore, it's actually less viable.
Yeah, so the reference frame doesn't matter as much as is kind of the new thinking, but I would dispute the idea that the heliocentric model was brought by atheists. It was Kepler and Newton and Copernicus, and they were all strong believers.
He didn't. He didn't say that.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, the first people who were heliocentrists were almost universally theists.
Or wolves in sheep's clothing.
Yeah,
but yeah, not the point.
Anyway, so the point is whether or not they were theists is irrelevant. That it was the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth is insignificant when it comes to space.
I see. Okay, I got it. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but I'm trying to point out to you that the astrophysicists that have given you this current paradigm openly admit that the geocentric model is actually more viable, meaning it has less unanswerable problems. Did you know that?
I did not know that, and I haven't heard that from anyone.
But when I show it to you in about 2 minutes, I mean, and say that is the case, don't you find that pretty interesting? If that were the case?
Sure. Yeah, that would be interesting. Again, I think it's just which reference frame you use.
No, it's not just which reference frame you use, because if the Earth is in a heliocentric paradigm, we have the problem of dark matter and dark energy. Because in 1933, they found out that the galaxy only had about 1% of the mass, galaxies have about 1% of the mass needed to actually move as fast as they do. And they actually move 10 times too fast. And that's where you get the fact that they're off by the universe accelerating. It needs to accelerate 10 to the 120th power faster. Now, in a geocentric paradigm, you do not have that problem. So the geocentric model is objectively significantly more viable. Isn't that interesting?
So I thought that geocentrism versus heliocentrism was just determining whether the Earth is at the center or the sun is at the center, and it didn't have anything at all to do with dark matter.
Well, you're not. Yeah, you don't get it then.
Right. I assume that geocentrism would have the same problem with dark matter.
Here's the thing. One thing makes less assumptions to. I don't even know what assumptions geocentrism would make, actually, because I'm sure that whoever mapped out the sky, all they're doing is going off of those angles, and they're like, okay, yeah, here's a system. Now there are other people that are saying, well, these are bodies, this is how far they are, this is where we are in reference to that, and all this and that and the third. And now there might be dark matter because there's something wrong with that particular model. Here's an anomaly. Then you do that, and then, oh my God, here's another anomaly over there. And it's mounting and mounting and mounting when it comes to the heliocentric model. It's just fine if you just keep it geocentric.
Yeah, so dark matter is about distant matter and distant galaxies and stars, and has little to do with the gravity and the position of the sun and the planets and Earth, I think.
And correct again. So the only reason you can say that is because the anomaly or the discrepancy happens on the galactic scale. In your paradigm, our solar system isn't excluded from the galactic scale. It's just a minor portion of. So the problem with dark matter and dark energy still exists where we are in your paradigm because it exists everywhere.
Okay, sure.
96% occupancy is unaccounted for. 96%. Now, this is where you have the cosmological scale and the quantum scale at such odds, because then you have a vacuum on the Earth and we have vacuum energy, right? And if we were to apply what we can prove by measuring the fluctuations in energy inside of a vacuum chamber to space, that's where we get the discrepancy, because we know it's there. So when we apply it to space, assuming the relativistic application of the heliocentric model and quote-unquote gravity, that is relativity, that's where they get the number 10 to the 120th power, because the universe would have to be packed full of something that isn't actually there. and it would have to be moving that much faster. It would have to be expanding that much faster. The amount that it's off is insane. It isn't just made up. It's based on what we can prove, which is vacuum energy, 0-point energy. So that's why the quantum and the cosmological scale cannot coexist. But only one's actually tangible, where we're in the real world. This is a philosophical devotion to a mind-numbing level. And dude, the devotion is based on ensuring that our paradigm is that the earth is insignificant. So ironically, religion was, cast as science, because that's what it is. It's a philosophical devotion. I can quote all kinds of people. I'm about to start dropping the quotes in the chat. And these are the heroes of your paradigm, Matthew.
Oh, I don't have heroes like that.
The heroes of the paradigm. The heroes of your paradigm, not your heroes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, that if there's problems way out there in the galaxies, then that model itself would have the same problems here within the solar system or even on the Earth. So yeah. It is a paradigm that's not working. But wouldn't you see that as sort of a separate question as to the shape and position of the planets and Earth and that kind of stuff? Or what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth, I guess?
No, because the 500 years ago was when this all started, which is kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. But I guess we'll get to that some point. But the surface level portion of it is, well, there were just good theists out there that were, for maybe a lack of knowledge on a language, had to get their information from whomever was ahead of the church at the time. And at some point, they decided Copernicus makes sense. So they started telling people, hey, we're moving around the sun and all of this. Copernicus, go ahead and whip up that model so we can whip up this calendar and do what we got to do. And the people opposed it. And that's what happened with the whole Protestant Reformation thing. And so the bottom line is, the problem has always been, are we moving or not? Because I thought that we weren't. And I thought that the Bible was true. Now you're telling me all this stuff that the Bible doesn't say when it comes to cosmology. So it definitely is the central point of the problem. Are we moving or not? Who's justified it ever? We know who claimed it. Where did they justify it?
Yeah, do you actually know the history?
Yeah, so 500 years ago, it was that's when people started bringing up the heliocentric model instead of the geocentric model. But even before 500 years ago, the geocentric model was a spherical model. So 1,000 years ago,
that's hearsay, because we see the coordinate system that we use for the sky for mapping and all of that. We see that as a plane with what appears to be a sphere on the outside, but that's open to anybody's interpretation. That's not anybody saying that's a sphere. I'm sure there are probably people who did, but those claims aren't really tied to much of anything.
Oh yeah, no,
they're just baseless assertions. What we're talking about is the difference between movement or not. At this point, doesn't even have anything to do with the sphere, because no one's validated that either. No point in even talking about it.
Yeah, we're not talking about the sphere. We're talking about motion.
Right.
We're talking about motion.
Okay, so motion. You're right. Motion is sort of about 500 years old. 1,000 years ago, there were people who believed that the Earth was a sphere. 1,000 years ago.
No one cares. Okay.
Matthew, you weren't alive 1,000 years ago. Shut up.
But if we're not moving, and I love where you're going with it. I'll be quiet after this. And if it can't be lost on anyone who cares about this conversation and has a faith in the Creator and values all things that are true, it's very clear right now that we're talking about movement versus non-movement. because if it's non-movement, then nothing that was derived from that the what do they call that age of information, all of this is built off the premise that we live on a sphere that's moving around the sun. At least for the last 500 years, I don't know what anybody else said before that. So if that's the case, then if we're not moving, if that claim, that initial claim was never substantiated, then the whole thing is wrong. The building upon the origin that you don't believe in, the Big Bang, and what space is, all of that is included. So you can't hold bits and pieces of this belief if we're not moving. Not logically and justifiably, you have to take that up with your authority, whoever that is, whatever God that is.
I would like to just jump in here. Like, Matthew's going to be one of the few Glovers that we can maybe have a decently constructive, honest conversation with that can be informative for the audience. And he is a creationist, right? So I don't want it to get too like hostile or anything. I actually think that this may change your life, Matthew.
Thank you.
I'm not being hyperbolic. So do you see, of course, you've seen this quote. I'm going to be dropping a bunch of quotes. I'm sorry, but when I was in here earlier, it was dead silent for hours, so. Okay, this is the quote I'm sure you've heard.
I see the Einstein one.
Right, so I've come to believe that the motion of the earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, Albert Einstein. And I'm not saying just everyone that wants to jump in and talk about it, that's cool. It's just kind of try to keep it concise and productive. Like, you understand that this quote, okay, what's to say to this? What's your take on this quote?
It sounds like he's saying that there isn't a optical experiment that can show motion, and which kind of fits with his idea that you can use any relative frame of reference. So I think it sort of has to do with the frame of reference idea that he's famous for.
So then, do you agree that Einstein's saying that you can't prove the motion of the Earth?
You can't prove the motion of the Earth using any optical experiment. Yeah.
What exactly do you think that means? Optical experiment. What does that mean?
I think they're trying to use something like the speed of light, or the Sagnac effect and those kinds of things is my impression.
Okay, for the audience, Sagnac effect was, of course, discovered by Sagnac, who said that it was a product of the vortex of the ether, right? And this is what ring laser gyros utilize.
Yeah.
Sagnac effect. Okay. So your understanding is that he's specifically talking about experiments that you utilize light.
Right.
So then Einstein right here is saying that you can't use a ring laser gyro to prove that the Earth is moving.
I think he was saying that you can't prove that the Earth is in motion, like instantaneously. Like if you're moving at some speed, you would experience the same thing as if you were not moving at all as far as the speed of light. So the speed of light isn't going to help you because of time dilation.
So you agree then that Einstein's saying you can't use a ring laser gyro to detect motion of the Earth?
No, I don't think he would have said that.
But that's what that is, an optical experiment?
He's talking about motion, like something, whether something is moving or not. A ring laser gyro is talking about rotation.
Okay, rotation is a type of motion. So in the heliocentric model, you can't pick and choose rotation or revolution. They're intrinsically tied together. They are not mutually exclusive. If the Earth is rotating, it has to be revolving and vice versa.
So I'm not an expert, but I guess I would have assumed that Einstein was talking about whether you can tell if something is in motion, whereas the ring laser is determining whether there's acceleration, whether something is changing motion. And I think that those would be two separate things, but I get your point.
Acceleration is the type of motion, man.
No, acceleration causes motion. F equals ma. M is different than that.
Hey, if something's accelerating, is it moving?
There might be a point where it's accelerating without moving.
What?
Okay, so
And this is where
the top of a parabola. Take physics.
This one single sentence in the wizard speaking
You're so lost,
this is where I get indignant mildly, where we start using these tactics where we unjustifiably split hairs, making distinctions without differences. Acceleration, rotation, revolution, this is all motion.
Yeah, it's just objective. So, Matthew, would you say that he said this quote 70 years, actually almost 80 years after Foucault's pendulum? So would you agree that Einstein's saying that you can't use Foucault's pendulum to detect motion?
No, Foucault's pendulum is a physical thing happening, not a light experiment.
Okay, so you think that when he says optical experiment, he only means light?
I don't know exactly which experiment he was talking about, but I think he was talking about experiments that are like speed of light and those kinds of, yeah. So he wasn't talking about a swinging pendulum, which is a mass.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm doing this for all the flat earthers so they can learn, okay, how to defeat this argument. So that's right. He gave this speech in context of why he came up with relativity. And he was explaining that what started his journey was Michelson-Morley. And then he explains that he ultimately came to the conclusion that no optical experiment could ever detect the motion of the Earth. Now, here is another quote from Einstein. To the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. Now, here he does not say optical experiment. He says terrestrial experiment, meaning any experiment carried out on the Earth.
So you think he was talking about every possible experiment, or what is the context? Was he talking about the Michelson-Morley experiment again?
Now, this is actually from his writings on special and general theory of relativity. Couldn't get a much better source than that. And in the context, he's not talking exclusively about Michelson-Morley. He says Michelson-Morley and all the other experiments that attempted. He specifically says all the experiments. He specifically doesn't just say Michelson-Morley in context of special and general theory of relativity, which you couldn't get a better source from Einstein than what he's famous for, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so he's saying that whether or not you can't detect the actual motion versus being stopped. And that fits with what he was saying, like you were saying, the relativity, that being stopped is functionally the same as moving. And it's hard to tell the difference.
So,
are you fucking kidding me, dude?
No, it's a relativity. That's just the basic idea of relativity.
No, my laugh was rhetorical. Go ahead, Wiz.
That's Mach's principle. Okay, so anyway, you act like Einstein came up with the idea. No. It's called Mach's principle, long before Einstein. Einstein didn't actually come up with anything. But anyway, we'll cover that.
He didn't come up with, he was not a genius that came up with new equations?
I doubt he was a genius, but
he was a paid shill by NASA, even though they didn't exist.
See, don't spiral on me, Matthew.
I was straw manning for humoristic effect.
Okay. He actually was a figurehead put up because they had to respond to Michelson-Morley, which debunked the claim that the Earth was in motion. So they had to come up with a theory that says, well, it had to make it unfalsifiable and say you could never tell. And Einstein was the guy pushed forward. He was a Zionist. And of course, he provably patched together tons of other people's work. That's just a fact. Henry Poincaré did most of what is in relativity. He took the Lorentz transformation from Lorentz. Most of his work was not his own. Okay, so that's the point. Anyway, so I don't want to make this really take too long. So very simply, the Globers have always said, "Oh, it's just optical, you stupid flat earthers, just talking about light," which means they don't understand. They're debunking their claim of ring laser gyros. But in addition, now what flat earthers normally say back is, no, optical means you can see it. So I actually have to correct the flat earthers here. He is talking in context of experiments with light, optical deduction via light, because he's specifically talking about Michelson-Morley. Now, it doesn't mean that he's not just saying just Michelson-Morley, he's saying any optical experiment. So anything with light cannot prove the motion of the Earth. The flat earthers should critique their approach. Now, I've found another quote from Einstein that goes in further detail and says terrestrial experiment. This is the main one that flat earthers should actually use, because it says anything on the Earth. Okay, so whenever you invoke the ring laser gyro invented in 1976, you say, oh, well, that happened long after Einstein. He didn't know about it, so he wouldn't have said this quote then. That's one of the best that the Glovers come up with. We'll address that in a second. We'll put that on the back burner. So you bring up Foucault's pendulum, 1851. This is 80 years after that. That means you think Einstein was wrong if you think Foucault's pendulum proves that the Earth is moving. Okay, and the mechanical gyro was invented in 1909. So that was, again, 20 years before this quote. So he did not think either the mechanical gyro or the Foucault's pendulum would prove that the Earth is moving. And he understood this because of Mach's principle, and it could very easily be movement around the Earth. And if you're inside of a system that has motion on the outside, you would actually have motion trickle down to the interior aspect of, let's say, a hollow celestial sphere for intents and purposes, and you can replicate it. He wrote about all this, which is why it's so funny. It's just that the globe earth proponents do not know any of the history, but to be fair, a lot of the flat earthers don't as well. And that's why I'm going to stake my flag on this. It ruins the whole paradigm. Okay, so now that we've got that covered, that's just all objective. Okay, so do you have any rebuttal that you would like to say, or you want to move on?
No, I see what you're saying. That yeah, it's hard to prove any type of motion using any optical experiment, using any optical devices, or even using swinging pendulums. I think none of those prove that there's motion happening.
Electric, you are hot miking. Electric is hot miking.
The Earth is. 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 The Earth is the flat. And space is fake. The Earth is. 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 The Earth is the flat. And space is fake. The Earth is. 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 The Earth is the flat. Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. And she couldn't do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther.
us up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Yo, if my mom was a dog, I'd be a son of a bitch. David Hogg is a gog, he's a son of a dick. He's a son of perdition. Yo. Hi, my name is Vladidisainsis. I came here to shatter the vacuum of SpaceX. Don't wanna chat about Roe versus Wade. Let's talk about latex. It's not about safe sex. They don't care about babies, they keep making playtex. Fascinating about getting jabbed in the matrix. Grab the handle and stab them straight in the chest. Eat the banana and I'll handle the rest. Getting high, flying in my room, land on the bed. Then I nailed this chick while she hammered my head. In my red pajamas, looking like an animal bled all over my pajamas. That's what my grandma said. They say hoaxes are red and psyops are blue. Two arms of the same body higher than you. On the wings of eagles that are flying askew. You've been compliant to them, they've been relying on you to build underground tunnels and supply you the tools. Then burn down the factory, supplying the food. I hit my notes with a quota in rhymes I spit. Sipping on Corona Light with 19 chicks. You know Hobie looks like? I can't find the shit. The more you open your eyes, the more they blind you with weaponized technology and wireless. MTV's got the all-seeing eye in it. Outside the studio and inside of it. Thinking outside the box, you ought to try that shit. Riddle me this, yo, and riddle me that. I took a piss and a crap and I wiggle my ass. You giggle and laugh over my mental collapse. I'm disingenuous over this digital gap. You're so insensitive, bitch. You need to freaking relax. Sometimes it makes no sense what I spit in my raps. If I went back to flipping bricks, then I'd get me some cash. Feeling broken so bad, I'm smoking my last cigarette. Now a new pack, I'm hoping for that. You can't die from smoking weed, overdosing on grass. To understand the future, I'm exposing the past. The last shall be first and the first will go last. Got so much intel, my brain's bursting with facts. Feeling worthless, in fact, I'm hurting so bad. I pulled back the curtain to find a circus of acts. Crisis actors fighting back their intuition to last. Sons of perdition, a bunch of subliminal rats. Agendas getting laws against criminals passed. You wanna hold me, but only when I'm lonely. In fact, I'm comatose. How long you suppose a coma will last? I'm overdosing on somas from a felonious past. When I awoke, I was told the earth could only be flat. I'm exposing SpaceX and phony spaceships, going on a blind date with the gay chick. Once I set her straight, she never complained, screaming my name as she came to her apex. Or would it be climax? I'm so good at these rhymes that I stopped the hands of time as we stood in a time lapse. My rhymes became divine if you're drinking the wine fast. The half-baked rhymes I happen to make. Who's the boss of Charles in charge? Give me a break. Full house of silver spoons. Yo, Ricky was great. No small wonder I could never take Vicky on date. Jiminy Snickets, Lemony Crickets, and Winnie the Snake. It's a miracle how I make lyrics pop off the page with rage. Make these lyrics talk. It's serious art form. You got it or not. You ain't a hot tamale. Your tostada gets dropped in Ensenada. That's where tamales get chopped. Rigor mortis sets in, and you hard as a rock. Where in the world did the globe come from? Maybe China. My girl's got a globe for a lazy eyebrow. It's crazy, baby. Maybe shave your vagina. Maybe you're right. I'm always late, cause I'm a... Wait, I forgot what I was saying. I'm higher than a firefly flying by in the night sky. Y'all can't catch me. I'm just a picture in the ride. They call me Jack Flat, Nasty Kerouac, Latrino. Eating flapjacks back of a shack in Reno. David Hogg made the blog go down in Chino. I just had a heart attack, man. Say, I don't even understand. Dude. Oh my god. Oh. I don't even know what I'm saying sometimes. That's crazy. Like, I don't even think of these things, dude. These don't make sense. Got to love it. Make sense. Just weird. Alright. Space is
maybe I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to play this this Jim Brewer newest stand-up that he did. He released it on YouTube. Hopefully we won't have any issues, but it's a must listen. Play it here since nobody's talking. Hopefully we won't have any issues with stuff. We'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Jim Brewer! All right. Wow. Well, thank you all for coming out and risking your lives. Because there's still people going, you're not really going out in public indoors, are you? The Delta, the Omega, the Charlie Brown. Stay inside, this is never ending. Holy crow. Poor old people would just stay in the basement. How long am I supposed to stay there? We'll come get you in a safe. Yeah. Well, the vaccinators, you were real cocky a couple months ago. We got vaccinated. Got my second shot April 19th. I can't get sick from the corona. I'm vaccinated. See this bucket of virus? I'm vaccinated. I'll even lick metal. I'm not afraid of anything. I don't have to wear a mask. People vaccinated are getting sick. What? You need a new booster. What? Who wants a shot? Who wants to see a ball game? Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Wave your flipper. That's for you. Go see the ball game. Who wants to work again? That's for you. Who wants their kids educated? What's in the shot? It's safe. Don't worry. Don't worry. Go ahead, get it. I feel like, I mean, when I take those steps back, I feel like this is gonna be a Broadway play in 3 years. You know what I mean? Like, like 6 foot safe. Social distance, 6 foot safe.
Five-foot danger.
6 foot safe.
5-foot danger.
If you're 6 foot safe,
I'm 5-foot danger. I'm coming to breathe on you. I'm the grandma killer.
listen to the rules.
Here come the governors. Bump, 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 bump.
We have no rules and regulations.
We shall determine who is essential. We shall determine who may go at your house and who shall have a muffin.
And remember, if you see any children playing uns outside together,
report them and their parents. This is for your safety.
Six foot safe.
And then the news cockatoos come out.
Watch the news, watch the news. Trust the experts, trust the experts. Trust the science, trust the science. CDC, CDC, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci. Mask on, mask off, 2 shots, 1 shot, mask on, 2 masks. Comply, comply. 6 foot safe.
Do what you are told. It is for your safety.
I've never seen anything like this in my life. People want to fight and argue. You don't understand what's going on.
Everyone knows a doctor. I know doctor. And they told me like there's a stockpile.
Facts and figures, facts and... Don't ask questions. I've been flying on planes for months. Flying on a plane. This is when I knew, like, all right, this is so dangerous. Keep grandma in the basement. Wait. But you can go fly wherever you like. Now here's the best part. I don't know if you've been flying. They get you soon as you walk in the terminal.
Make sure you wear your mask at all times. Do your part.
Stay 6 foot safe. Yeah, that, you know when that doesn't work? And it go right the minute you board that plane, everyone's like, oh. Come on, I want to get overhead space. Excuse me. We gotta get on the plane. There's not enough overhead space. And then here's the best part. Now you're on a plane. I'm on a tube. I'm in a tube.
an enclosed tube. Okay? And then I'm sitting next to someone right here. And right here. And this person here, I know that he's about 3 bills. He's got high cholesterol. He's already huffing and puffing. I'm not used to walking from one terminal to the other. I've had the gout 3 times in the last year, but they wouldn't take me because of COVID. Doctors don't take anyone nowadays unless you're almost dead and they put you on the respirator. You know. So I said I'm not dying, but I got the gout. And the mess is keeping him clean. His cheeks are out to here. Oh, let's not forget the air vent above that he's too high to...
Trust the science. Ah! I know a doctor. I know a doctor. Facts and figures. Ah, ah, ah.
And then they walk up and down the aisles. It is a federal crime if we catch you with that mask below your nose, even though we're in a tube. With the air vents and the guy with high cholesterol. You keep it on all times or you may never fly again and you may deal with federal punishment. But it's snack time, you can take them off. Oh, thank you! Thank you, science! Thank you, experts!
I get to eat with no mask on.
We're so safe when we eat peanuts. Isn't this fun? Thank God I'm safe. If anything, life taught me the last 2 years is we don't know anything what's around the corner. You make all the plans you want, you get a bit of CEO, your jobs are shut down. We have no clue how quick life just goes bloop, which made me crazy how many people they would put on the screen immediately are getting offended. Everyone was offended. I'm offended by this, and I'm offended by that, and I want to talk about this, and I want to talk about that. And if you're that person, listen, man, life is offensive, okay? My wife's been battling cancer for 12 years from food that she gets poisoned with that they feed us. That's offensive. We can't see the elderly because we may kill them, even though they got 6 days to live. We'll see you one day, Grandma. Stay behind the glass.
I feel much better with no human contact. Thank you, Dr. Fauci and CDC.
And fear. Thank you. I bet you she'd rather have that touch and hug and be dead tomorrow than do this the rest of her life.
Ben, what's up, buddy?
What's good?
Finally joined. Wow.
I don't get why you didn't join the other one.
Well, you know, there's no need to hide in somebody's private server.
It's not private. You can create a link for anyone you want.
Okay, well, a whole whopping 3 members with you and your 2 stooge friends, so...
There's actually 4 in there.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I know, including
I
me.
think we can stay here, because, you know, people can monitor this and go back and check out clips if they want to, so... Well, glad you joined, buddy, glad you joined. So, do you want to get your friends in here? Do you need their help?
I'd like them to be in here, but...
Alright. Do you think that Kip can be, you know, sincere for maybe longer than 5 minutes?
I'd like to say so.
Well, I would like to say that as well, but do you genuinely think that he'll be behaved?
He's been server muted.
Well, we know, my friend, because he hasn't been very well behaved, has he?
It wasn't that he was poorly behaved, it's that he didn't answer a question immediately with a...
No, he was here yesterday, and there's chat history as well. So, I mean, you can white knight for him, but I'm just asking. He's more than welcome to be here, but we're not going to have him around if he's like going to just goof off the entire time. So,
I'm guessing the same goes for Lucas.
Well, Lucas, he was here a while ago. I know he's been in the Cog Dis room. So, I mean, look, Kip's first message in the server: Earth is flatter than my balls. So, why do you feel like he'll be? Why do you feel like he'll be helping this conversation? Like, what is he going to add to the conversation?
I don't know. Shall I go ask him?
No, but you said. So, why do you want him here, though?
So he's my friend.
Okay, so you need his help.
Sure.
But he's going to talk about
I
Earth
thought this
being...
was a conversation, not a debate. Don't know why I need help.
Well, good. I mean, you wanted them here, so I'm just making sure. Like, if you need their help, we'll get them in. But I'm just saying, like, why do they need to be here? If they're going to talk about their genitals and stuff. Like, what are they going to add to the conversation?
Yeah, your friend can come and hold your hand and whatever else. Just give him fair warning. The first sign of bullshit, he's going to be muted and or whatever, thrown into cogdis, etc.
Okay.
All right. We'll give him a chance. He was in the VC with me the other day, but I don't think he ever spoke up. Or maybe when he did speak up, he just started verbal diarrheaing on the mic. So we'll give him one more chance. Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right. And you understand, like, if he clowns off, he's gone?
Yeah.
All right. Are you going to leave with him?
Possibly.
Okay. So why do you need him here?
Well, playing a game. But
what's the game?
It is Terraria, if you must know.
So you need him here to play the game?
Potentially.
Okay.
I don't need him here. I'd like him here.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, Ben, how sincere are you then?
Am I?
Yes,
Depends
you.
on how the conversation goes.
Oh, so you tend to lie?
No, I don't tend to lie. But
right. Well, do you think you can be sincere for longer than 5 minutes?
I reckon so.
All right, well, that's good.
Do you understand the mind's like a parachute? If it's closed, it doesn't work. You need an open mind.
Yeah.
All right.
Continue.
Okay. All right. Well, Ben, we appreciate you joining. Took a lot of coaxing, so glad you're here. Now, you saw we were talking about hills of water earlier. Do you remember this conversation?
Are you the same fella?
Yeah, I'm that guy.
I remember.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
What, the hills of water?
Yeah. Have you ever seen one?
I've seen a waterfall. Once that's a hill.
Yeah,
that's
not really what we're talking about.
That's actually water falling.
Well done. That's why it's named a waterfall.
Yeah, so not really what we're talking about then.
I don't understand what you mean by a hill of water other than a wave.
All right, so let's go back to 2015. I first heard the words flat Earth. I'm like, what the hell is that? And I look into the debate a little bit, and what I'm hearing from the side that I came from, I'm previous former globe earther. I'm pretty sure everyone is. They were saying that boats at sea were being blocked by something. You've heard this before?
I have not, but didn't.
Okay, so you never heard
otherwise by going around the world.
Sorry, boats sailing away at sea is going over a curvature, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are they going over again?
A curve.
Okay, and that's at sea, right? So that's water?
Yeah, because it surrounds the Earth.
Right. So is that... that's a hill of water, right?
I mean, not really.
Oh, so wait, what did the boat go over?
Well, it goes over water, but it's relative to you, isn't it? It depends how big the area is that you sample.
No, you can be as big or little as you want. I'm just asking you, like, just so we can get you to take a stance, right? Is the boat going over?
I understand that, but if you listen to me real quick, if you take like a sample of, let's say, 10 meters by 10 meters in the middle of the ocean, it's going to look really, really flat.
Ben, I know. We don't need to. You don't have to cast a magic spell on the chat here. We're just trying to get you to take a stance.
Okay.
Is the boat going over something?
Yeah, water, waves.
So Is waves Earth curvature?
Waves are not Earth curvature.
Okay, great. So the boat is going over, it's claimed to be going over a hump, a hill, a mound, a sagitta, a physical sphere edge Earth curve hump. I mean, I can say it in 15 different ways. We're talking about the same thing here. If you don't like the word hill, I can change it to its more scientific term, if you'd like, sagitta, or however you prefer. So can we just agree that that's what the claim is?
I kind of get where you're coming from, except
where's the confusion here?
The confusion comes from if you imagine it as a globe, as you say, it's never been proven.
Well, we haven't really got there yet in this conversation.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Well, you don't have to put words in my mouth. We can get to that point, but I'm just trying to get you to establish because look, man, I used to be where you're at, so we just gotta be on the same page here. So I was told that boats are being they were saying that the prove you can prove the Earth is a globe by just going to watch a boat sail away at sea. They're saying, see, you can't see the boat anymore because it went over Earth curvature. Correct?
Yeah.
So when I call it a sagitta or a mound or a hill or a hump or a curve, you seem to take an issue with that.
Yeah, because...
Well, what's the issue? Because that's what's happening, right? You're willing to say, yeah, of course it went over something, but when we talk about it being a physical hump curvature, what they're claiming...
assuming it's always one way up. You could be on that boat and you'd see land go over.
Ben, just focus for 5 minutes. We're talking about standing at the beach, looking at a boat sailing away at sea. Okay? It's really simple. You don't have to change my example. Well, if you're standing on the boat, like, dude, come on, relax. It's very simple. They're telling us away at sea over Earth curve. Can't see the boat anymore. Why? Because it's being blocked by a hump, sagitta, a sphere edge, Earth curvature, however you want to call it. What do you want to call it, Ben?
I'd call that the horizon.
Horizon. All right, let's call it horizon. Okay. Now let's get a definition from you. Is the horizon not a definition. Let's get another stance. Is the horizon physical or optical?
I'd say it's optical.
Optical. Well, that's what we would say.
It moves.
That's what we would say. Yeah, correct, Ben. That's what we would say. So that's sort of our argument. And if we go back to 2015, the globe earthers were saying that the horizon was a physical sphere edge Earth curve location. So
it can't be physical because it moves with you.
Well, that's kind of our point, Ben. So thank you. I appreciate that. That's definitely our point and our argument, and that's been our argument from day one. So thank you. We appreciate that. So if it's not physical, then it's not a globe.
That's not exactly how that works, though, because the horizon is described as the point where you can't see.
Okay, real quick. Let's take. Well, hold on. We haven't established that anything is quote unquote round yet. So, let's take a basketball for example. Okay.
Yeah.
The horizon. Let's say you're ant on a basketball, right? Mm-hmm. We're looking over the quote unquote horizon. Would that be a physical location on a basketball?
It could be both, because you could then turn the basketball and it's moved.
Ben, we're talking about...
Actually, no, I guess it's always in the same place.
Yeah, correct. Because why? Because the ball isn't inflating or changing or moving, is it?
Well, you can move
deflating.
The ball, it still stays in the same spot.
Well, Ben, listen, man. We're talking about the basketball isn't inflating or deflating, so the horizon isn't going to be changing. It's a physical location.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the required geometry of a sphere. It would have a physical horizon. So that's what they were arguing for back in 2015. Hey, the horizon's physical. The boat is being blocked by this physical Earth curve hump. Okay. And we were saying, well, no, there's factors like refraction, observer height, and like different things that isn't a physical Earth curve hump. So the reason why I bring up these water hills is because that's what they're saying. They're saying the boat's going over something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when have you ever seen a hill of water?
whenever I look out my window.
Okay, what's outside your window?
Well, the ocean.
Okay. All right. So, if it happens at the ocean, does this happen in lakes?
Depends how big the lake is.
Okay. You can tell us if this happens in any sized lake.
Again, it depends how big the lake is.
All right,
So lakes are flat then, unless it's a big lake. So I can find a lake for you.
Well, then again, it's observable, isn't it?
Wait, Ben, we haven't established that yet. So we're just trying to get you to take a stance here, so then we can actually maybe have a dialogue. All right. So we're saying it's happening at the ocean.
Yeah.
So maybe let's scale it down a little bit. How about a lake?
Well, that just comes back to what I said about sample size.
Well, we can't even talk about scale because it's not like anyone's presented any measurements for any Earth yet. So you can't really reference a scale or a size just yet, my friend. But you're saying it's happening at the ocean. We're just going to establish, is this happening in all bodies of water, or does this only happen at the ocean?
Well, depends. It comes back to sample size.
Well,
if I
again,
take a puddle on the beach, you could say it's flat.
Okay. Okay. So the puddle is flat. So how about we work up a little bit bigger? How about a pond?
Pond. Well, it depends how big the pond is.
All right. Well, let's just.
If it's your average size,
Ben, listen. If every answer is going to be it depends, you can choose what size. When I say pond, you can choose in your mind. At this size, it's going to be this. At this size, it's going to be that. Okay. So you can decide. But if every answer is going to be, well, it depends. Like, we can't really go anywhere. We're trying to get you to take a stance. Take a stance. So if it's not happening in a pond, we go bigger, a little bit bigger. Sorry, you said in a puddle. My bad. So now we've gone a little bit bigger to a pond. You can choose the size. But is it happening in a pond? I mean, ponds are generally pretty small, right?
Yeah, well, you could come to a conclusion of like yes, but actually no. It'd be so
wow,
you wouldn't notice.
Wow. So both answers.
Well, let's drill into that then. So, what do you mean yes and no?
Yes and no because it wouldn't be observable. Yes, because it would be on such a minute scale.
Okay, great. So you feel confident enough to say that it is detectable, yeah?
It depends how not finite, that's the wrong word. How small the measurement is.
Okay. Well, you're saying this pretty quickly, like you know it to be true. So, is there a way we can measure this?
Not off the top of my head.
Wait, why are you saying so quickly that it can be measured then?
Because you can measure basically everything.
Okay, so
doesn't mean I necessarily know how.
But you were very quick to say that it's definitely detectable and measurable in these bodies of water. So
I didn't say I was definite. I said more than likely. And if I didn't say that, that's what I meant.
Well, you were awfully. Well, I'm saying you're quick to say it. But now that when we ask you, like, okay, so who did that or how do we do that? You're like, well, I don't know.
Okay.
All right. So you're willing to say it looks a certain way, but it's not that way in reality.
You can't base that on like random objects, though, because
we're not talking about random objects here. We're just trying to get you to take a stance here, is all. So we haven't really, So we haven't really made it. We haven't really made any big yet. Because listen to this, Ben. Here's the thing. The reason why I'm asking you these questions is because if you bring in about 3 or 4 different globe earthers and ask them these same questions, you'll get some different answers. We were talking to someone yesterday, and they said, actually, the curve is in every single body of water, even down to a cup. Would you agree with that?
Yes and no.
Wow.
All right, well, break that down for us then. Break it down for us.
Well, yeah, again, it comes down to how small your measurement is. If you do it atom by atom, then maybe.
Oh, so maybe. Okay, maybe.
Wait. Listen.
Definite.
Ben,
well, yeah, because
did your sincere timer run up? Are we going back into the not being sincere anymore, or what?
No, that is a sincere answer.
So when have you ever measured something at an atom level?
I'm not saying I have. I'm saying you probably could.
Okay.
You're able
to
split them,
say things that you can't. So I want you to be able to say things that you can then support. I don't want you to say things and then we go, because what we're going to do is we want you to take a stance. Then maybe we'll test that stance to see if it's strong. Well, what we're doing is we're testing your stance and it's not holding up. So we ask you, like, okay, well, you're saying it's detectable, measurable. How or where? Is there some way we can do this? Well, I can't do it, and you don't have the tools, but someone does. So this isn't a very strong case.
Surely you could do the exact same thing for a presumed flat Earth then.
Well, we haven't got there yet, Ben. We haven't got there yet. We're still trying to establish what the water's doing, and we're still have like a hard time trying to figure out what the water's doing here with you, Ben. So, you're saying yes and no. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when I'm trying to get you to take a stance, and you're like hovering the fence. You like shoved your crotch on the fence. So
yeah, just say yes or no. Don't say yes and no, because that means you didn't answer the question.
I mean, it is
it
an
can't
answer,
be yes.
isn't it?
It can't be yes and no, my friend. Either something is curved or it's not. It can't be both.
Well, it all depends on how big you measure.
It
If
doesn't.
you go
Ben,
the whole thing, measuring the whole thing.
I've already given you
the
specific.
entire half the Earth.
Ben, we've already talked about specific. Ben, we've already gotten down into very specific examples now, and I've given you the choice to decide how big is this cup of water, how big is this pond, this lake. You don't have to say depends anymore. So when I asked you, this other person said it's happening in every single body of water, even a cup of water. Gravity, he says, makes the water curve into Earth curvature. So would you agree with this? Yes or no?
Yeah, it'd be so incredibly small you wouldn't notice it, but yeah.
So you haven't noticed it, but you're saying yes? Is this something you believe or something you know?
I'd say it's
because he said he believed it. Because when we asked him that, how did he know that? He said it was just something he believed.
It's a bit of both. Because you can't. I don't know how to word it.
No, it's not both. It's not both, Ben. You only know something if you can.
It is both.
It's not both because
it can't be both.
Ben,
no, because if you take a cup compared to the size of the Earth,
but we can't. Ben,
so you can't.
There's no comparing to the size of the Earth yet because no one presented any measurements of any Earth yet. So we can't even reference scale. It's not like you have any measurements.
To detect the curvature, you'd need the
curvature? What curvature?
Well, if you're saying
we haven't established it yet. So you understand, like when you build a house, you have to start with a foundation, and then you build on top of that. You don't just like put a window up and then hold it, and then build around the window, or start with the shingles and hope they stay.
I've done that before.
You have to build from the floor up, okay, Ben? So we're trying to we'll start with the water. So we're trying to determine, okay, is the water doing this or this? And you're like, well, it's doing both. So that we're not really getting anywhere. The foundation is sloppy.
No, I'm saying it's doing.
Either the water's doing one or the other. Which is it?
Oh, I'd say it's curving then. You just won't notice it with the naked eye.
Okay, so you haven't noticed this.
No.
So why are you so quick to say things that you're not very aware of? Is this something you believe, or are you defending something, or do you actually know something that I can go and teach to other people?
Well, I'm going off of what many professionals have proved before.
Well, we could do that too. I mean, Ben, remember, we came from being globe earthers. Like, you're just restating what the claims are. We already know those. We already know the story. You don't have to retell the story.
What's a professional?
We already know. So,
is that a genuine question, or
what is a professional?
What's a professional, or
don't distract him. Don't distract him. He's already low attention. But like you're saying, professionals have proved this. How?
In various scientific methods.
So just a completely vague statement. Ben, this is an extremely vague statement. I can't take that vague statement and go teach other people that the water is curved. So is there something specific that you can lean on? Hey, this is what I've seen. Or you could just be honest and say, hey, look, I just believe the water is doing this.
I've said I believe it.
Okay.
I've already said that.
Well, when I asked you if it was a belief or if you know, you said both.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because like, for example,
if I believe it enough,
I don't believe my height. Ben, I don't believe my height. That's something I know. Why? Because I have measurements. So if someone challenged me, hey, are you really that tall? Well, if you want to know, I could present measurements, and then you can't debunk that. You can't call me a conspiracy theorist. There's no,
You'd
that's
have to measure it then. 'Cause you can only change
exactly,
your height.
exactly, Ben. You have to measure it. And once it's been measured, that's it. There's no debunking that or calling that a conspiracy. So if someone could present measurements for this curved water, hey, there's no debunking that. We'll accept it for what it is. So if you can go get that, or if you know what those various vague scientific experiments that measure things that's not science, feel free to bring that here. But until then, I think we all can just safely say the water doesn't do that.
Okay.
All right. And also, just so you know, I don't want you to like embarrass yourself or anything, but that's not science. It's like when you go to Foot Locker, you need some fresh J's, some shoes. Do they conduct an experiment on your foot, or do they just measure that? That's not science. That's not science. Yeah, that's not science. So it's just measuring something. So measuring the surface of water is not science, dude. So don't say, I don't want you to embarrass yourself by being like, well, the scientist did an experiment, and then that's not science. Science is about determining cause and effect through experimentation.
He did mention a scientific method.
Yeah. So I just want to save you from, just any further embarrassment. So anyway, I think that's the first point, the water. We all observe the same thing, so Ben. So it's not like you're observing curved water. So I think it's safe to say we all observe the same thing. You believe something to be happening. Can't accept your beliefs just because you believe it, and I can't go teach other people just because you believe something. But if you had measurements or your quote unquote science
Isn't
for
that how
it,
religion works?
please
Some believe something, so they teach it to others.
Yeah,
we don't deal with religion here, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's why the
got religion channels.
Wait, Ben.
That's for the religious people that want to use those channels or learn about religious stuff, I guess. I don't use them.
Yeah. Yeah. The globe is fairly religious because when it does come down to like, well, is this true? And then the response is, well, I just believe it. Well, it wouldn't be very religious if there was evidence for these things, like the curved water. So, yeah, we have different rooms for people who are involved in religion, but flat Earth isn't based in religion or a religious belief. It's like your height. You can just go measure it, and then boom, no one's gonna debunk you. You can't debunk how tall I am. Really? You're gonna call me a conspiracy theorist? That's it, dude. So same thing applies to the globe. If there's someone could present measurements for the curved water or the circumference or whatever, then there's no debunking that. So
yeah,
basically, we can either rip the Band-Aid off and tell you that there is no measurements, or we can send you on a wild goose chase looking for them.
I'm not gonna dedicate my time to proving it. I'm way too lazy for that.
Ben, you don't have to prove it to us. This is for you. Because what's going to happen is you'll go out and look for the measurements. Because right now, I'm sure you felt pretty confident when you joined the server. Like, that's definitely a globe. If I go to Google, it says it's a globe, all this stuff. But if you start really drilling into, like, man, maybe let me dedicate a day to try to verify this globe is really true. Who measured this? How? Where? When? If you start actually take the time, you'll probably run into the same problems that we did. Because we went to try and prove it too. We believed it. Well, I did.
I just really struggle to see how you can go from globe to flat.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Ben. Ben.
It's always been flat, Ben.
We strongly believed in the globe. At least, let me just not speak for everyone. For me, I watched all the documentaries. I couldn't draw. I can't draw for anything. But the only thing I was drawing back in the day was globes and stuff like so. Like, dude, I definitely believed it hardcore. But the thing is, when you go and try to prove it, okay, so they're saying that the Earth is curving at 1.22 miles away at a 1 foot observer height. You probably didn't know that. You probably don't know the radius. You probably don't know the distance of the sun. You probably don't know what gravity means. Why is it that all the flat earthers know all these things? Because we actually wanted to go and try and prove the globe. Nobody just woke up, heard the words flat earth, and was like, oh, well, I'm a flat earther then. It doesn't work like that. Flat earth sounds ridiculous to people who are curious. But then you have to go and look into it. What are they saying? Wait, what is the globe saying? Wait, how do I prove that to be true? So, Ben, I'm sure you find it very confusing, but it involves doing the things that you're saying you don't have the time to do. Looking in.
I don't have the time. I'm saying I can't be bothered.
Well, don't be bothered then. Just stay in a religious state then. Just stay in that, well, I just believe it. But the problem with that is, like, you can't come in here and really debate strongly if you don't really know, like, do you even know the size of the globe?
Probably look it up.
Right, so you don't know. It's not a big deal. I didn't know that either, man. I'll just be honest. I didn't know that either, though. You know what I'm saying?
The circumference.
Yeah, go ahead.
40,075 kilometers.
Okay, great.
Who measured it?
Yeah.
I will look that up for you now.
Ben. Look, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to Google it because we already did this. You know what I'm saying? We did this. You're asking, how did we come to this conclusion? Well,
you can let him find that answer, though, real quick, because that way he'll see an example of what he's about to find.
We'll definitely get into that, for sure, because that's a big question. If they're claiming that that's the circumference, and who measured that? So we'll get into that for sure. But you're saying you can't be bothered. I'm just saying, like, this is the stuff that you should be doing on your own free time. Well, they're saying it's a globe. Well, how big is it exactly? Wait, who measured that exactly?
I mean, really, if you have enough time to go in Discord Flat Earth server, you do have time to just research globe measurements.
Yeah, that doesn't take very long.
Ben, just it is funny though. It's like most people, they believe in this globe so strongly, but they don't really know much about it. You ask them like, "Oh, how big is it?" and they have to go to Google to look it up. Oh, who measured that? Then they have to go to Google and look that up. You know what I mean? Don't you find that a little bit odd? It's like, why is it that the flat earthers know these things? Because we actually went to check. We want to try and prove these things to be true. Something you can't do. Go ahead, Central.
Why do you believe in this thing that you don't even know anything about?
Well, Google says it.
Russian education system.
Hey, Northern, you're roboting.
That's not me.
Yeah, it was cutting for me too.
Okay.
All right, so I think Ben's Googling right now who measured the globe. So,
I've already looked up. I can't pronounce his bloody name.
Eratosthenes?
Huh?
Eratosthenes?
Is that what it says?
It's going to take you more than 10 minutes of research to undo a lifetime of indoctrination. Sure. It took me several months of looking at a lot of different things, including short videos on YouTube of people dumping water on oranges and saying, obviously the earth is flat. Look, the water doesn't stick to the orange, trying to make it seem ridiculous. But thankfully, I had the fortitude to keep looking seriously and found flat earth clues, 15 or 21 questions for a flat earth.
Yep.
World,
All stuff definitely get into for sure. So Ben, what did Eratosthenes do?
He calculated the circumference at the noon on the summer solace, however you say his name, measured the length of the shadow cast by a column of known height. With these two lengths, he could solve the angle between them.
Okay. Does it seem pretty concrete to you?
I mean, considering I did A-level maths on it, would make sense. Not on this specifically, but stuff like this.
So what if I showed you some experts in your, like, on your side? They're not flat earthers who would come out and say that this doesn't really
help. He needs to be looking in Livestream voice text.
Oh yeah, make sure you look at the chat as well.
Well, we could just kill it real quick, Sunlight is supposed to be parallel for the Eratosthenes method to prove a globe. Well, just look at the Livestream voice text. It isn't, so.
12:30 at 12:30 shows his experiment, and at 12:31 shows reality.
Yeah, there definitely were some issues with the Eratosthenes thing, Ben, and honest people on the globe side will say the same thing. So it is unfortunate that Google will tell you that this is the case, but you have, like, if you really look into it, the truth is, it works for both parties, and B, he made so many assumptions in the process of doing this quote unquote experiment, and one of them, which has to do with these sun rays, and if you look in the chat or you go outside, the sun rays don't come in parallel, so it doesn't really work to try and prove the globe. And if you don't believe me, here's Vsauce.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
And here's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well, there are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth with the sun that's small and close by.
So, I mean, there's two people there that are obviously not flat earthers that are coming out and saying, look, the Eratosthenes thing doesn't really work. So, sorry.
So we know that the measurement's not right, so we can definitely check that one off.
So is there someone else that measured it, or I mean, let's be honest. You didn't really measure.
I also, sorry, I know I'm jumping in, but you know, Red Bull had that 23-mile up jump, and the astronaut or whatever, the guy that was jumping, he was in an interview saying that he could see the curvature of the Earth from 23 miles up. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to do a damage control, and he had to make a video explaining how the supposed measurement of the curvature of the Earth, you wouldn't be able to see it from 23 miles into the air.
So yeah, Ben, did you ever see this this Red Bull jump a couple years ago?
No, I've seen that.
Okay.
You have? Okay.
Yeah,
Have you seen the one from 63 miles up? And Neil deGrasse Tyson had to do the same thing again, where he had to explain that you can't see curvature from 63 miles high either.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like Ben, you'll see people in the chat in the lobby earlier saying things like, "Oh, of course, you can see curvature. Just go in an airplane." Do you?
And we can get that out of the way right now. I jump out of airplanes. I've never seen curvature from a fucking airplane. Sorry for my Fringlish.
Yeah. So, Ben, what do you think about seeing curve from a plane?
Huh?
Do you think you can see Earth curvature from an airplane?
Ever so slightly, if you pay enough attention, probably.
Okay, wait. So I'm glad you said that, because now we can talk about the Red Bull jump. So which is higher?
If you look at the video, though.
Oh, hold on, Ben. Hold on.
No, this
Well,
supports,
I don't mean,
this
you don't have
supports
to.
you, because if you look at it, he's got a 360-degree camera.
Hold on,
great
Ben. Let me ask my question, okay? Which is higher, an airplane or the Red Bull jump? I'm not going to talk about optics here. I'm not going to talk about cameras or any of that stuff. I'm just asking you, which is higher?
Can I just ask if any of you have seen the International Space Station tour?
Well, we can get there. Let's just one step at a time. So we have airplane, and we have Red Bull jump. So which one's higher?
The Red Bull jump, more than likely.
Okay. So you said you saw ever so slightly curvature in an airplane.
Yes.
Okay. So do you want to? So we have another expert, Neil deGrasse Tyson. As this Electric already stated, the Red Bull jump was at 128,000 feet. Commercial airplanes fly around 30 to 50,000 feet. So we're talking almost quadruple, triple, maybe double the height of an airplane. And what does Neil deGrasse Tyson say? Let's take a listen.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and you say, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. Now, he's not talking about cameras. He's not talking about, he's just saying, due to the mathematically, you're not even close to being high enough to see any curvature at all. So if you can't see curve from 128,000 feet, which is like triple the height of an airplane, what the hell did you see in a plane?
And did you miss the part about me telling you I jumped from them and I've never seen curvature from one? I guess.
Can I also add in that airplanes are like tubes, and the windows on the side are also shaped like the outside of the airplane. And when you look through a curved surface like that, you're going to see anything whatever you see. So,
another really interesting thing about that Red Bull jump, the guy that did the jump, you could hear his voice in an interview saying how he saw curvature. And if Neil deGrasse, thank you, have a good one. And if Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying that he shouldn't have been able to see curvature, why was he lying about it? I mean, that's kind of like unrelated to like measurements and proof, but why lie when
why
you're in
did
outer
he
space?
lie? Because he didn't do any jump. That's why.
All right, so let's let Ben respond. What did you see in the airplane? Or you could just be honest. Ben?
So I was doing something.
So what did you see in the airplane?
Well, you see our eyes in line. That curves ever so slightly.
Okay, so how's that? Did you not just listen to what we just said?
No, I did vaguely.
Are you sure that
He
ever
did.
so slightly
He
is
did,
just
but it
actually?
doesn't matter what was said. He just said it.
Maybe we should talk about the ISS then, right? Because if
By any chance, sorry, Ben, by any chance, did you see the runway slightly moving under the airplane as it came into land because the Earth is spinning?
Oh,
that's not how that works.
Well, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because we're talking about the math at this point. Okay, so we're talking about the globe with a specific size, and you can just use math to determine that you can't see curvature at the altitude you're claiming.
I
Then
can't
you have
send screenshots in any channel,
Yeah.
can I?
Well, you can DM it. I'll post it for you. But listen, Ben,
Look,
Ben.
I don't care if you DM it. I just want you to have a gander.
No, DM it
Because
to me and I'll post it in the chat so everyone can take a look because you won't be able to post stuff right away.
Okay.
But listen, I know,
true.
I'm sure there are
From-
many. Listen,
From
Ben,
my
there's many-
observation, stop.
There's
From
many.
my observation, this
Yes.
window has no distortion based
Yeah.
on the panels you can see outside. Look, and
Yeah.
that's from the ISS, from a normal camera.
Right. So well, you said you saw curvature in an airplane. That's mathematically impossible.
Okay.
Well, and also you said that it was
wait a minute.
very
So, like, that's what I
slight.
mean. We just have to establish. We have to establish this. We can't let you move forward like based on a lie. So you didn't see curvature in an airplane. Is that correct? Or you did?
I'd like to think that I did.
So how though?
Yeah,
Wait,
I
how
didn't.
can
I
you
didn't
say
see
that you did?
perfect
But
line.
when you have experts, listen, Ben, you have experts that are clearly saying that's mathematically impossible. And then we can talk about the IC. I think Central's trying to get a word in.
No,
Well, you've got a living human being that jumps out of the airplanes.
Flatman,
Now I'm
Flatman,
telling
that's just
you,
testimony.
it doesn't
Flatman,
happen.
that's just testimony, though. That's not going to help him. So now we have to literally talk because he's not going to deny math. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he didn't see any curve. All he said is he saw it curve ever so slightly, which just means that it didn't curve at all, and he just imposed his preconceptions about living on a globe onto whatever he saw.
Yeah.
He didn't see any curve. It doesn't curve. There's no curve to be seen.
Yeah, and even if it was curved, you wouldn't see it at that height. Is what the experts are saying. So it's
Right.
not.
No,
it's like then
yeah.
you're sort of just lying at this point. I just want
But
you
yeah,
to be.
like Neil deGrasse says, you won't see it from 4 times that height, and you shouldn't really see even much of a curve from ISS altitude if that were a thing. But the thing is, Ben, is we measured the Earth on the ground for curvature. It's not curving at all. 8 inches per mile squared is quite a bit of drop. 10 miles, that adds up to 66 feet. It's hundreds of feet beyond that. That would be an easy thing to measure for, but it's not happening. So how did you see something that has been measured not to exist?
Yeah, and we just got through talking about how the water doesn't really do the curve, the hill, the bend thing. So when you go up, doesn't matter how far away you go from the Earth, it's not going to start doing that anytime soon. But Ben, are you still with us?
Ben may be talking to his friends right now.
He's just not listening.
Well, he sent a screenshot of an ISS.
Phone a friend.
That's great. Look, we can talk about the ISS too, because we got the math to show that you actually can't see curve from the ISS either. So what? Dude, it's too good. It's too good.
He had permission to bring his friend in here with him. What happened?
He says, "Hang on, guys." He's spamming "hang on," so we'll hang on, Ben. It's all right. Oh, it's about to get hot. Okay.
Oh, maybe we got the answers that we're looking for coming.
Yeah, he finally Googled them for us. Here they come.
We need to get Indio in here and talk about Paul Larson and this ISS. Let's see.
Did he ask why would they lie yet, or did I miss that?
No, I mean I'm going to ask him why he's lying in a second. he says he saw curve in an airplane. That's not true.
So at least we still have that to look forward to. It's coming.
A question I have for Ben. Good day, boys. By the way, what would be the distance we would need to be to travel to observe an actual depression? Like, how much of a to get, say, I don't know, 500 to 1,000 feet of drop? How much of a distance on a ball would we have to travel? I'd like to know that from Ben as well. Does that make sense, boys?
500 feet of drop.
To observe 500 feet of drop on this ball, what's the distance I would have to travel? How many kilometers? See, they should be able to tell us this, right? Based on my calculations, a distance of 65 kilometers should yield a depression of approximately like 700 feet, at least.
Yeah, most of them have never used an Earth curve calculator. They don't even know what they're arguing for.
Well, that's
so
my
I don't know
point.
why they bother, but
If I'm hanging out at the Statue of Liberty, right, and I jump in my boat and I start driving down the Hudson River, I should start seeing the Statue of Liberty sink into water. Like her shins should be in water as I drive away from her, but it's not, right?
well, there should be a horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer height in feet. We know that there isn't, so
Right.
Ben didn't know that, but he's the one guy who believes that is how it works. He's the one guy who believes that there's a 1.2 times square root of the observer height in feet horizon, but he doesn't even know that formula. He doesn't know that that's where it's supposed to be, but he believes that it is.
I would like him just to see if he can park his textbooks for a minute and just look with his eyes and see what he can observe with his eyes and see if he observes anything that tells him that he's on a rotating ball beyond the stuff that's in the sky. That's what I'd like to know.
Hold on, he'll Google it for you.
Yeah. yeah.
I find
it's always the one guy in the room who don't know the model that still believes it.
Well, I find
He'll Google it for us.
when cognitive when cognitive starts to set in, right? They start resorting to the well, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? That's when they start to lily pad everywhere, except just looking at the point that you don't see anything on a clear, calm day. There is nothing in the sky besides a plane flying by me that tells me that I'm moving, or I'm not moving, actually. Like, there's nothing that tells me that. I see a plane go by me on a clear, calm day when there's no wind and no clouds, and that tells me the plane is moving, I'm not. But maybe I'm just too stupid to extrapolate that. According to these people, I'm too minuscule to understand this. This is what science says. I'm too small.
You could test this just by putting them onto a carousel and turning it and asking them when they're turning and when they're not. I think it's pretty obvious that people are in cogdis when they deny, like literally, like relative science or physics. It's just ridiculous. This argument happens every day, all day long. It's like, oh no, a curved line is definitely not straight. Well, okay, then what is a line? Okay, a line is a straight line. Oh, but it becomes curved. No, it doesn't. Hello, it's like so dumb.
Becky's got a big butt.
All right, Kip.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Hello?
Welcome back. Do you think you can be sincere for like 15 minutes?
There's actually just one thing I want to talk about.
I got my finger on the mute button, so be careful.
I literally can't hear anything. My game is very loud right now. Let me turn on the volume.
What's your point?
Anyway, so you know the water model you guys always display when you're talking about the level of the water, right?
Yeah, we always talk about water resting level. Yeah.
Yeah. You know the model of the two cylinders, and they have the pipe that connects them both. And you're saying how when you pour water, it always keeps it at a consistent level, right?
You mean at rest water level on the surface? It'll be level.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I feel like my issue with that is you're comparing a very small thing, such as that, to the actual size of.
Okay, before you start referencing a scale, you would need some measurements to support that claim. So, are there some measurements that someone measured the globe to say this is how big it is, or we just
Yeah, like if you can show us that on the grand scale that it does start curving, then we'll go with you. But we checked, and we
because
didn't
people
find
do
that.
this.
How did you
Yeah,
check?
right. Well, hold on, Kip.
What method?
People,
Okay.
people do this all the time. They say, "Well, the Earth is so
Mhm.
big, you wouldn't expect to see curvature." Well, you have to have measured something first to make that scale reference. Central is right as well.
Have you guys measured?
Wait. But the Earth's
That's
supposed.
my.
You remember how you said that a water level is too small. The Earth is so big. That's where the curve happens at the Earth. So who measured that? That's what we're asking. Because if it was
I'd
measured,
assume a scientist,
well,
but
don't. Well, that'd be assuming
I mean,
wrong. That'd be assuming incorrect. Because science
mhm,
is about determining cause and effect. So when you go to Foot
it
Locker,
is.
you need some new shoes, Kip. Do they
Yeah.
conduct a scientific experiment on your foot? Do you need a scientist
I mean,
there?
they measure it.
Yeah, they just measure it, right? So it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
science.
Just a measurement.
But I mean, it's
all
just a
this.
shoe, though.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
That's
Yeah,
in
but
measuring.
it's
case
just
your
the Earth,
foot
and it's
grew
just
to
a
It's
curve.
not
centimeters.
just the
Foot
Earth, though,
grew.
is it?
Kip, listen.
That's in
Kip.
case your foot grew since the
Hold on.
last time you were there,
Hold on,
right?
you're all talking over each other. I cannot understand.
Hold on. Listen, Kip. I just want to help
Yeah.
you out here. I want to help you out here. I don't want you to say
Yeah.
things like science and then advertise to the room that you don't really know what that means.
Okay.
So
Can you
science is
tell me
about,
what it means?
yeah, I'm telling you right now. I'll say it
All
again.
right.
So science is about determining cause and effect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you go to Foot Locker, what's the cause? What's the effect? No, it's not. There is no cause and effect. It's just you. They measure your foot. So when we ask you who measured the globe, what's the cause and effect? There's no cause and effect. It's just measuring something. So you don't need a scientist or
Well,
science.
I mean,
there's no
no,
hypothesis.
but I don't know. I don't understand that though, because
wanna
you
help
can
you
just get a ruler and put it next to a shoe and go, "There we
Right.
go." You can't really
That's
put
not
a ruler.
Exactly. So who
Good
did
point.
that? Who
Good
did
point.
any measuring of the
Wow,
globe?
how profound.
But
I love
that's
it.
not. See, that's exactly it, though. What you just did with the ruler, that's not a
Mhm.
scientific experiment, is it, Kip? That's all we have to do. We just
What?
need to send a straight edge, a laser or something like that. Compare it to the Earth, see if there's any deviation over long distances. There never is, so it's just measuring flat, and it's just a measurement. It has nothing to do with science, even. It's just geometry.
Yeah, we can talk about science later for sure. There's definitely some conversations to be had about that. But we're talking about measuring something, the globe, right? So who did that? So who did that?
I mean,
Don't assume anything. If you don't know, just be like, I don't know. I'll go take a look and see what I
I
can
don't
find.
know. Do you want me to Google it?
Well, go ahead.
Is that what
Go
you're
ahead.
inviting me to do? All right.
Well, we have two options. We have two options here, Kip, buddy. We can either send you on a wild goose chase looking for something that's not there, or I could have Central rip the Band-Aid off and just tell you what's up.
All right. So according to www.
Hold on, Kip. Before you start reading off the first research turn on Google, don't think that we haven't looked for this. Right. So you're not informing anyone of something new here. We already checked what you're looking for. We're basically sending you on a goose chase to look for something that's not there. So either you can go find it, or Central can just tell you that it's not there. So which one would you rather have? So you don't have to read what you found on Google. This is for you. We already know what Google says.
Wait, I question then. So you base your hypothesis about the flat Earth or whatever based on
Kip,
experimentations you conduct?
Kip, listen.
It's not
I've
a
already helped
scientific
you.
experiment.
We've already talked about how I don't want you to embarrass yourself talking about science when you don't know what that means. So let's just maybe you should just stop saying that, because you don't really know what science is when you keep saying the things you're saying. So that's not science.
Kip. You remember your basketball ruler on top of it? That analogy, right? And how that's not science, obviously, right? Well, that's all we're doing when we try to check for curvature of the Earth. Same sort of thing. It's just on a grander scale.
So, and you don't need to flip it on us. We're trying to go find the globe, right? So you said you assumed scientists did something, whatever. So who did anything to measure the globe? Did you find something on Google that you feel is helpful to you?
I mean, I did, but I kind of got server muted.
Well, Ben read it out to us already. Okay, so
well, the exact thing I read out.
Well, I'm assuming you found a name. Did you find a name? We asked you who measured it. Oh, did it start with an E?
Maybe.
Yeah,
it did.
Okay, so we already had this conversation with Ben.
Yeah, well, I don't know how you say his name.
Yeah, I know. Eratosthenes, yes.
Yeah.
So we already had this conversation with Ben.
Yeah, sunlight has
You
to
don't
be
have to
parallel.
read it out like you know. You were about to read it out like, "Oh, here we go, guys." He clear.
What?
Dude,
No, I wasn't.
well,
I was
yeah, you
just
did.
saying.
Man. That's why I
You
muted.
asked.
What do you mean?
Well, no, you
Well, Kip,
asked me to find it, so I googled it and I
Okay.
told you what I found. I don't know. I
yeah,
was
and it
just asking
assumes
you a
that sunlight
question.
is parallel, but you can easily prove for yourself basically any day where it's sunny that it's not. So
Okay, can I do it right now?
Wait, Kip, but listen, if you ask, just DM Ben and be like, "Hey, you guys talked about Eratosthenes. We already explained to him, and I think you understood that it doesn't really work."
Why?
Well,
I didn't hear the
I
explanation.
mean, yeah, all right, well, that's fine. Why don't you, instead of hearing it from the flat earthers, why don't you hear it from some globe earthers? Here's Vsauce.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
And here's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well, there are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth.
Okay, so it doesn't work, and also it's just filled with assumptions, like you were assuming earlier. So, one of them being assumptions about the way the sunlight comes in. They're saying it comes in parallel, but when you go outside, it doesn't do that. So, unfortunately, that quick Google search, it's wrong. So, anything else? Or Central rip the Band-Aid off for you. Which one would you rather have? Do you want
Go
to
on
keep
then.
looking for something
Rip
that's
the
not there?
Band-Aid. I know
All
you're
right, go
waiting
ahead.
for it. Do it.
All right, go ahead, Central.
Okay, well, I mean, it's basically what I already just said, that the Earth is not dropping off over distance, which it would have to in order to be a globe. You probably mentioned, so you probably don't know exactly how much it's supposed to be dropping, right?
Sorry,
Do
what was that?
you know how big the globe is, Kip?
Oh, I just closed that tab, man.
Wait. So
Anyway.
it's okay if you don't know. It's okay if you don't know. You
No,
can
I don't
Google it or
know.
whatever. That's fine. We didn't know.
Well,
I
I'll
didn't
just
know
give you their
either
story.
when I was a globe earther. But go ahead, Central.
Well, they said that it's a 3959-mile radius, so that works out to about 8 inches per mile square to drop. It actually adds up to quite a bit over longer distances, like 10 miles, which on the scheme of the circumference they're claiming isn't very far at all, actually. But 10 miles, that would be 66 feet a drop. 30 miles, it's something around like 600 feet. So if you have something straight, like a laser that you can send over the surface of the Earth somewhere where you know it should be more or less flat, like water, because its surface rests flat, right? There should be a lot of deviation there over, say, 30 miles, right? You should have a 600 feet of deviation between the Earth and the laser, right? But it's always just perfectly level with the Earth. It never deviates. So it's not curving. What do you think of that?
I'm not gonna lie, not a single thing went through my head there. There was a lot of numbers to take in from just a voice.
Well, okay, I'll just do it like
fair.
this. Then I'll just
If you
dumb
have-
it down. I'll make it really simple. Okay.
Go on then.
You said something earlier about like putting a ruler on top of
A ruler against a
basketball, right?
shoe.
Yeah. Okay, against a shoe. Okay, sorry, I misheard you. Well, let's just say
don't
that
worry.
you put a ruler on top of a basketball, right? The ruler is straight, but the basketball is curving, right? So then there's going to be some deviation, right? There's going to be some separation between that ruler, right? And the basketball over distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a gap. There's a part where the ruler is touching the basketball, and then there's going to be a gap that opens up from there. Well, that's what we're talking about. We want to compare the Earth, the surface of Earth, to something that we know is straight, is flat, is level, right? And see if we get any separation between the two to prove whether or not the Earth is curving and dropping away over distance. So it's pretty simple. I don't know. Maybe I made it sound too complicated.
I mean, maybe we'll have to dumb it down a little bit.
I mean, yeah, but I mean,
we can keep
to be
it kindergarten level for you.
Yeah, I mean,
Keep it slow,
understandable
keep it real
because
slow for Ben, guys, because
Well,
he's like,
this is
Oh, well, that's
he's gonna
I think he
spiral.
understands now
This is
because he
Ben's
asked
friend.
me if I've done it. I think
No,
he
to be
understands because he asked me if I've done it.
I mean, have you?
I haven't done it
Has
personally.
this been a thing that? Oh, okay. I bet wasn't the whole thing.
Well, I can post a paper for
That
you.
you can prove it.
I can post.
I could post a
plenty of
paper saying my argument as well, though.
Okay,
Go
well,
ahead.
what
We'd love to see
paper are you
that.
going to post
Yeah,
where it
I've
shows
done the
that they did
measurements,
a
so
laser
there-
test?
there's
Okay, yeah,
somebody
talk
here.
to scientists then.
Go on then,
Yeah.
scientist.
Yeah.
Me here.
So,
What?
What was your
no
confusion?
deviation. There's no confusion. It's flat. There's no curve. I mean, what's the confusion?
no, it's I mean, have you ever seen a hill of
confusion. I
water?
mean, excuse what? A pool of
Yeah.
water?
A
Yeah.
hill. A hill?
Yeah.
You've seen a hill of water?
Oh no, I thought you meant like a hill and like separate.
No, because like when we say flat Earth, the Earth has hills, valleys.
Yeah.
But the water doesn't. Unless you've seen
Okay.
a hill of water.
Yeah, and
So have you seen a hill of water?
I'm back. What's happening?
hi Ben.
Hello.
Your globe requires a hill of water.
Okay, wait. So
Wait.
you guys have a thing against gravity, right?
Kip, just focus.
Stay
5 minutes.
focused, kid.
Well, no.
We
well,
can
I
get
don't
to
know
that.
getting
We can
put
get to
kid
that.
down.
We can get to that if you want. But
Alright.
let's establish here what the water's doing, because
Alright, what's the
we
water
tried to
doing?
have this conversation with Ben, and we got down to like, well, he believes something is happening. So let's see what happens with you. So,
Yeah.
have you seen a hill of water in reality?
No.
Okay,
I'm
well, I
guessing
haven't
that doesn't
either.
count waves because waves are different, right?
Yeah, waves are different. I would agree that waves are not Earth curvature. So, okay, well, I haven't seen that either, but they are telling us that, like, one of the basic globe Earth quote unquote proofs are just watch a boat sailing away at sea, right? Have you heard this before?
Wait, what? So you wait? Say that again.
Well, when I first got into this topic, one of the arguments I was hearing from the globe side, and I came from the globe side, they were saying that you could just go watch a boat sailing away at sea.
Oh right, and then you see it gradually disappear.
Right. Because why, Kip? Why is it disappearing?
Curvature, but then you're
Right.
gonna say because
Exactly.
of.
No.
What
I'll
are you
go.
gonna say?
Let's just go. We're gonna do a meeting of the minds here together. I'm not gonna
Alright.
debate you just yet. So I'm gonna agree with you. So, if you're saying it's going over curvature,
I mean,
correct?
if the boat is very far away, then yeah, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
curvature.
Well,
Right.
how
So
far?
that would
Put
be
some numbers to it.
Well, so then that would be that hill of water, correct?
No.
Oh, but you just said it went over something.
Went over the hill, didn't it?
I mean,
The horizon line, from where you
if you
can
don't like the
see.
word hill, we can use another word. Ben liked the word horizon. You
Yeah,
like
that's
that?
what I just said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you a question: is the horizon physical or is the horizon optical?
Optical.
Okay. Well, that's our argument.
Well,
That's our
I'm just answering. I'm just answering the question, man. I'm willing to learn. I'm just answering the question.
That's the correct answer. That is the correct answer. But the problem is, it actually, for what you're trying to argue, it's the incorrect. answer. It's incorrect.
Why?
Because the people before you have been debating this for years now were saying the horizon is a physical sphere, edge, earth, curve, hump, sagitta, hill, mound, whatever you want to call it, that is blocking the boat.
Stuff disappears behind the curve.
And it's got to
So-
disappear at a set distance, right? Based on how much the Earth is supposed to be curving, right? So there's some pretty like hard math to it where it would just be at the specific distance.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Based on
Exactly.
the size of the ball.
Exactly. Think of a basketball or any ball. It doesn't change in size. So that's the set geometry. Same thing with the globe. It's not the globe is inflating or deflating. So the distance to that physical edge, it's set. It's based off of the geometry, the size of the globe they're telling us, which you probably don't know, but that's okay. I didn't know that either. So the correct answer is what you said. Yes, it's optical, but that's our argument, my friend. You're supposed to be telling us it's physical. That's what's blocking the boat. So, anyway,
That's
so the question is then, if the water is doing this hill thing at the ocean, like, does this happen in all bodies of water? Is this happening only at the ocean? When does this start happening?
I mean, so I asked a question earlier about what's around, like the ice wall.
Wait, Kip, we can get to that, but I just want to get you to take a stance here. So, is this only happening at the ocean or no?
What's only happening in the ocean?
Curved water.
Well, I mean, since it's a globe, I'd say no.
Well, okay. I have was talking to some other guy the other day. He said it was happening in every instance, even in a cup of water. I've got a water bottle right here. He says it's happening in every single instance. Would you agree with this?
I think water bottle is different though, isn't it? Because it's got its own.
Oh, so you have a different stance. You have a different
Got
stance
its own
than Ben.
container.
Wait, you have a different stance than Ben, because Ben, I think Ben said that.
Yeah,
it's
I know
happening.
Ben said that, but
Oh.
I'd say, I mean,
I say it depends on sample size, but you wouldn't accept that.
I know, Benny, because every time we got you to take a stance, you would say, "Well, it depends." So,
Well, no, he
that's what we
didn't say
call-
that. He said yes and no.
He said yes and no. Yeah, so that's what we call a weasel. So we can move on to Kip now. Maybe he'll actually take a stance. So he said, well, "Go on, Kip. Is this happening in cups of water?"
So I say it's different if you were to use, let's say, a bottle of water, for example, because it's got its own bottom container.
Okay, so so only natural bodies of water then, like a pond or a lake or a puddle or an ocean. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Only outside. Oh,
I want to ask one little question. What contains a lake?
The curved ground.
Okay, so this only happens outside in natural bodies of water, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so does this happen in a pond?
I mean,
it sounds like he's saying the water has to be touching the ground.
No, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him answer. That pregnant pause. I love that pregnant pause, man. I love me a good pregnant pause. So go ahead, Kip.
Pregnant pause. I've never heard that before. I mean, the only thing I'm thinking about now is puddles. So puddles would also be curved, but at a very small rate because obviously they're not as deep. Or as
So
big.
because they're touching the ground. Because they're touching the ground. But a water bottle isn't touching the ground, so it doesn't curve.
You're telling me a water puddle on the ground is curving very slightly at 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, let's go a little bit bigger than the puddle. Okay, how about like a lake?
Okay, no, but that's just what came to my mind. So I was just saying what I was thinking.
Okay.
But, okay.
All right. So the question then is like, is this something that you see? Is this something you believe, or is this something that we can detect / measure?
It's something that I literally just thought of in my head. I'm not gonna lie.
That's fine. The last two people we spoke to on this, they said they just believed it, and that's totally fine, man. That's totally fine. The problem is like, I can't go and like teach other people that the water is curving if I just believe it like you do. So we would need those measurements or something like concrete to be able to make that claim. So if it's just something you believe, that's fine. But I think we might have to wrap up the water conversation because we all experience it the same way. Nobody experiences curved water. You've never seen that. I've never seen that. I mean, you believe it, that's fine. But go get something that you can lean on, maybe some evidence or some measurements, and then maybe we can establish that it is curved. But I think for now, what we observe, that seems to be what it is.
And when you brought us the shadow angles from 2,300 years ago, why would Globers need to talk about that if they could just do the same thing that we're talking about doing, which is send a laser over long distances and see if there's any deviation between it and the Earth? Why wouldn't they be the ones doing that to show us, see, the Earth does drop off over distance at about 8 inches per mile squared? Because that's all they would have to do. Just measure it directly, just like that, and show, yep, see, there's the drop over distance.
Exactly.
But we do that, and we find it flat, and they just try to hand wave it and ignore it and deny it and run away from it any way they can.
Exactly. Think of it this way.
Say light bends around the ball sometimes, and which we know that doesn't happen. It's just funny.
Think of it this way. Think of it this way, Kip. It's as simple as this. What Central is saying. Like, think of like a hood of a car. Okay, generally most. Yeah. Well, what are you, British or something? A bonnet? A bonnet? Like a vehicle, the front hood or the bonnet.
I said I know what you're talking about.
Okay, great. So generally, I'd say unless you drive like a really old Cadillac or something, most hoods have curvature to them. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what Central is saying is, if we want to determine whether this, let's just take the hood and make it like the size of like the United States, really big. If we wanted to determine whether it was curving or not, you shine a laser right over the surface. So the laser is your straight edge. If you see any deviation away from that straight edge, well, bam, well, it's curving. It can't be curved and flat. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
So if we see any curvature at all, boom, done. So we're asking, like, who did this, man? We went out to a lot of people have tried to go out to these bodies that shoots lasers over
Hasn't
them.
this been done before?
Yeah.
I've seen a video where they get a piece of wood, right, and they cut a hole at the exact
That's
same
not this thing.
size.
That light doesn't go through wood like that.
Okay, what do you mean? But why doesn't it go through like that?
Light doesn't go through a hole in wood. You're
Wait,
right.
Yeah, what?
Ben, hold
I'm
on.
confused now.
Light gets distorted as it goes through there.
Why?
Is a flashlight a straight edge?
No, because you're using a laser.
No, it's not, because it's
Already said that.
diverging, right? It's a divergent beam, right? So
Straight edge because he kept doing drugs.
What the hell?
So pay attention. Pay attention.
Sorry, that was very.
So
funny.
basically, what you guys are like, well, I shine my flashlight over my hood, and
Didn't
no,
say flashlight.
that's not
You're
a
talking about
flashlight.
lasers.
A laser, yeah.
Right, a
I
laser.
just showed a 13-mile laser, so you can watch
Just
the
shine the laser through the
13-mile
hole, and they
laser.
were like, okay, if the laser goes through every single hole, then there is in fact no curvature. They do that, but surprise, surprise, the laser doesn't go for every single hole.
So what are they? So then the water is now formed into a hill. How does that work?
Hey, I didn't know the air was made of sugar water. That's the only way you can bend a laser.
Fuck is talking
really
from megaphone.
sugar water. So.
All right, so
Yeah, so
I'll tell you
you're
that.
telling me if I send that laser over 10 miles that it's going to be 66 feet in the air at 10 miles? That's
I'm
what's going to
saying
happen?
if you get a big
No, you're
slab
not
of any
saying-
material,
You're not
put a
saying that?
hole the exact
I just
same
need a
width.
yes or no.
Wait, why are you guys going? What's up with the extra roadblocks, the obstacles? We just said shine a laser over a curved hood, and then you see the curvature. Done.
No, because
That's
you
it.
need something to
No,
show
but-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
No,
so if
this
the
is
Earth is
straight edge.
dropping,
your eyes,
That's what the
wouldn't be
straight edge is
accurate
for,
enough.
Ben. That's what the straight edge is for.
if the Earth is dropping, that laser is going to be 66 feet in the air at 10 miles. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, but it's easier
That's all I
to
need to
measure
know.
if it's against something.
It's a yes or no
hey,
question. Yes or no
At what
question.
point, listen, at what point do buildings start to tilt? Thank you.
I have no idea what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah, Ben, relax, dude.
Buildings hill.
So the laser's not at 66 feet in the air at 10 miles, is it?
Okay, can I say what I was saying earlier before I got interrupted?
Well, because if it's not, then the Earth isn't curving at 8 inches per mile square, and it's not a 39, 59 mile radius ball, and that's it. So you can go and say whatever
Anyway,
you
as I was
want
saying
after
before,
that, but that's
So
it.
what these flat earthers did, right? They got two boards, both with a hole at a height
Yes,
of around
yeah,
15 meters,
we've heard
right?
this before, Kip. Can you?
Yeah, but I haven't heard a response from it. All I've heard is other arguments.
Well, it's
I
the
guess
same
because
argument.
I
It's
just shoot a
66
laser
feet.
across the lake, and that's what I get. I don't take out boards and shit. I don't need to.
Yeah,
I just
but-
need to see the laser hit my camera.
No, because you'd require the board to see any smaller deviation.
No, you don't need a freaking board, dude. What are you talking about?
No, you would.
Oh,
You'd
No,
need
he
to-
thinks it's a
Ben,
small
you just-
If
deviation.
you just
relax.
shine a naked
necessarily a
laser, you're
board.
not
What
going to be able to
deviation
see
are
it.
you looking for? 66 feet is 66 feet. Come on.
Yeah, I've told you like 10 times now that at 10
How are you
miles,
gonna
it's
measure that
66 feet. It's not a
exact
tiny
height,
deviation.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
How are
it's
you
going to
going to
be
measure the
obviously
laser?
Listen, guys.
66 feet in the air, right? So even if it arrives not exact, it's going to be pretty obvious that something happened, that the Earth has to be dropping away in order to have that much deviation, right? But if
We
we're
should
not
all
measuring or
talk at the
finding
same
any.
time.
We're not measuring or finding any, so obviously the Earth isn't
But
dropping.
how are you
or,
measuring the space from the laser and the...
okay, do you think that
Oh.
like a few feet off the ground can be mistaken for 66 feet?
Yeah, well, if it's at such a long distance...
That's not a yeah, well. That's a
fuck.
no. Are you kidding me? Like, dude.
Yeah,
You're just,
yeah,
but
the
they're
thing is
just criticizing
66
how
feet in the
wording
air.
The
things.
difference between 6 feet and 66 feet. Give me a break. Dude.
Yeah, the thing is 66 feet in the air, but I can't tell the difference between that and my height. Like, are you
So
joking
you're telling
right
me
now?
if you go to some really flat place, right, like the Sahara Desert,
Wait.
right?
The Sahara
No, this
Desert
is hypothetical. Okay, this is
You think
hypothetical,
deserts
right?
are flat?
Imagine.
How about
Okay,
the water?
okay,
Kip?
imagine-
Look, we're talking about the water. How about the water?
Okay, sure, yeah, whatever. You shine the.
No,
you're going to be
we're
able to
going to
see.
just talk about the water because we've been talking about the water. Not sure. Whatever.
I just don't understand how you think you're going to be able to see it.
I'm going to be able to
It's a
see
laser.
something that's diverging from the Earth by 66 or more feet. How am I going to see that? I'm not going to be able to tell that this thing is 60 feet above my head. It's going to be
Do
too
you
hard to
think that
tell.
you
It's
Has
too
this been
minuscule.
Has this been done before?
foot block? If you can see a 66-foot block, then by logical extension, you should be able to see a 66-foot drop from some sort of level standard.
Well, now he's asking me if it's been done. I'm just going to post FE core, and you can ignore that because that's what you'll do. But it's in the live stream voice text, which you now have access to.
But logically, if you can see one, you should be able to see the other. One would assume. Are you saying that we can't see a 66-foot block when we can see 10-foot blocks, 10-foot objects, and other stuff like that? Is that what you're saying?
I also posted 13.7 miles away, direct hit to the camera from the laser at the same height. No, what is that, about 100-foot drop? No 100-foot above in the air. The guy's not floating in the air, hitting that with his camera.
I just want to reason consistently, because if we can see 66-foot objects, we should be able to see a 66-foot.
Oh, I don't know. 66 feet is pretty minuscule. I can't see anything that's that small.
You didn't have a board. You needed a board.
Well, 100 feet, that's pretty minuscule. I can't see something that's that small. Can you, Ben? Kip?
What?
No, I can't. I'm blind.
Yeah, I know.
Right, well, I
They've
guess
given
the
up.
sincerity
They've given
time
up.
is up. You said you could be sincere for 15 minutes. Is it 15 minutes up?
Yeah. Please try, guys.
Hey,
I just
I don't know what I did wrong. I was just answering the question.
Hold your horses. Hold your horses. I just posted a video here by Dr. John D., a PhD in spectral photometry. He shot lasers and did multiple tests. This one, for instance, is 38 miles, and he accounted for everything.
Where did you post it? A video? Man?
Yeah, live stream voice text chat. You can also look at his channel. He's got up to close to 100 tests already done.
Yeah, well done, Drace. That pretty much owns.
But you didn't put any boards up.
I've never even heard of using boards to level shit.
That was a whole really big thing.
Did he use boards, Trace?
Wait, but if you
Well,
don't
I
use
don't
the
know,
boards,
guys.
then it
It's
doesn't
only
work.
about.
Yeah, no,
It's
can
only
I
about-
jump in? Like, honestly, if there's an experiment where you're setting up like a bunch of fucking golf holes across like 100 miles to determine if something's straight, you're an idiot. I'm sorry.
Are you telling me surveyors use boards when they shoot to make sure land is level? They use they look. Is that what they do? They look through boards,
I don't
or
know.
do they just hold a stick up and they get the number off of it?
No, they actually use water. They use water to determine if things are level.
Yeah, it's called
Goddamn.
above sea level. So
They
yeah,
have surveying boards.
Yeah, they have to use boards because at 38 miles, that's only maybe about 750 feet of Earth curve drop. I mean, that's too minuscule. We wouldn't be able to see that, would we, Kip, Ben?
Too small, too minuscule. We're ants.
Yeah, too minuscule.
Ants on the globe.
Tiny.
Ants on the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they either use water for leveling or they use lasers.
Wait, they don't use boards with holes in it? Sheesh.
I mean,
I thought
that's an
that's
experiment
hard.
you guys created. So I don't know why
Yeah,
you're
imagine we
mocking me for it.
determine the size of the Earth by a game of cornhole. That shit would be
You're literally
crazy.
mocking an experiment made by you to prove your own
What do
point.
you mean?
Who
Was
is
it
you?
made by
No one
us?
presented anything like that here, Kip. You guys went and Googled that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's.
It was a whole documentary. It was
Yeah,
a documentary.
I've never seen any documentary with holes in it.
This dude saw it on Netflix.
Yeah, he's talking about that.
That's what I'm talking about. The
documentary
Netflix
of
thing.
Netflix.
Can you not hear me?
What was that about?
Dr. John D., for instance, was a globe believer trying to debunk us. He's a PhD.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is not from flat earthers. It was from a globe believer trying to debunk us, and he repeated it multiple times, eventually having to admit that he was wrong and that we are right.
Ouch.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point.
Ooh, that's
So now what? So now what?
I mean,
did we get that?
so
We
at
should
the
get
end
that
of the
clip.
day,
Anyone clip that? We should clip that. Hang it in
that
the-
what? Me and
the
me
Hall of
made a
Fame.
good point.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
rough.
We should,
That is
we should
rough.
clip that and hang that in the Hall of Fame. That was a pretty good
Hey, you
clip.
really should. Oh.
At the end of the day, what? Refraction?
He
No,
doesn't
he
even
already
know that.
he already
just giving him
accounted
his
for that
argument.
anyway.
He's not far enough into this. He probably hasn't even heard of refraction yet.
And besides, it's already accounted for. Which is 0, by the way. Almost.
I got you
Yeah,
covered on
that
the
was part of-
refraction. I just posted a GIF of refraction.
Did he factor in gravity?
Because that was a part of what Dr. John D had to go through when he was doing his tests. He had to test all different conditions of the day to try to find the conditions with the least amount of refraction so that he could try to prove the ball true. But as soon as he got to that point, it just became more and more obvious that the Earth is flat.
That had to suck for him, too.
Yeah, a laser over 38 miles. That's almost 800 feet of drop. So I think that'd be pretty obvious at that distance. What about you, Kip, Ben?
Kip, Ben.
You what, sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, you agree it's flat then?
I agree what's that?
What?
I wasn't listening. I was trying to do something.
Of course you weren't.
So you don't listen when we say things, and
this
then you
guy's in
start
class,
talking
not
to
even
argue.
No, they
after you-
can't. They
you
don't
start
want to hear it.
talking- You start talking to argue with what you didn't listen to. What's the point in that?
Yeah, that's like showing up to class and not even
No,
listening.
no,
What's
no.
the point? You get kicked out of class for stuff like that, eh? For not listening, people kick you out of. Teacher will kick you out for that.
You don't want to leave this show, right? No, sir. The last fucking thing you want to do is get kicked off this show.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
See, it's getting so bad for the flat Earth guys. We just flat out record everything now, and we just submit pre-recorded stuff to the Globers because it's pointless. We're tired of saying it over and over again.
Yeah, we just let Globers hear their own kind, and they go, "Oh my God, what did he really say that?"
Hang it in the Wall of Fame and play it again for you later.
So is the Earth a globe or is it flat, Kip Ben?
Globe.
You're here to win. I understand. Did you come here to win this?
So it's a big flat globe,
unless you
38
can
mile,
provide,
38
like-
mile flats. Is that what you're saying?
If you can provide like solid evidence that I can
We
read.
just did.
Hey,
No,
Ben.
no, no.
did.
I mean,
We have
an experiment.
I
Because
don't
you say,
understand.
"Oh, you haven't done the
Hold on.
experiment."
We showed you measurements.
Hold on, Ben. I just don't
Is
understand
this the
double
guy that we
standard.
taught experiments to already? Is he still not knowing what an experiment
Yeah, he
is?
doesn't- I think
What an
Kip's
idiot.
the guy that doesn't know what science is. I don't think Ben does either. But here's the thing. Notice the double standard. I need hardcore evidence from the flat Earth, but they don't have any hardcore evidence for your globe. So,
Yeah, what's with the double standard, religious fundies? Why do you need hardcore evidence from
religious
reality,
fundies.
but then
Talking
you'll
over
take
you, tubby
no
cunt.
evidence?
Right.
You'll take
Okay.
you have no evidence
Listen.
for the globe. You don't need
No,
any
okay,
evidence
no,
for
no,
that
go
at
back,
all.
Go back to Kip's thing of a ball with a ruler on it, yeah? You agree any tangent is 90 degrees from the, like, ball, yeah?
All right, so let's just
Yeah,
see
any-
if there's
any-
deviation.
No, that's
Is the Earth a
exactly
ball
the
or
point
not?
with... No, mate, listen. That's the point with the boards. Every tangent is 90 degrees, yeah? You take a tangent, that'll be 90 degrees. You set a post up like this 7 meters tall, for an example, with like some sort of blockade with a hole in it. Like a small hole for a laser.
For fuck's sake. We showed you that the Earth is supposed to drop by 8
Ben, this is something you're creating something in your mind. Maybe you could be a little bit
it is.
specifically
It's a
Why is
visualization.
he
Hold on,
using
Ben.
boards?
Maybe
it's
you could
a
just walk us through an
visualization.
How you
example
can
in
prove it,
reality.
man.
No,
Oh
no,
my.
listen.
Hold on, fellas.
Listen to what?
Your
What do you mean, hold
mental,
on? No, no.
your mental imagination. Like you just said, like,
Yes,
can you debunk my vision? Hold on, Ben. Hold on a second, buddy. Listen, if you can be more specific, like, hey, I did this at the lake. The boards were in the lake. Be a little bit more specific. How can we? Your example is so incredibly vague. So maybe a little bit more specific about what you're
I've
trying
had
to do.
specific questions
It's a
about
visual-
his
no,
You said
test here.
literally, man. You DMing me, right? You said, "Well,
Yeah.
on a smooth ball,
Yeah.
like, dude, what smooth ball? What are you talking about? Like,
It's a
let's talk
visual-
about reality.
Have you never heard of a visualization?
Have you ever? We're talking about
I got-
reality here, my friend.
I got a
Outside,
specific question for him though. I've been trying to ask him over and over again, very simply. At 38 miles, do we see 800 feet of drop or about 750? It'd be somewhere around there. Is that what we see?
How do you know that calculation
Just
is
yes or no,
perfectly
Ben.
correct? Have you proved that
It's
works?
not-
or doesn't work?
Proved what? It's a yes or no question. Does the Earth deviate by 800 feet over a 38-mile stretch? A laser from something straight. Does it drop by that much? Is that what happens? That's what we need to know, because that's what it has to do to be the ball that you're saying it is.
I'm trying to finish my very shit drawing. Give me like 3 seconds.
Why are you doing a drawing? We need drawings. We
Drawing.
need to know what
Yeah,
Earth is.
I'm not. I'm trying to just
Ben,
show
listen,
thingy
listen.
what my visualization.
So this
Yeah.
guy literally
Hey,
refuses
listen,
to
do you know why
answer
your
the question.
drawing's gonna suck? You know why your drawing's gonna suck? Because it
Yeah, I know
lacks
it
a
is.
third. Listen, hold on. It lacks
No,
a third
okay,
dimension. And in reality, we have this thing called the third dimension, which is the z-axis, which is the axis coming out at you. Without perspective, your drawing is going to be pointless. Your drawing has to be a one-point perspective in order for you to prove anything. That's the problem with your drawing, my friend.
Yes.
Yeah,
It is based off of a
it-
hypothetical
however-
smooth ball.
he asked us if the
And then
calculations
somebody
for the
was saying
ball were
something
correct,
about
and if we had proved them, which is actually putting his own burden of proof onto us.
Yeah.
Those metrics are what we are debunking.
Yeah.
So
Once again,
somebody was
putting us
saying-
on the defensive because the globe is something he cannot defend. So he
Yeah,
has to shift
circle
the
is
burden.
2D. Look, hold on.
I have another question though. Somebody was talking just earlier to yourself about setting
Well,
up
can
a
him to answer the question. I've been asking him for like an hour.
The answer is no.
Feels like an
The
hour.
answer is obviously hell no. It's
Yeah,
what's
he
supposed to be
refuses to
doing.
give us that answer. I guess it's probably because it's no, and he understands the implications of that.
He
Because
just
we
wants to
just
talk
need to
about the
know.
boards more.
Yeah, we just need to know if the Earth is dropping by 800 feet at 37 miles.
Hello?
Hell
Is it
no.
dropping by 66 feet at 10 miles? Is it dropping by about 300 feet at 30 miles? Is that what's going on? Because if it is, then okay, yeah, it looks like it's curving in a way where it could be this ball that you say it is. But
I don't think this guy appreciates how tall of a building 800 feet is. That would be.
oh,
You know
he
what
says
I'm
it's that's minuscule. We wouldn't be able to tell. You know,
An
800
80-story
feet.
building
I don't
is not minuscule. 80 stories tall.
I say we take him out there and put him up on top of it. and tell him what to do what he
Fine.
thinks.
No big deal. No big deal. Earth's still somehow curved. Got it.
He can't tell the difference between himself, his own height, and 800 feet. I guess it's just so
Brilliant.
minuscule. There's
Let's listen to him talk
basically
some
no
more.
difference.
Yeah, let's listen to him talk some more. Can't wait.
Ben, you're like 4'3".
Look, right, I'm assuming. Right, Kip.
It's going to do a drawing for us
Th-
now.
No, this is what you meant, isn't it? By the board thing, roughly.
Jeez, you guys are still on about the boards.
Guys,
That's what I
the
meant,
board thing
pretty
doesn't
much.
matter if the
I
Earth
mean-
doesn't
Yeah.
drop by 800 feet at
It
38
doesn't line up.
miles.
Very,
so
very
it's
good
not.
drawing there.
I know.
Kind of like,
You guys,
that's
you guys gonna
really good
post
actually.
it? Are you guys gonna send it so we can all take a
Yeah,
look? Or what?
you have to take it with a grain of salt. But the idea is the lasers don't line up. The lasers don't line up, so it's not flat.
Why? Because you did a drawing where they don't line up? It's pretty stupid. Because we
no.
tried this in reality where we sent lasers over.
Yeah, you
10,
tried
20,
it and it
40
didn't work.
miles.
Just have a look.
Unlucky.
No, just have a look, right? And let me attempt to
Have a look at
explain
your drawing, even though we just showed you laser tests that were done on the Earth. Why the fuck would we take
I
your
don't see
drawing
them.
over that? Why? We just posted laser tests for you in the
When?
live stream voice text that you can go and look at.
Reply to it.
Okay, where we actually tested the Earth to see if it is dropping away over distance or not. Now you want to counter that with a drawing.
Okay,
It's retarded.
no, let's assume the Earth is flat, yeah?
Why would we assume
we
that
don't have
the
to
water?
assume. We can
The
just-
water
yeah,
is
just surface.
What
obviously
is there to assume? It already's been
What-
measured as flat. Okay,
Look,
let's just say it's
okay,
flat. Okay.
Okay, let's say it's flat, yeah?
Okay.
We don't have to say that
What is
because the
space
water is.
What
the
is
water
space? And what would be underneath it?
Ben, notice
Why
how
can you
Not
travel
really.
in one...
Ben.
Floating in
Holy
space.
Try to
crap.
master the
And
difference
flat
between
floating in
curved and
space
flat.
and what would be underneath it, really? Come on, brother.
Yeah,
You're
he's
not
like,
ready for this
okay,
fucking
the Earth is
conversation. You can't
flat.
even figure out the difference between curved and
Let's
flat.
look up in the sky. The Earth is flat. Let's look up.
Well, can we just take a moment, fellas, and laugh at this picture that he posted real quick before we move on to Narnia? I mean,
I
come
would
on.
like to address the picture
Yeah.
because this picture is basically the same reasoning the British generals in the army said, oh, the Nazis cannot target us with a nickel-bind targeting system, the beams would cross so high in the sky that they would have to be in outer space. So it's not possible for them to use the bombers to bomb us using it. So we're protected by
Why is
Earth
this
curve.
cut the shit person saying is level curved?
Hey,
Are you not
focus,
listening?
focus.
And so the Nazis actually used the nickel-bind targeting system to target right above London and other places in the UK, and yeah, they did bomb them and did fly right over there using the targeting system. So the Earth curve didn't help them, and your drawing was debunked by real-life examples.
Hello, my name is Simon, and I like to do drawings.
What?
Yeah, so is level curve? I think that's a pretty decent question.
What do you mean is level? How's that
Yeah,
decent?
it's
question? What are you
level.
referencing?
Word
Because I asked you
level.
in the chat. Remember, you were DMing me, and I asked you the same question, and you said I was thinking too much.
Oh yeah, you're thinking.
Maybe you're
much,
not thinking enough. Right?
No, because if you look at the that right, okay, assume the ball's the Earth, right?
Let's not assume anything. Let's just talk about reality. Is level curved? Yes or no?
Okay, can I just ask how old?
No, Ben. It's a yes or no question. It's not a gotcha question. It's just a
No,
very
but it
simple
is.
thing. No, it's not because if you say level, that doesn't prove the Earth is flat. Ben, relax. If you say
Because
that
you
yes,
apply
level
models
means
to
level,
real
Ben,
life
hold on,
situations to
Ben,
predict.
just relax. I don't want to have to mute you every time I speak. But if you say yes, level means level, that's not a gotcha. It just is correct. Okay, so if you say level's curved, then you look stupid. So
I find it
go
quite
ahead.
hypocritical how you speak over me and it's fine, but I
If
speak
he's
over you. And I get
asking
muted.
a yes or no question about a definition of a word, you don't have
Okay,
to get all worked
walkie-talkie.
up about it, partner. It's not a. What do you mean gotcha? The other thing is, if you think it's a quote unquote gotcha, then it fucking is. How do you refute it?
I mean, I got a genuine question for people that believe that the Earth is a globe. How much mass does an object need to have for it to pull water towards itself? Do you know this?
Your mother's mate.
You're gonna stump him with a question like that. Like this guy can't even figure out the difference.
I have a question.
Wait, Kip.
I mean, if you guys defend the globe Earth, you should
Cobalt,
know something like this. This is how
He doesn't know anything. He doesn't even know the difference.
We can't even go down that road with
Guys,
him.
can we get one person? Can we get like one person to talk to this guy? Because it's like 7 at once now. It's just chaos.
I haven't said anything in like a half hour listening intently because I like you guys.
It wasn't aimed at you specifically. It's just it's been pretty chaotic for like the last couple of minutes.
We got to drive one point and then wrap it up and move.
Yeah, but also like with one person, preferably.
Yes. So just level curved. Can we establish what level is? Ben.
You want my exact thoughts on a level surface?
Well, we're talking about the word level. So do you understand what that means?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so go ahead, tell us.
You're looking for me to say it's flat.
No, it's not. I'm not gonna. I don't have any guns aimed at your feet. I don't want you to tap dance around this question. Okay, so I just want you to be honest. Does level is that? What does that mean?
Level means level.
Okay, so just saying the word over isn't really demonstrating that you know what that means.
I don't know how you want me to answer that.
All right, is level curved?
No.
Okay, so earlier you were DMing me about sea level.
Yeah.
Right? I said that's kind of our point, right?
That is a sea level is a single point.
A point.
It's a point, exact same way as a tangent is 90 degrees from a sphere or circle.
So a point is sea level is a point.
Yeah, it's a point in various locations.
Is there some way you can? Is there something you can? The way you can back that up, or what?
Surely I don't need to back up. Even if the Earth was flat, you'd have sea level.
Yeah, but that's not a point, though.
How so?
Because the sea level, when we say something's level, I would generally say that that's horizontal, not curving, right? But you're trying to say that if I mathematically input millions of hypothetical points, then yes, my level can now be curved.
Depends where you take your point.
There's no points outside, my friend. We're talking about the physical,
Yeah.
the horizontal, the horizon, the level, the water. That's level. That's physically level. Okay, there's no physical points outside. That's just something you're attaching mathematically.
Yeah, that's the same as
Okay,
that
so
very, very shit drawing I did.
Right.
Mathematically, tangents are always 90 degrees.
Okay, is there any ball to draw a tangent on?
Well, yeah, because you're trying to prove the Earth's a globe.
Because
so
that's
you
what we're
just
doing.
Assume it's a circle.
Well,
That would
actually,
be
let's not
very-
assume. Let's just go out and see if we can measure that deviation
Okay.
and
Well,
find
this is
that
a
the Earth
genuine
is in fact.
question. I'd
Hold on.
like
Can
an
you
answer
just
from.
can you just think about what you just said? You said if we're trying to prove it's a globe, we have to assume it's a circle.
Yeah,
Think
no,
about
and-
that for a minute, because that's
yeah, this
just
ties into
circular
my.
reasoning. Right?
This ties into. What? Have you ever done modeling? Ever? You
Listen,
ever even heard of it?
Ben, before you hop and skip tap dance to some like random other question, we're just trying
Yes,
to establish
I've
whether you
been through
understand.
the model. That has nothing to
Hold
do
on.
with flat Earth.
Hold on. We're
No,
just
but
trying
you
to
always
establish.
come.
Hold on,
You always
Ben.
say about
Before
your
you,
mathematics.
hold on, Ben. Before we just get too worked up, we're just trying to talk about what level is. So, is the water level, aka horizontal, or is the water curving?
Have you unmuted me yet?
I mean, the
You're
fact
unmuted.
that you
Yeah, you're talking.
are muted
Okay,
and
right.
speaking means
Go on.
you're good to speak. So, go
No,
ahead.
because you talk over me and it's fine. I talk over you and I get muted. Doesn't seem very fair.
No, you just you just bring up random questions that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. So just
It
stay
has a lot
focused.
to do with what we're
No,
talking about.
just stay focused. Just stay focused. So we're talking about, what level means. You're trying to tell us level means curved, basically.
No.
Oh, you're not? So level means horizontal.
Sure, if that's what makes you happy, but
Okay. So we're talking about, like, you're DMing me these boards in the water. That's level.
I never said that was on water. I was trying to prove a
So
point.
that's why we were
that
trying to get you to be a little bit more
if you
specific about
take
putting this in reality, maybe. So if you want to be more specific about your example, maybe where are you putting the boards? Somewhere in reality? On land? Or maybe you put them in the water? Where are you putting these boards?
the thing is, I can't explain it to you because you then talk over me because you don't understand modeling. It just doesn't compute.
You don't
well.
understand reality or Earth.
Okay. Hold on. Nobody's misconstruing what's being explained. If you put boards on water and ground, the elevation could change. If you put boards in the air, it won't change. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think you understand reality. That's why you're in your computer model video game mode here. All we have to do
Yeah.
is take a straight edge and
You
see if
always
it,
talk about
the
your
Earth deviates.
mathematics.
This is
so
why
I
people
try,
mute you.
I
Because
try
soon as
prove it with a really shit mathematical model.
This is why you get muted every time. Yeah, so we don't need a computer model or a video game. We can just use a straight edge over distance, see if there's any deviation between it and the Earth, like I told you, at about the 38-mile distance where we showed you the laser test, where that's how far they went. There should be about 800
These
feet of Earth.
all.
Wait.
Hey,
What
can
is
I interrupt real quick? I'm
How
sorry.
do you know it's
These
exactly
all
38
tests-
miles?
Yeah,
Go
that's cool.
further.
Bro,
See if there's any deviation.
Bro, y'all are
I
talking
didn't-
about
I didn't know
tests.
I
But
can't
like,
tell it.
have you ever looked into how they build railroads? They don't apply curvature to these rails that are sitting on the ground for like 100-mile stretches. They don't say, okay, this section needs this much curvature, this section needs that much curvature. No,
Because they're
every
in such
single
small
rail
segments.
for a railroad is
Yeah.
flat unless it's going over elevations and shit like that.
Right.
On top of that, even a 1 degree incline requires gears to help it go on that incline.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, I agree with what you're saying that you're
That is a
going to bring
very
up scale. You're going to bring up the scale of the Earth, but the problem is there have been zero measurements presented to support this scale claim. So you can't really say, well, compared to the Earth,
Well, I mean,
you will be
is
able
it
to see
kind of like a
curvature. You
logical
won't have-
conclusion, though?
Not really.
What's the
because
logical
you can't
conclusion?
logically-
It's a
you
logical
can't just
conclusion
assume it's a
saying
globe
how
and then
100
logically-
meters is quite small compared to the greater size of the Earth.
But
Okay,
what is
yeah,
the
so,
greater size
so
of
we'll
the Earth
use 10
then?
miles.
No,
so we'll use 10
I'm
miles.
just saying a logical conclusion. I'm not saying get any actual measurements.
No,
Okay.
that's what we're saying. No, that's what we're saying. You're going to need that to make that claim.
Yeah, and so we'll use 10 miles. That's
But then
fine.
I say,
That's-
okay,
that's-
here's a measurement, and you go, nah.
Where? Wait, where?
What
Nah.
measurement?
Wait, where?
Exactly, you're doing what I just said.
Wait, where? Did you post it?
No, he's
Post
asking you
it.
for it. He's not saying what you said.
You said something about measurements, Kip. Where are they at?
Oh, we literally went over this, man.
Wait, DM it to me so we can post it and everyone can have a look. Then
Wait,
no one can question it if it's in the chat.
I think he's asking you for the measurements, and we've posted them for him a bunch of times here, and he kept saying
Go
he
on,
was
then.
like too
Can I see
lazy
it?
and whatever to look.
I didn't say
Oh,
that.
the measurements
What? I
that were
never said
done in
that.
AutoCAD?
Well, Kip seems confused now.
No, because
Yeah,
I'm getting words are getting put into my mouth.
Okay,
I didn't say anything like that.
Well, I can rewind the clip, but I did hear you just say that yes, there were measurements, and then you said we ignored them or whatever. Is that what you said?
No.
Okay.
I said.
All right, well, let me go on mute and I'll rewind the tape and I'll see what was said.
Yeah, I'd actually like to hear what you just said. Seriously, a moment ago, like you said something about ignoring something for sure about ignoring the data. That's
I talked about. Oh, someone's echoing. I don't like that.
Yeah, what measurements are being ignored and who's ignoring them? Clear it up for us.
I was talking about how I mentioned the. I don't remember his name.
I've been DM'd by Jack Cheston. He said he's got a good point to make.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but
I'm assuming he can't.
He's look if he wants to be a guest on the show here, he's welcome to join. He doesn't need to talk through you, does he?
Well, he's muted and he can't unmute. He's in the VC.
Well, he should go through the same process.
I didn't go through the
Real
process.
quick, fellas, I just checked the live stream. I think he did say hypothetically if he posted measurements, we would ignore it. Let's play this again.
And so we'll use.
That's what we're saying.
But then I say, okay, here's a measurement, and you go, nah.
Wait. Okay, so when did we do that, Kip?
When I mentioned, I forgot his name.
Wait.
Eratosthenes?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Kip,
Eratosthenes. It's not a measurement, remember?
We didn't say nah. We already went through this with Ben.
And like more importantly, we didn't ignore it because hold on, we can tell you more about Eratosthenes' experiment than you probably know.
That's correct.
Yeah,
and not only Kip, not only we didn't say nah. I played you clips from people on your side who tell you that it doesn't work. That's not saying nah. Okay, to what you just Googled. All right, so and also it's not a measurement, so don't worry.
No, I'm
Okay.
convinced.
You know,
Flat.
Drace, you know the video you're sending?
Are you going to ignore it? Or are you going to look at it?
I'm talking about it now. Wouldn't refraction have an affection on the laser to appear it to go straight
This is a
or not?
PhD in spectrophotometry. He is an expert on refraction, and so what he did was he tested it under all conditions, like early in the morning to late at night, during the midday, and he found that there was most refraction during the midday. So he went on and continued testing it, and late in the evenings is when there's the least amount of fraction, and so
But it's still there.
You should have the most amount of Earth curve blocking, and so according to him, it's beyond a shadow of a doubt. There's no Earth curve blocking anything.
Ouch.
So, but the refraction is still there. You say the least amount. There's still refraction there.
That's our
You
argument.
gotta understand, how does refraction work?
Can you explain that to me? So
Yeah, I can
understand?
explain that to
Go on
you.
then.
In order
Can you
to
explain
have
your
something
claim to you?
refract, in order to have light or electromagnetic waves refract, you need to have a boundary, and the angle of incidence needs to be beyond normal or not directly 90 degrees hitting the boundary. Otherwise, you don't get any refraction. So, in our air, there are no boundary layers between you and what you're looking at. Generally, that would require an anomaly. So, what you're asking for are very unrealistic conditions to try to bend light around the ball that doesn't exist in reality.
It does, 'cause it happens.
Oh, you
Yeah,
think that
once
lasers
in a
bend
while
at
you have a
8 inches per
cold
mouse for?
front, and you have
You're
the
not-
right angle, and with the right angle and a cold front moving into a hot air, then you get a boundary, and with the right angle you can get refractive effects. But this is a very singular condition. You don't have infinite boundaries at the right angle to refract all the light down around the curve continually to make the flat land up, the curved ball appear flat, because that's what we see. We see the world appear flat, but they tell us it's curved.
So basically, we've shown you
say
a
something real
measurement,
quick?
right? We've measured the Earth flat. We're showing you that, and you're basically coming back and going, well, how do you know that that laser isn't bending at the same 8 inches per mile squared rate that the globe is all the way around it? That's basically what you're doing.
It's kind of off topic, but I do want to just point out that you say light bending doesn't happen. That's
Well, it deflects, it changes angles, it doesn't really bend.
no,
It's just
it
straight
rotates.
lines.
Yeah, no, yes.
Yeah, but that also happens, like Dre
But-
said, at the boundary between two different
The
mediums.
reason like I said, it's off topic, but that's how black holes are visible. They're so incredibly
Jesus.
dense and have like
Oh,
so
so
much
you don't
gravity
believe
they
in the
can
Big
bend
Bang
light.
then? So you don't
Huh?
believe in the Big Bang then?
That's nothing to do with that.
Oh, you didn't know that the Big Bang universe theory and the black hole universe theory are completely incompatible and don't work together? Oops.
Maybe you're God.
Now what?
Well, he couldn't show us the Earth
Yo,
curve.
you just got you just got caught, bro. That's what I call fucking shit gets quiet when facts get thrown around. That's what that's called.
We showed him the Earth not curving, and he just went, well, how do you know that that laser isn't curving exactly the way my globe is curving? Well, if it is, then you couldn't have measured it to be a globe in the first place. But
What and also who calibrated the laser to bend around the globe that exact?
Someone should tell the military that they can get lasers to go around objects. That would be great.
I mean, they don't have to use line of sight anymore.
Well, they've been using line of sight to target things for over 100 miles and shooting it with railguns, so I'm pretty sure they understand, like, they use it
Intense
as
amounts
flat
of gravity are able to
non-rotating.
bend light. That's how
okay,
Sagittarius
so
A star was
100
visible.
miles then. Okay, he just told you that the Navy does direct line of sight targeting up to 100 miles and further. Do you know how much curvature drop there should be there? Should be about 6,666 feet. How are they shooting around that much of a drop? Around a ball that is dropping off by almost 7,000 feet. Do you think that you have a line of sight if you're on a ball that's dropping by that much? Like, where would the horizon be? A few miles away from you, and then everything past maybe 3, 4, 5 miles is supposed to start being obstructed by that horizon as it drops to almost about 7,000 feet at 100 miles. You think you got a line of sight there?
Line of sight means you can see it, by the way, not that you just wish it's there.
Yeah, I thought the boats were supposed to go over the horizon at just a few
Hey,
miles.
some
right?
super random.
So how am I supposed to be able to see something that's 100 miles out, which is supposed to be obscured by almost 7,000 feet of drop, when the horizon, the globe edge obstruction, is supposed to be just a few miles away from me? What's going on? It's supposed to block boats, but at the same time, I can shoot something 100 miles away.
Yeah,
He didn't think this through.
I just posted a link to a PDF, which is an analysis of joint effects of refraction and turbulence on laser beam propagation in the atmosphere. And they basically took 3 really high-power military-grade lasers of 3 different wavelengths and shot them 93 miles, trying to see if there was any refraction over those 93 miles. And if you use standard refraction, atmospheric models, terrestrial refraction, it would be impossible. So they shot them all the way over there, hit their target with all 3 lasers. That's not possible on the globe, but they weren't thinking about that. They were just looking for refraction in the atmosphere. And so there was no refraction those 93 miles that they shot those lasers. So there's definitely verified 100% conditions where there's 0 refraction for up to 100 miles.
You're not supposed to be able to see a boat from a few miles away, but you can do that, I guess. What do you guys say to that?
So you can't see a boat, but you can't see a boat from a few miles away, but you can direct line of sight target it at 93 miles away.
Yeah, no problem.
That makes sense to me.
The Earth curve takes care of the boat. You can't see that. It's just a few miles, but 100 miles, yeah, you can definitely shoot something with a direct line of sight to it.
And we're
That's all
supposed
you
to be
guys
the crazy
believe, kid?
ones. We're supposed to be the crazy ones because we just see things and they're there.
Another thing is, it's like the Earth is supposedly doing, somersaults through space, yet somehow light from other stars that we've observed for thousands of years are somehow still hitting us in a perfect way at the perfect time for us to still be able to observe them. It should be possible. The models that have been presented, so.
Poison light models.
So, yeah, what are you guys going to do? You're going to have to do something to fix this. You got to disown something. Either the railgun can't hit a target 100 miles away, or the boats don't go over the curve, or what? Like, what are you going to do to fix this for your globe? Because it's bad.
Wait until we get to Marconi's transmission.
What? Would you guys be
Well, you
interested
can't
in
have it
talking?
both ways.
No, wait. Would you guys be interested in talking to my science teacher next week?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
About this?
Yes, get him in
Alright.
here.
Oh,
We'll
absolutely.
arrange for like a moderated one person talking
I mean,
to one
I can
person
see
debate.
if I can do it,
Let's
but
do it.
I haven't got school this week. But next week, maybe.
That's beautiful.
And
He
all
doesn't have
classes.
school. That way he can't get really too embarrassed when he comes on. Most people won't know he's on then, just after the fact when you
What?
pass it around.
What?
You heard me.
No, I didn't actually.
If you want to embarrass all your teachers, bring it here.
Yeah, bring them on for sure. Maybe they can finally solve this for us because teachers probably know the answers, right?
I mean, he's more qualified than me. I mean, I'm literally just.
I'm more
17-year-old.
qualified than your teacher, so.
Are you? That's crazy, man. Good job for you.
Fat Discord mod.
Unlucky.
Oh, I'm neither, and I don't have an education, but I bet I could be your science teacher.
Really?
Well, all your science teacher has to do is send a laser over 38 miles and measure 800 feet of deviation between it and the Earth.
How do
Can
you
you
know
do
it's
that?
38 miles? I need hard concrete
Well,
evidence.
I just gave
Show
you
me
that as a number. I just
You
gave
can
you that
go.
as a
You
number.
can go and repeat the test. That's how
There you
you
go.
can do it.
Do you
Do
live
it
in
over,
California?
do it
You do it.
over, do it over like.
What do you mean? How do I know it's 38 miles? I
300
just
miles.
gave you that as a number. You could do 10 miles. You could do
No, do
20.
300 miles and see if there's any deviation.
Okay,
So
do
it
it
needs
at
to be
300
300
miles.
now. Okay.
Go on then, off spot.
There's going to be what, miles of deviation at 300? So that should be pretty dang obvious. Yeah, set it up.
No, any
Go and do it.
deviation at all. Over if it's flat, there should be no
it's got to be a
deviation.
specific rate of deviation
No,
in order
no.
for it
If
to
it's
match
level, there
your
should be no
globe claim.
deviation. So you could
No,
go any
we're
distance
talking
you
about
want,
the
and that'll be flat.
globe. It has to curve at the specific rate that they claim in order for it to be that thing. So that's what we're looking
Maybe
for.
their
We're looking
claims
for
are wrong,
8
but
inches
maybe it's
per
still
mile squared
curved.
to drop. Well, if it's wrong, then the whole model is wrong. Then your whole cosmological paradigm from the ground up is wrong.
Well,
so
if
Ben
it's
gave
flat,
up.
there'll
Ben
be
gave
zero
up.
deviation at all.
Ben gave up already. He's just talking in circles at this point.
Yeah, I am talking in
The
circles.
spiraling has begun. The
and we
spiraling
don't,
has begun.
Ben, maybe it's
we don't have any
wrong, but
reason to.
it's in all education in all world. How it's wrong then?
Yeah, we just told you that the railgun line of sight targeting happens at 100 miles with no accounting for curve. Well, you wouldn't be able to anyway. You wouldn't be able to see over 7,000 feet of drop. So what's going on?
No, I said do it at 300 miles and check for any deviation. Because if it's
Okay,
flat,
well,
as you claim, there'll be none.
you're just moving the goalposts. We've already tested the globe model, the globe dimensions. They're not happening in reality, or else you would not be able to directly target something where there's a 7,000
tested
foot
your
Earth
dimensions
curve
as well?
between
Prove
you
it
and the
anyway.
target.
I drew a very shit model. I'll admit it. But you're saying you don't believe in models. Do it in reality.
It's not about believing in
just
models,
talked about
What
a
the
model.
fuck are you talking about? Yeah,
just
you drew a
mentioned the model.
picture. We tested the Earth.
The globe
yeah, there's
model.
a big difference.
The globe model. It's a model. How do you know it
Can we
works?
go back at the live stream and get the
Well, we
clip?
know it. Hold on. We know
Yeah,
it
I-
doesn't.
I-
We know
I-
it
I-
doesn't
I-
work.
I-
Hold on. Hold on. Guys, hold on. We know that the globe model doesn't work because the globe model makes very specific predictions about things like horizon distance from an observer height, about how much distant objects should be hidden, all these things. And when we go outside to test and observe and with cameras and lasers and whatever, we're not finding what they're predicting.
That's all well and good then. How
That's
can
the
I
issue.
travel in one direction and end up
One
in the
moment.
same spot?
Yeah, you can't do that.
One moment.
Don't worry.
That's a deflection from the topic, but I'll answer your question because you're going in a circle. Same thing you're doing on the globe. You're going in a circle around it.
Yeah, and then don't act
If
like
we're
you've
going to
done
be
that
talking,
anyway. You can't even do that in a car. Go ahead, Lou.
if we're going to be talking about a globe model, I'm still, in years of doing this, I'm still yet to be presented with a globe model. We're always talking about this elusive globe model. Never once had a glober present said model. You think your little drawing was a model? You're a silly little boy.
What's his point even by
Clearly don't know
saying
what
that?
modeling is.
What is your point even by telling us what we already obviously know, which is that the globe is a model? Like, why are you even saying that? What's your point?
Well, the globe model. Well, when I did my, albeit very, very shit one, just to show that if it was curved,
You
a
drew a
laser would
circle,
pass through it.
and water doesn't do that.
I'll bet you can't line 3 boards up yourself
Ben,
in
did
a big gymnasium and shoot
Ben,
it light through it.
Did you
I
use
reckon
Yeah,
I
it's the
could quite
gymnasium
easily.
curve.
when you draw yours once? Did you use reality in consideration?
No, we didn't because we kept asking
No,
you to use
because you
reality.
don't use reality to prove the globe. You need the drawings, computer. You don't need reality.
No,
for
a globe.
proving
A
the
globe is a.
That's why
a
we
globe
kept
is a
asking you
circle
to.
or
Yeah,
sphere.
hold on. That's why we kept
really?
asking you to use a reality for your example, like Sasha said. But
anybody
you
got
wanted to just use your drawing and your imagination.
Has anyone ever seen a giant globe hanging in the sky? Ever?
No.
Hanging in the sky, the moon.
Even if
I
you
rest my
did-
case. Let's
even if
move
you
on.
did, the water is still flat here. So it doesn't matter what's in the sky.
Yeah,
what you
so
drew is a
that means
circle.
that the Earth isn't a
Dan.
planet.
Water doesn't do that.
Yeah, I got a question for the dude that's still on the globe bullshit, bro. How come there's no video of like a time lapse of Earth, like maybe even just 1,000 feet away? How come I can't watch the Earth spinning underneath, like a satellite, like pointing at the Earth? There's no videos of this. Did you know that?
Huh?
I'm asking,
That's
how come there's no
probably because it
videos of a
doesn't
time
exist.
lapse pointing at the Earth, proving that it's spinning? Like 24-hour time lapse from space pointed at the Earth to show that it's spinning on an axis. There's no videos of this.
4K camera from the moon. We got a rover on fucking Mars, but no camera pointed at Earth from the moon.
They claim that there is a point of elevation that satellites reach where they are not within Earth's gravitational pull. So all these supposed satellites floating over the Van Allen belt are supposed to be stagnant and not affected by gravity. So they should be able to just face the Earth and stay there and take a 24-hour time-lapse video, but they don't do that.
Actually, no, they don't claim that. They claim that it's all affected by gravity. It's just they're all moving with.
Oh wait, okay.
And
Wait. Can you explain this to me real quick? Because this was my understanding of astronomy: is that there is a point of elevation that you get away from Earth, where gravity stops working, right? Or you're saying no?
Yeah, they have a point like that. But think about this: like, if that point is where that satellite is, how is it holding the moon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't agree with the model.
That's why they have a. They imagine it like, oh, depending on how big it is, that's how much it pulls and holds it. So that variance is just like all over the place. They calculate it based on how heavy it is, where it would have no weight, blah 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 blah. But there's still supposed to be gravity of the Earth strong enough to hold the moon in orbit, but it doesn't notice the satellites. They're so small.
Well,
I just think it's interesting. They claim to have cameras to tell us, but they can't point it. I just think that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, those guys saw their out and they took it there. They ran. They're like, oh, okay, good. They're starting to argue with each other. We can just dip.
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
Yo, what is that from?
I'm crazy are the pussies and the posers. They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this.
Yo, that's epic. Yeah, that sounds funny as hell.
But you can't ever threaten the production crew here.
So what was his point with telling us it's a model anyway? Like, why did he even say that? How's that an argument?
I have no idea. He drew a circle. Like,
Yeah,
really?
he's like, do you understand it's a model? Well, yeah. So, like, where are you going with
Yo.
this? We're comparing the model to reality to see if there's any match. Like, is there? I mean, maybe he was trying to say like there isn't a match. It's just a model. It's just a
You can't just
construct.
draw a few circles in a line and be like, that's a
Call that
model.
a model.
Like a
Yeah,
model has to
model
match
something.
observations in reality. Like, and he
Yeah.
doesn't seem to understand that.
So they don't even have a model, obviously, because it doesn't match anything.
Al accepted as a model of his argument, and I debunked it with a Nicobine targeting system with a real-life example of where his argument failed to actually be validated and was proven wrong. And it's well known that all models are wrong, but some models are useful.
I'll post our conversation that Ben, he was DMing me stuff about the boards, and I was just trying to get him to be specific. Like, so where are you putting the boards? Like, in my mind, in my visualization. It's like, well, that's not really helpful, dude.
That's rigorous. That's
Yeah,
so much
exactly.
better than the John D.
Yeah.
laser test we posted for him.
That dude was doing fucking mental gymnastics to avoid the basic question: where would the boards have to be for them to be level all the way the 100-mile distance that you're measuring?
Yeah.
And you were just explaining, like, yeah, water and land is not going to keep it level. Like, you have to put the boards in the air. And he was like, okay, where? And you were like, where's the experiment where the boards are in the air, so there's no obstruction of elevation? And he just kept saying, well, the boards.
Well, his little board test is already done with the Navy railgun and stuff like that, where they can hit a target from that distance.
Right,
If you can hit a target from 100 miles, there isn't any 7,000 foot of earth curve drop between you and it.
Yeah, well
There's
said.
supposed to be, a geometric horizon that completely blocks your line of view to a boat that's just a few miles away, but you can still hit a target over 100 miles. Like, he has to choose one. I was trying to do that, but
Well, the first question I
wasn't
asked him, I was like, so what's the water doing under those boards? He's like, oh, you're just thinking too deeply.
yeah,
It's like, maybe you're just not thinking at all, dummy.
Yeah,
The one thing I'm realizing with a lot of these Globers defenses is that they don't realize that they also have to scrap these models of the galaxy as well, because they're not ready to scrap the idea of like vacuums in space and the sun being a gas giant and shit like that. They're still stuck believing in the heliocentric model while trying to make the Earth flat, which is kind of, you just have to throw all that shit out.
I really want an alien girlfriend. You can't take that away from me.
Yeah. They don't know what it means to build a house from the foundation. They want to start with the shingles and build down. Goofballs.
So with celestial spectroscopy, there's all the medium between us and the things that they're doing the spectroscopy on, and the spectra and everything that they're getting from the stars, from the sun, it's not even the right kind for it to be gas, right? Spectra is continuous, which indicates solid, right?
Oh, wow. I've never thought about that. That's interesting.
So, like, I mean, the whole thing is just screwed on so many levels.
Come from a place of wanting to be an inventor, an astrophysicist. I really wanted to be like in outer space. I wanted to be on the fucking, what do they call it? International Space Station. And the more I looked into it, that's why I'm here today. It's because I realized I was just fucking moving farther and farther away from the truth with this shit.
Well, we call it the International Swimming Station.
I was debating one of my friends about this, because I don't really be bringing this to the forefront in like my real life relationships, because I don't know what it's gonna do to these people's brains. Because I feel like when you like deconstruct, you got to reconstruct it, and like I don't want to just be like disassembling people's fucking brains. But I told my friends this, and his whole thing, he didn't even know what the heliocentric model was. Like we're breaking it down for hours. He's like, yeah, gravity sensors, yeah, we send satellites into space, da 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 da. And then I'm like, oh, but then the heliocentric model, and he goes, oh, what's that? I'm like, you don't know what that is? And he goes, no, what is it? This is in the garbage. Now I'm just teaching you.
It's always the ones who don't know the globe who defend it. That's why they believe in it. They don't know it. They don't know the story. They don't know the claims. So they have no idea whether or not the claims would match reality.
Because the math is so astronomical that it's intimidating, and that they figure that they don't have the money or the tools or the research groups to actually conduct the experiments to determine these types of measurements. So they just trust that, you know, the NASA and the government and Elon Musk and Bill Gates, they're all doing their diligence to give us the proper measurements and stuff. They're just trusting, you know, these people with billions of dollars. They're basically science priests. I don't know how else to. They're like a religion.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, it would be really hard to measure 66 feet of drop in 10 miles, or to find a 1.2 mile horizon or something like that. Yeah, that'd be so hard. That's so distant. It's so far away. The Earth is so big.
Yeah, since y'all are letting me ramble like an idiot right now, I just think it's interesting how if we were on a ball, that means that no matter where I stand on the ball, I should be able to have the widest perspective. Like if I do a 360, I should be able to see really fucking far. Like if it was a ball, it's like standing on top of a mountain. Like technically, no matter where I stand on the globe, I would be at a very high, like a peak elevation type point, right? According to like my surround. When I thought about this, I realized like, man, how can people say this shit? All right, I'm thinking too hard.
Well, most of them are just defending religiously. It's like that's why when you ask them questions like they'll be quick to answer, but when you ask them to like maybe support their answer,
Deflect, change the topic,
exactly central.
shift the burden.
Well, then how was it flat? Like, wait a minute, you just made a claim. You can't support that. Yeah, so.
Well, something has to be flat. You can't even say something is curved unless you have a flat standard of some sort. They're interchangeable, or rather, they work together and complement one another. You're saying it's curved because it's deviating from some sort of straight standard. You're saying it's flat because it tends to conform with the straight standard, basically.
Yeah. And that Ben guy was like, well, yes and no. It's both. Okay, dude. Straddle that
People
fence.
are just trying to wait for programming. They're just willing to bomb the logic and lead it nowhere and just wait. It's like being in a bureaucracy. They don't want people to do too many independent things or too much independent thinking. So anytime too much independent thinking occurs, stall, prevaricate, lead the conversation nowhere, and wait for additional programming. That's basically it.
Wow. That's the biggest facts I've heard all day. Damn. Yeah,
I
that's what
guess
they do. Bomb the logic. Yeah, that's right. That's a good way to put it. Bomb the logic and wait for daddy to tell me what to say.
Pretty much. I mean, keep the logic from going anywhere toward any sort of necessary conclusion. It's just stop thinking. It's learning against learning, essentially.
Well, yeah, I mean, they weren't logicked into their globe position, so they're not going to be logicked out of it.
Wow. Damn, that's deep too, Central. Yes. They were like programmed and casted a spell on. You know what I mean? So.
Yep.
The imperative is to wait for additional programming. They were programmed, so they're like, wait for additional programming. Stand by.
That's so sad, man. That's so sad. Let me just go to YouTube real quick, look up some Professor Dave videos. He'll tell me what to say.
Well, Professor Dave seems like he's knowledgeable. He has professor in his name, and he's an atheist, which means that he's about truth over, faith and, religion and stuff. So let's listen to him.
Yeah, some goofball sent me a Dave video today, and I was like, "Is he a professor?" And he's like, well, "I don't know. I just went and found it on Google." Like, exactly, dude.
He's at the top of Google, and as we know, Google only puts authoritative searches at the top.
You can trust.
Professor Dave's not a professor? You're kidding.
Usually, when they post a Professor Dave video, they haven't even watched it. They'll just
Exactly.
ask for the best argument from the video, and
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah, they just select the top thing that comes up on Google search.
That's exactly.
Yeah, that's what I always say. I'm like, what will I find if I watch this video? What did you learn from it that I'll learn if I watch
Exactly.
it? Never tell me.
I'm curious for all the flat earthers that are in here that have done a lot of research. Have you actually watched the top 20 videos that debunk flat Earth? And seriously, about what they're presenting there? I mean, it's really laughable. It really is.
I've seen one video where they followed some absolute clown around who was like, "Oh, the Earth is flat," and he was just like pretty much like some guy with a social disorder.
Yeah, they find
But that
they
video
find
was
one that's wounded. Yeah, they find the wounded bird. Yeah.
So that was like one of my first introductions to it, which kind of made me take longer to come to my realizations. Because, I got to say, their little shadow banning and replacing the algorithm with their videos, that shit worked on me for the past few years. I really was deterred from looking into this because you can't find reliable evidence on YouTube.
Yep. Well, at least in
Mockery
that
is
area,
the
right?
best. Mockery is the best thing they have going for them. That's all it is. They have to keep that going, or else it's all going to fall apart. Because as far as I can tell, is really all the Globe has going for it. Flat earthers are really stupid. Don't be one of them. Just social proofing in that kind of way.
You can still find quite a few things on YouTube. You just have to change your search parameters a bit.
Yeah.
I love Witzit's clip when he tells the woman the earth is flat. She goes, "What? I'm flat?" He goes, "No, the earth is flat." She starts, "Oh shit, the earth is flat, the earth is flat," running around.
Yeah, that was really
awesome.
Yeah, going back to the Dave thing, I just went to my chat history with Kip. Actually, it was just hilarious. So, I was like, "Well, yeah. Did you watch the video?" He's like, "Yeah." It's like, "Okay, well, choose a point and break it down." It's like, "Well, he goes, what do you think I'm claiming? It's literally the video." I'm like, "So, what's your understanding of the video?" It's like, "Why would I do that?" It's like,
Yeah.
Can you be specific? He's like, "Just watch it." Like, okay, so you don't know what you're talking about, then, dude.
Yeah, I like to ask him why, so I can not learn anything from it, like you obviously did.
The
I
claim
like
is
that
the
too.
programming.
It's almost like a new thing that they use, a tactic for argument. It's odd, isn't it?
Well, show me that you processed it through a freely thinking, rational brain. Show me why this was convincing to you with a logical line of argumentation. That would be a great way to argue the video for me, even if I did decide to watch it again, as I have in some instances when I've already watched the video, just came to a different conclusion than they did. It just showed me that you've digested it through your brain and aren't just trying to program me or reprogram me with groupthink,
Right, like copying and pasting the link and then just sending it to me, like if you, especially when you
Yeah,
didn't
give me
watch
some
it.
details.
Yeah,
Yeah, give me a little bit of back and insight. Like, where do I go start? What am I thinking? Where's my mindset at when you're give me something there.
They're not
Verify
thinking
that you
anything.
watched it.
They don't even know their own claim. They have no idea. I mean, their argument pretty much every time just comes down to people smarter than me, scientists. They figured this stuff out. Just listen to the scientists, listen to the authorities. They know, right? So they don't even know what they're showing you when they share some video with you. They're just taking on faith that the smart sciencey people have this stuff worked out, and it's all going to be in that video, whatever it is, which they don't even know.
My challenge is test that science. Test it. When you see something on television, then test it. Go in your backyard and get whatever you need and figure out how to test it, and then find out for yourself. And it's that simple. It's not difficult. It's not rocket science.
There's
a way to know these things. That's why we have science, right?
Oh no, Earth really big. We can't test it. We
Yeah.
just have to trust the experts, geniuses,
Yeah, and
the
mine's
ones who
really
can
small.
test
And
it.
when the mind is too
Yeah.
small and the Earth is too big, then you're going to have issues. I mean, I don't know what else to say about that.
No, but
All
Seth's
you
Can I
guys,
ask y'all something? Can I ask you
all
guys
you
something?
guys live in your mom's basement, and none of you has ever been on an airplane.
Yeah, go ahead. Alexis.
Yeah, like the
Yeah,
more
Christian.
conversations I have with different people, I'm realizing like we kind of got to replace the universe model at the same time we're replacing the model of the Earth, because these people are still
Just
trying
start
to
from
stick it.
scratch.
They're still trying to stick it in the solar system. That's why all these people are stuck, because they
Well,
don't got anything to put the flat Earth
Correct.
in.
Yeah.
Like they don't
well,
Like I said,
know
you
how
got to
to
start.
how to construct the universe after you take that away.
Well, the thing is, implicit in the heliocentric model is a cosmological claim being how everything is formed based off of this principle. And what is the principle they go with? Gravity. Gravity forming everything into clumps and balls, as opposed to something flat, which has a different founding principle. There's no flatity that makes everything flat per se.
Well,
If
it's not their
anything,
fault. It's all they got.
the more well, if anything, in the more theistic sides of the flat Earth that I've heard, the different principle is that God created it, but there's no appeal beyond that to saying there's a flatity here making everything a flat disk or whatever. It could be formed by this creator however it is, without this appeal to this cosmological naturalistic principle. So if they need a
Exactly.
cosmology that needs flatity, they're probably not going to find it.
And in listening to what you were just
They want a
saying, their
replacement.
double speak is amazing because gravity pulls everything together, but the universe is expanding outward.
Yeah, it's
They're lost in their
Yeah,
clarifications.
that's
They're
the
lost in
problem.
their
Is
globe
that you have all these
storytelling.
contradicting principles of cosmology, but people can't fit the flat Earth into their idea of the universe on a cosmological scale. They don't know how to put the flat Earth into their model.
There's so many inception layers deep into their globe fairy tale that they just can't get out of it at this point. When they're talking about stuff like the Big Bang or the vacuum of space, the other planets they call them, etc. It's just because they are layers deep into this shit.
And this is where the real difficult discussion is had, because what was this cosmology presented as real when you get down to it? It was presented as an alternative to scripture, an alternative to the old world conceptions that had a creator that made it flat, covered by some sort of solid sky covering of some sort. It was just like anything else other than these scriptures will do, and they will add on anything to this new base fairy tale to get away from that other alternative.
That's right. I agree. These people were heretics that are trying to defy God, and they just inverted all the understanding and said, "Oh, it's not round, it's flat. Oh, it's not flat, it's round." Whatever they did, they switched it.
Without going too far into that, though, it really doesn't. You don't need a creator in order to scientifically prove where you live and what it is. I mean, it's not really that difficult, right? It's not. I mean, this isn't a philosophical argument. It's a scientific one. And we have evidence here. We can analyze this data and we can file it. And why aren't there annals of it? There are. Well, you just have to go find the stuff, right? That's the problem. Like, I've got all kinds of data. I got all kinds of stuff that tells me that the Earth's flat and stationary. They know this. They've been doing things like that for years and years and years and years since the beginning. So they're not going to say it that way, no. But you just have to realize what they already know, right?
You don't even need science. It's even simpler than that. All you need are measurements. Just some
Well,
simple, direct measurements.
You need a
That's
spirit
all it
level
takes.
of at least 6 feet long, with a bubble, a bubble on each end of it, and you need a couple of what do they call them, sawbucks or whatever, and you go to the ocean, or you get out in a boat and you go out into the boat and you just go straight out into the ocean or straight out into the lake until you can't see anything around you except water, and you measure every direction. You just measure all 360 degrees. Do whatever you do. That's exactly how I did it. It's that simple.
Well, the thing
It's
is,
flat and level all the way around 360 degrees. The only logical explanation is that you live on a flat plane. There is no other explanation.
But this is where the science so-called meets philosophy. And by science, if you talk about careful measurement that is consistently interpreted at the very least, okay, well, it's looking flat. But if in the back of your mind, you're like, the creator's not real. This smacks too much of creation if it's flat and covered by some sort of sky dome covering. Even if my measurements are showing this, I'm going to come up with something else. I'm going to come up with the excuse of refraction. I'm going to come up and say, let me do more data. Let me do more measurement. I mean, what are they going to, take those measurements to? And so even though the measurements can be made and appear to be pointing toward this, are we going to go toward this conclusion or away from it because of our adherence and faith to prior premises? Do you think that gravity has to make things into a ball, even though the measurements are telling you it's flat or not? What are people going to do?
Yeah, they have a
Simple.
religious
You just
bias.
Hey, you a
realize that
smart guy.
you live in a
Yo, whoever
cage.
just said
So
that, bro,
simple.
I've
Don't
never
think
heard
of it
anybody
as
break that shit down like that. Goddamn. Okay.
Well, let's reason together. I mean, we have to talk about the parts of the
right.
faith
Working
that
together
make
is
us.
the way to do it.
I mean, we have to talk about the part of the faith that makes us interpret the measurements this way or that way, and the measurements themselves. It's part of the same thing, knowledge and faith together. But we have to be honest. Why are we interpreting it this way versus that way?
Your faith isn't about believing in something that you can't prove. It's about believing in something because you know all the other stuff points to it, and it's being logical in your mind. It's not
I
just
mean, I
about.
was thinking about
I mean,
something
there's more
completely
to it
different. I
than
was gonna
just
say,
this.
since we're born, like as children, we're literally psychologically taught things we can't prove, which is why people are okay with getting, the results of experiments from people they never met before. They're gonna trust people that they know might be lying to them.
Yeah. I mean, we do need authorities that we trust and have faith in, like scientists or whatever, but we need to make sure that they're being consistent because we can't do everything. We're going to need to appeal to an authority that can do something that we cannot and have faith that they did it properly. That's what science and all these authorities are about. But if they're lying to us and being inconsistent, we need to be like, you know what? I'm going to have to step in and see what you did here because something isn't matching up. You're saying it's round, but my experience says it's flat. I did some measurements too, and they're pointing towards something flat. Why aren't we agreeing about this? Authority or not? Now, the cosmology that I go with is the biblical one. I think it's flat land with a solid hemispheric glass sky of some sort of dome, like polished glass up there.
Isn't that the Hebrew Israelite cosmology?
Yes.
Am I right? Yeah.
Yes.
I kind of believe that model myself, but you give that to somebody that believes in the vast emptiness of a gigantic universe. That's going to seem like kind of small. It doesn't explain anything outside of it.
Well, Southern Israelite points out the contradiction of saying that the emptiness of space is infinite. You can't have an infinite nothing. The nothing would be emptiness. Infinity implies constant generation of an unlimited amount of stuff. It doesn't imply nothing. So that's a little contradictory. And so some of their premises are contradictory on their face. An infinite vacuum nothingness, I mean, that doesn't make sense. And also, they say space is expanding. What is it expanding into? Is it expanding into something or nothing? These are huge philosophical questions right there. But yet again, I think rather than take the mind to a logical conclusion, if you hate where the conclusion leads toward a creator, toward God, toward something flat, whatever, then you'll settle for plan B, which is making everything so ridiculous. You bomb the logic and keep the mind from going anywhere.
I appreciate you, man. I respect your opinion. Yeah, you can keep going. I'm listening.
Well, we've been talking to these Globers for 6 years. You get people that convert, some that don't. Sometimes you get mind fuckers, people that, just try to twist your mind with relativity and say, well, how can we know if anything's true at all? I don't know. Why are you even speaking? You're making some sort of statement like you think something is true. So cut the bullshit and just tell me what you think is true and what isn't. I mean, if you didn't think anything was true, you wouldn't even speak. You wouldn't even use words which have a definite true meaning to try to communicate anything to me. So you're kind of being a little contradictory there. You're just saying everything's relative and everything's unknowable the moment it leads toward anything close to a conclusion that you don't like. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I call that like a crab in a bucket mentality. If they see that you're kicking them down, like they're gonna try to drag you with them. If I'm not right, then we're both wrong, type of thing.
Yeah.
No, we're not. Sorry, just you.
Yeah, I love that. It's not a globe or flat.
Right. They always do that.
It's funny because everybody that's a flat earther or whatever you want to call it, they definitely didn't start as a flat earther. Like it was through like a lot of looking into it.
Yeah, they don't realize that either, which is the sad part. I genuinely think that they think we like woke up one day, heard the word flat Earth, and just signed off on it. Like, oh my god.
And then when you talk to these people that still fall back on these principles being suggested in astrophysics, they don't understand any. You start talking about the mass of an object when it starts developing a gravitational pull, the distance of how far away it has to be, when it's all that stuff they don't know anything about. They're clueless to all that supposed stuff that defends their model.
Yeah, which is another funny part. Is they'll be like, "You don't believe in gravity? Gravity proves everything." And you just ask them, "All right, well, what's gravity?"
What is it?
They have
We have pictures of black
literally no
holes.
clue. They have zero clue. So like, wait a minute. The thing that you were about to make fun of me for, you don't understand.
You don't even know what it is. Yeah, they want to keep reifying their downward bias and stuff like that. Like that guy last night. Were you there for that? Well, anyway, that's like every Glober, pretty much. Anyway,
I know.
but
Y'all
it's
are,
like if you're going to
I'm gonna say
presuppose that
this.
there's downward bias, right? Thing that is supposed to be causing that in your paradigm was also supposed to have made the Earth into a ball in a vacuum of space. So show me the ball, show me the vacuum of space, and around we go.
I feel like everybody here has been here and like been doing this with Globers longer than me. Like I got a few questions that I really be asking still about this flat Earth model because I'm kind of new to all this stuff.
I noticed that, Electric. I noticed that. I sent you a message in the chat earlier just to give you like a little help, a little tip, because I noticed sometimes you'd ask questions that would like invite them into the weeds. Like I usually try not to even give them a slightest chance to go out there. You know what I mean? Like, so
They're trying to get off the main point any which way they possibly can and try to bamboozle you and confuse you with tap dancing all around it any way they can. They'll go to gravity, they'll go to black holes, they'll go to other planets, all these different things, right? Anything to avoid the issue on the ground, which is, what is this thing curving or not?
Yep,
Yeah.
you got to keep them. You got to keep them pinned down on the point. Because if you're like, well, what about? Like I heard you earlier. And I'm not even trying to like be harsh or anything, but you were like, how much mass will the Earth have to pull the water in? It's like, well, you're giving them a globe and gravity and all this water sticking to a ball and all this stuff. Don't even give them that, dude. You know what I'm saying? Don't give them any of that. They have to earn that. They have to debate to get to that point. But you should not just allow them to like just accept that type of stuff. So
Yeah, don't even give them the premise that there is gravity or something like that, because some
Yeah,
people will start
now you see
engaging
where
them
I'm at with it.
on mass attracting mass, which is out of date pseudoscience anyway. They'll start going down that rabbit hole with them, but it's like, well, if it exists at all, it was supposed to have formed a ball in the vacuum of space. So where's that?
Electric, have you heard of our 3 points before?
Sam, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, let me run you through the 3 points and see what you think. But yeah. Oh, that's you. Our first point is about the curvature of the Earth. So generally, we'll ask somebody like, who measured the curvature of the Earth?
Aristotle.
Cool. So the second question is about the rotation of the Earth, axial rotation. So who detected any axial rotation, or how was it detected?
I mean, I would totally be guessing, but I would think either Galileo or one of them.
Okay, I'll let someone else like maybe drill into this point specifically, but the third point is about gas pressure, and this one might be more helpful for you because I noticed earlier you said that you should you want to take away the outer space, and this is exactly how you do it, in my opinion. So the third question is about gas pressure. So the question is, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? And some might add extra. So those are.
I never even thought about that.
They're saying it's an open air pressure system with an infinitely expanding vacuum right beside it with no solid barrier or physical barrier of any kind between the two. That's their claim, right? It's just an open system adjacent to space. Does that make any sense? Doesn't pressure go high to low always? Always goes high to low, doesn't it?
Yeah. Ah,
Yeah,
that's
so
interesting.
that's how you take away their space. It's like, well, if you can't demonstrate that gas does this, then it's probably not doing it. So
Well, let's just say that I'm well versed in fucking geology or whatever. Wouldn't somebody try to fall back on thermospheres and firmaments when you bring that
No,
up?
well, see, that's begging the question. That's what they do, right? Like we asked for a practical demonstration, right? That they can use to show us that this can actually happen, right? That pressure won't go high to low in certain situations. And they'll say, I can't do that. That only happens on scales that we can't demonstrate anything on. So they just beg the question that,
my evidence is hidden
Wow.
somewhere.
So my evidence
yeah.
is I think it exists.
They just point to the sky and they say, "Yeah, that's the sky. The sky's doing
Wait,
that." No, that's the thing in question. That's you have to demonstrate that that can be right before you can say that that's what's happening with the sky.
hey, did you guys hear Salty? I think he's trying to get a word in. Salty, go ahead, buddy.
Oh no! I was just making fun of the argument.
Oh,
Not the
That was
argument.
a great point you made about the gas pressure, by the way. I'm definitely going to remember that.
well, I'm not. Yeah, it's a good question. Very pertinent in my opinion.
Yeah.
Common answers you'll see people say gravity. Okay, then we'll demonstrate that. Then all you have to do is ask them to demonstrate that. They can. So
The
And with the
invisible force
vastness of
that can't be
space,
proved.
we're supposed to be less than just a tiny little infinitesimal speck here, basically. And at its surface, it's what 780 torr pressure, 15 psi, and then somehow, just beyond the surface, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr, outer space environment. Like just, but with this speck, just on its surface, it's got this massive pressure differential from the whole medium of outer space that it's in. Like, how does that happen? Like,
another.
anyway, it's a story. Like they can't show it happening. They can't demonstrate it in reality that such a thing can occur. So, yeah.
I want
It's
to know,
also
does anybody have a sample of that stuff that's at the center of the Earth that causes everything, including matter, to pull towards it? Because I'd like to see that. You show that to me, and I'll believe in gravity.
Oh yeah, P waves and S waves.
yeah, no. It's also when you're doing the 3 points or Mickey's 3 points, it's not about
What's a P wave?
debating or arguments or anything like that. It's just about getting them to realize that it's based in a belief, and so oftentimes you can just say something along the lines of, it's so at this moment, since you can't test this and verify this for yourself, it's just a belief for you, right? And they'll be like, yeah, I just believe him, and I believe the scientist did it, and you're like, yeah, okay, cool. You're just getting them to admit to themselves it's just a belief in this moment. Yeah, and it's a litmus test for intellectual honesty, as Karma said.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, no 15 psi speck of pressure in the middle of an infinite void. Sorry, or vacuum, I should say. But yeah, either way, that thing's going to disperse and fill that available infinite volume. No chance. And yeah, what he said. Just trying to get them to challenge their own faith.
So refraction and gravity doesn't hold pressure in?
I haven't seen it.
Only if you believe.
Yeah, but that's another thing too, refraction. They're going to tell you that they're showing you a refracted 1.2 mile ball edge before they've ever shown you the 1.2 mile ball edge. The first thing you have to do is show us the ball edge before you start saying you're showing us a distorted version of it where light did something to it to mess up its image so that it looks like totally something else. Otherwise, you got nothing to refract.
What did you say earlier? Central refracted gremlin.
Yeah, I went with gremlins last time instead of unicorns because I'm bored of unicorns.
Yeah, that's too funny, dude.
Show me the gremlin before you tell me it's a refracted gremlin, and so I can't see it. It was refracted to be invisible. Like, I'll take you up on that if you can show me the gremlin in the first place, and then maybe we can talk about how it was refracted to be invisible.
But why would you expect to see the gremlin?
I've never seen one. And it's the same thing with their ball edge. Nobody's ever seen it, but they just have excuses, right?
We wouldn't expect to see it.
Fuck out my way.
That's my favorite one. We wouldn't expect to see it.
Why wouldn't we expect to see this hard physical sphere edge that they say that we see things disappearing over. It's just so nonsensical.
We can't take all the air away.
So then boats don't go over the horizon, the geometric sphere edge horizon. We can't see it, right? There's air in the way. It's refracted so that it's invisible. Makes it just look like a flat surface. So, like, which one is it?
I want to know about boson spot or poison spot. That's what I want to know. How does that work with refraction?
What's that?
You want me to post something about it? Hold on.
But I kind of like something like Warden was saying before about the radius being 0, because you can just plug that in to 7 over 6.
Got money here.
0, right?
Wow, I didn't think about that. Saying it's 0.
Well, I mean, I guess 0 is what a ball that doesn't exist. That's what its radius would measure to be. It's like, so that gets you a geometric horizon distance of 0, I suppose, which would be nowhere.
Electric got a
I'll
little
shoot
bit
a
of
link in the voice text. You hot miking, bro?
Yeah, electric. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
No sweat.
Sorry. Thought I was muted.
Yeah, it happens.
Happens to all of us.
Yeah, but I always notice lately, especially lately with the last few guys, they always apply such rigor to what we're talking about here. Oh, you guys have calculations for your flat Earth? Wait a minute, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you said, the double standards.
Yeah.
Absolutely 0 standards for globe.
No, we just came in here. We just decided to just come in here and join the cult, and we didn't think we needed any evidence or anything. We just thought we'd just sit in here and just debunk things that can't be debunked. Yeah, we just like to piss people off and make people go nuts.
Go ahead.
For goodness sakes, you clearly know someone's going to finish a sentence. You don't need to interrupt them.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Literally painful to listen to for the audience.
Yeah, that's true. We definitely try to run a live show here, ladies and gentlemen.
It wasn't me, was it?
No.
Okay. Right, where was I anyway?
Yeah, but
right, the double standards that you brought up, right? 0 standards for the globe, absolutely none. No standard of evidence for that, but they'll hold reality to just impossible standards.
Yeah, I left to go to the check-in for a little while. When I came back, I'm pretty sure like Ben and Kip were saying, well, if you could measure it over 300 miles, it's like, wait a minute, dude. We're just going to move the goalpost now?
Exactly, right. Just holding it to impossible standards and holding their globe to an unfalsifiable standard. I mean, it's already been blown away with the stuff that we're showing them, but they're just going to keep pushing those goalposts.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Sticks and Shadows checks out, but like lasers and stuff, no, that's not good enough.
And it's even crazier because they didn't even know the Sticks and Shadows story before they Googled it just now and brought it up, right? Well, how was this done in the first place? Oh, is Eric? I can't say his name. Okay, what did you do? How does that prove anything? I mean, just reading the guy's name for the first time, like, how are they going to know?
What's the radius of your Earth? I don't know. Hold on. I'm going to Google it.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's true. Yeah, it's weird.
Man, and then you ask him, like, he goes to Google it, and then he like clears his throat. Let me read this off. Like, dude, don't sit there like this is new information, dude. Like, we're sending you to look for the information because you don't know what it is. So don't get all cocky when you're reading it off, dummy.
Well, maybe they just think that they needed someone to Google it for us.
Google says it right here, guys.